Rewind selector. 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 I just beat all the games. Now they call me boss. They said that I'm insane, but now I'm at the top. I'm making money rain. I'm making all that guap. I'm sipping on champagne. Call me boss. Boss, have some respect and call me boss. Boss, have some respect and call me boss. Boss, have some respect and call me boss. Bear man, I getting vexed like who that dog? Dog ain't my name, fam, call me boss. Boss, have some respect and call me boss. Boss, have some respect and call me boss. Boss, have some respect and call me boss. Bear man, I getting vexed like who that dog? Now they call me boss. 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 Dog ain't my name, fam, call me boss. 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 I just beat all the games. Now they call me boss. They said that I'm insane, but now I'm at the top. I'm making money rain, yeah. I'm making all that guap. I'm sipping on champagne, call me boss. I just beat all the games. Now they call me boss. They said that I'm insane, but now I'm at the top. I'm making money rain, I'm making all that guap. I'm sipping on champagne, call me boss. Boss, have some respect and call me boss. Boss, have some respect and call me boss. Boss, have some respect and call me boss. Bear man, I getting vexed like who that dog? Now they call me boss. 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 Now they call me boss. 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 Now they call me boss. 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 Now they call me boss. 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 Boss, bear man, I getting vexed like who that dog? Now they call me boss. 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 bass.
Rewind selector. Rewind selector. Rewind selector. Rewind selector.
डे 2 की समाप्ति हो चुकी है 8 बिट। इनसे थोड़ी और विस्तार में हम बात करते हैं कि गेम के अंदर क्या चल रहा है। उसके लिए हमारे साथ जुड़ चुके हैं सोमराज और इनके मेन असॉल्टर एक्वानॉक्स। सोमराज, देखिए एक्सपेक्टेशन 8 बिट और आपसे और आपकी लाइनअप से बहुत ज्यादा है, बट वो 8 बिट थोड़ी सी मिसिंग दिख रही है। प्ले स्टाइल की बात कर ले या ओवरऑल स्टैंडिंग की बात कर ले, क्या गलत हो रहा है आपके अकॉर्डिंग?
आज का दिन तो बहुत ही ज़्यादा ख़राब रहा। हम लोग प्लान आउट करके आए थे, तब भी चीज़ें वर्कआउट नहीं करी। हम लोग हर समय स्ट्रैटेजी बदलने की कोशिश किए, पर वो भी वर्कआउट नहीं करा। जो भी हम लोग कर रहे हैं वो सब चीज़ हमारे अपोजिट में हो रहा है। पर आई गेस ये भी एक ऑब्जर्विंग है, सब चीज़ अपोजिट हो रहा है तो हमें भी कुछ अपोजिट ही करना होगा। वी आर नॉट यूजिंग आवर ब्रेन इन द राइट वे, दैट्स व्हाट आई फील।
ऐसा ज़रूर यही बोल रहे हैं, बट होपफुली इनका जो परफॉर्मेंस है ट्रैक में वापस से आ जाए, जैसा इन्होंने बताया। बट एक्वा यार, मतलब बहुत चीज़ें आप पे निर्भर करती है, चाहे प्ले स्टाइल की बात कर ले, वो फिनिशर्स की बात कर ले। एक्वानॉक्स में थोड़ा सा मिसिंग देखने को मिल रहा है। इंडिविजुअल परफॉर्मेंस की बात कर ले, क्योंकि MVP में हमें आदत है आपको देखने का, और वो थोड़े मिसिंग दिख रहा है। क्यों
तो नहीं पता नहीं मेरे को, अभी सही जगह पे दिमाग नहीं है। बट लास्ट डे पे पूरा बेस्ट देंगे। मैं अपनी तरफ सब बेस्ट दूंगा एंड वो झलक दिखने को मिलेगा आपको फुली एक्वानॉक्स का। बट एज अ टीम हमें बेटर करना है, इंडिविजुअली तो करते रहते हैं। सो कल वही फोकस रहेगा कि एज अ टीम हम कुछ करें अच्छा, एंड देखते हैं आउटकम क्या आता है।
देखिए, आउटकम आपसे बहुत ज़्यादा एक्सपेक्टेशन है, इनफैक्ट पूरी 8 बिट से रहने वाली। बट सोमराज, देखिए मैप थोड़ा सा यहाँ पे अब अलग हो चुका है। रोंडो का एडिशन हमें देखने को मिला, सनऑफ चला जा चुका है। वैसे में जो प्लेइंग 4 में चेंजेस होते थे, क्या वो अभी भी होने वाले या फिर ये स्टिक होने वाला है आखिर की 6 मैच?
आई डोंट नो, अभी तो हम लोग होटल जाके डिस्कस करेंगे एंड जैसा प्लान आउट होगा वैसा फिर प्लेयर स्विच होगा।
मतलब अभी डिसाइडेड नहीं, आराम से बातचीत करने के बाद पता चलने वाला है। सोमराज, देखिए बहुत सारे सीक्रेट अपने अंदर रखते हैं, वो टाइम के साथ रिवील करते हैं, मैचेस के साथ रिवील करते हैं। बट एक्वानॉक्स ये शुरू से ऐसी है, मतलब बहुत कम बोलना, मैचेस में ज़्यादा परफॉर्म करना, या ये कैमरा के पीछे कुछ अलग है आपके साथ?
कैमरा के पीछे थोड़ा अलग है, बट प्रोफेशनल लाइफ पे आ जाता है तो थोड़ा ही इज फोकस्ड, तो वो अच्छा लगता है मेरे को एंड पूरी टीम को अप्रिशिएट करते हैं हम लोग। बट ऐसे ही है, वन लाइन है।
देखिए, चैंपियन की निशानी कुछ ऐसे होते हैं, और उनमें से एक हमारे साथ सोमराज और इनके बाकी प्लेयर थे। बट एक्वा, देखिए 6 मैचेस अब यहाँ से बचे हुए हैं। अभी आप घर जाओगे, माइंड में क्या चलने वाला है आपके? आप अपने परफॉर्मेंस को देखने वाले हो या फिर जस्ट रिलैक्स करोगे कि ठीक है लास्ट के 6 मैचेस बेस्ट दूंगा?
मैचेस तो देखेंगे, ऑब्वियसली ऑब्जर्व करेंगे क्या गलत कर रहे हैं, क्या बेटर कर सकते हैं। एंड दिमाग में ये रहेगा कि कमबैक करना है, चाहे कुछ भी हो, कैसे भी सिचुएशन में हो। कहीं भी गिर गए वहाँ से उठना चाहिए, तो वही दिमाग में डालेगी कि चाहे कुछ भी हो जाए लास्ट मैच तक हम बेस्ट देंगे।
वो कभी ना हार ना मानना, वही तो 8 बिट की खासियत है। सोमराज, रोंडो ऐसे में एक इम्पॉर्टेंट फैक्टर निकल के आने वाला है, क्योंकि वही एक मैप रहेगा जहाँ पे आप कुछ एक्स्ट्रा पॉइंट कमा सकते हो। तो कुछ अलग सोच के आना है, क्योंकि कल से आज के दिन पे हमने देखा रोंडो का जो प्ले स्टाइल था वो बहुत ज़्यादा अलग हमें देखने को मिला।
आई गेस कि रोंडो माइट बी द कमबैक मैच, क्योंकि उसमें रिकॉल करने का ऑप्शन है। सो हम लोग भी ट्राई करेंगे कि रोंडो को अपने फेवर में यूज़ करें और सारे जितने भी हमें फिनिशेस मिल सकते हैं वो ले।
देखिए रोंडो मुझे लगता है कि वहीं से चीज़ों की शुरुआत होने वाली है, डिसाइड होने वाली है, और 8-bit क्या करके जाएंगे वो जानने के लिए आपको मैचेस एंजॉय करने की जरूरत पड़ने वाली है। तो सीधा चलते हैं एक इम्पॉर्टेंट मैच की तरफ। जो टीम टॉप पे रहती है उनका माइंडसेट तो हमने देखा है, लेकिन जो बॉटम में रहती है उनका माइंडसेट समझते हैं। उसके लिए वसिस्ता ई-स्पोर्ट्स के हेक्टर और स्केरी जॉर्ड मेरे साथ जुड़ चुके हैं। हेक्टर, हमने आपको बहुत बेहतर करते देखा है इससे, लेकिन यहाँ पे ऐसा क्या हो गया कि आप 16वें स्थान पे हमें देखने को मिल रहे हो?
कुछ नहीं, मिस्टेक्स हो रही है। इससे पहले भी हमारे मैचेस थ्रो हो रहे थे, जो कि मैं बहुत इंटरव्यूज में बोला कि हम मैचेस थ्रो करने में बहुत एक्सपर्ट है। तो मैचेस जब थ्रो हो रहे थे तो मिनिमम मैचेस में हम क्वालिफाई कर जाते थे, बट फाइनल्स में तुम्हें मैक्सिमम पॉइंट्स चाहिए रहता है जब तुम्हें #1 आना हो। तो हमारे जब थ्रो हो रहा है तो मोमेंटम बन नहीं पा रहा है एंड वो रुक नहीं रहा है, तो उसी के कारण #16 पे।
और इससे बचने की तो बहुत ज़्यादा ज़रूरत है। स्केरी जॉर्ड, यहाँ से ट्रॉफी अब आप देख रहे हो या फिर सिर्फ टॉप 8 के लिए यहाँ से आप सफर लेके जाने वाले हो? क्योंकि बहुत मुश्किल में आप फंस चुके हो, टॉप 8 के लिए भी सवाल खड़े हो रहे हैं, तो उसके लिए कल के दिन पे क्या करोगे आप?
नहीं मतलब ऐसा है, अगर इंडिविजुअली हम सब अच्छा खेल रहे हो तो हम अच्छा कर लेंगे, और इंडिविजुअली बहुत वीक चल रहा है एंड जितना अच्छा दे सकते हो उतना नहीं दे पा रहे, सो बॉटम पे है एंड कल ट्राई करेंगे कि बॉटम पे ना रहे।
टॉप 8 में मिनिमम आपको आना है, ये तो मैं चाहूँगा, ये आप दोनों ही सही। लेकिन सेनहॉक को मिस कर रहे हो आप, क्योंकि आज कास्टर्स भी बात कर रहे थे कि हो सकता है कि हेक्टर जो है वो सेनहॉक को बहुत मिस करे, क्योंकि पॉइंट सबसे ज़्यादा आप वहीं कमाते थे।
सैनअप को हम मिस तो गए थे, बट रोंडो भी उसी की तरह है, बट उसमें कुछ हमें नॉलेज नहीं है क्या करना है क्या नहीं करना है। बट हम कोशिश कर रहे हैं कि वो रिकॉल वाला यूज़ करें एंड मैक्सिमम पॉइंट्स निकालें उसमें।
और वही करने की कोशिश में आज हमने देखा था कि वसिस्ता स्पोर्ट्स को थोड़ा नुकसान भी होता, थोड़ा फायदा भी हुआ था। बट स्केरी जॉर्ड, इंडिविजुअल परफॉर्मेंस बहुत मैटर कर रहा है। मैंने हेक्टर से जब भी बात की है तो वो आपके तरफ इशारा किए हैं कि ये खिलाड़ी जब जब चलता है तो ओवरऑल टीम परफॉर्म करती है। क्यों नहीं आ रहा है परफॉर्मेंस?
मतलब ऐसा है नहीं कि मैं जानबूझ के कर रहा हूँ, वो तो है ही, बट मतलब डबल थॉट हूँ या क्या हूँ, सिंगल थॉट, मतलब मेरे को ऐसा है नहीं कि बहुत सारी चीज़ें दिमाग में, मेरे को सब पता है गेम में क्या करना है क्या नहीं करना है, बट स्टिल मतलब जब चीज़ें हाथ में हो रही है तब भी मेरे हाथ से निकल जाती है, तो फिर वो बहुत बैक ऑफ हो जाता हूँ फिर वहाँ से मैं।
ये उसके कारण तो नहीं हो रहा ना कि यहाँ से क्वालिफाई नहीं करना है, यहाँ पे ट्रॉफी की बात थी, टॉप 8 की बात थी, ये सारी चीज़ों के कारण वो स्केरी जॉर्ड मिस हो रहे हैं जिसके लिए वो जाने जाते हैं।
नहीं, डे 1 पे ही बोल दिया था कि ट्रॉफी के लिए नहीं खेल रहे हैं, पहले अच्छा करने के लिए खेलेंगे तो ट्रॉफी आ जाएगी। एंड डे 2 के बाद अभी भी ऐसा नहीं है कि हम कुछ ख़राब ही कर रहे हैं, बट जितना हो सके कल बेस्ट दे देंगे। एंड मेरा चलना मैटर करता है टीम के लिए, क्योंकि मेरे को पता है मैं क्या पोटेंशियल कैरी करता हूँ और टीम को उससे बहुत बेनिफिट होता है, बट मैं यूज़ नहीं कर पा रहा हूँ, तो मेरे को भी बहुत अजीब लग रहा है कि इतना गन पावर रख के मैं कुछ नहीं मार पा रहा हूँ।
आप कैसे मोटिवेट करने वाले हो अपने सारे प्लेयर्स को? क्योंकि इनसे जब बात कर रहा था तो मुझे थोड़ा सा लग रहा था कि हाँ अंदर से थोड़े टूटे हुए लग रहे, तो अभी होटल में जाके बाकी 3 प्लेयर्स को कैसे मोटिवेट करोगे?
नहीं, हम डीमोटिवेट नहीं है। हमें अगर डीमोटिवेट तब होते थे हमें पता ही नहीं था कि गेम में करना क्या है। हमें पता सब कुछ होता है कि हमारा प्ले क्या है, हमारा गेम प्ले क्या है, स्टैट्स क्या है, सब कुछ पता होता है, बट हम वो चीज़ पे स्टैंड नहीं कर पाते। तो वही चीज़ है, उन्हें आके रिकॉल करना पड़ेगा। लाइक हर गेम के बाद हमें पता चल जाता है कि हमें क्या करना चाहिए था, सबको, सारी टीम्स को आइडियाज़ आ जाते हैं, बट गेम के अंदर वो आइडियाज़ क्यों नहीं आते, उसका सोल्यूशन वो इंडिविजुअल खुद ही प्लेयर बता सकता है। उसमें तुम किसी की हेल्प नहीं कर सकते, क्योंकि वही चीज़ मैटर करती है मोस्टली गेम के अंदर। जब तुम बोलोगे तब भी वो टीम की हेल्प होगी, जब टीम की हेल्प होगी तो पॉइंट्स आएंगे, चिकन कन्वर्ट्स हो गए एंड तुम विनिंग की तरफ चलोगे। तो हमें एकदम माइंडसेट क्लियर है, आज भी हमारा क्लियर था, कल भी हमारा क्लियर था कि हमें अपनी मिस्टेक्स को नहीं करना है। टीम मिस्टेक्स होते रहती है, उसे रिकवर किया जाता है, बट इंडिविजुअल मिस्टेक्स इतने बड़े स्टेज पे होगी, उसे हम सीख सकते हैं, बट ये रिकवर नहीं कर सकते।
आई थिंक रिकवर करने के लिए अभी भी आपके पास मैचेस है, होपफुली वसिस्ता स्पोर्ट्स मिनिमम जैसा ये बता रहे हैं कि बेहतर मैच यहाँ से निकाले और उस टॉप 8 की तरफ।
नहीं, मिनिमम नहीं, हम मैक्सिमम ही अच्छा कल करेंगे।
ठीक है, मैक्सिमम अच्छा करेंगे और मैक्सिमम यहाँ से कोशिश है कि उस टॉप 8 की तरफ वसिस्ता स्पोर्ट्स अपने आप को लेके जाए। क्या ये पॉसिबल होगा, वो सब जानने के लिए आप मैचेस जरूर एंजॉय करते रहिए। देखिए, जब भी हम मैट परफॉर्मेंस की बात करते हैं ना तो मैट किंग की याद आती है। ऐसे कुछ पिछले राउंड में हमने इनका परफॉर्मेंस देखा था, लेकिन इस ग्रैंड फाइनल में आने के बाद चीज़ें थोड़ी सी लेफ्ट राइट हुई और उसी के लिए आइजल साहब और असॉल्टस आउट को मैंने यहाँ पे बुला लिया है। इन्हीं से पूछते हैं कि क्या गलत हो रहा है मैट किंग में। शैडो, स्टार्ट में ही मैं बात करूंगा एरांगल के बारे में। ग्राउंड टच कर रहे हो, क्या प्यार है उन कंपाउंड्स की मैं बात करूंगा जो कंटेनर्स के आसपास होते हैं। हर बार कोई ना कोई आ रहे हैं, आपके एक प्लेयर को बाहर कर रहे हैं और उसके कारण पूरा एरांगल का मोमेंटम ब्रेक हो रहा है।
हम लोग मतलब ऐसा थोड़ा लाइटली ले रहे हैं कि टीम कोई आएगा नहीं और मतलब वो थोड़ा सा कुछ इशू होता है कि हम लोग थोड़ा अलर्टनेस में थोड़ा सा वीक रह जा रहे हैं, इसलिए वो मैन लॉस ले रहे हैं हम, वो भी एक गाड़ी के चक्कर में।
एग्जैक्टली मतलब मैं बोल रहा हूँ कि एक मैच दो मैच आप इनको मना क्यों नहीं कर रहे हो, बता क्यों नहीं रहे हो कि भाई हो सकता है कोई आ जाए, और हर बार एक ना एक खिलाड़ी को हम बाहर होते हुए देख रहे हैं।
हमने बोला तो था, बट वही है कि थोड़ा बहुत वो हल्के में ले लिया कह सकते हो, एंड उस चक्कर में फिर वही हमें फिर फेस करना पड़ा उस चीज़ को, जो कि आपको दिख ही रहा है। लॉस खाया हमने, 2 बार लॉस खाया एंड दोनों बार हल्के में ले लिया, दोनों बार लॉस खाया। बट अगली बार सब ध्यान रखेंगे उस चीज़ में एंड प्लानिंग थोड़ी अच्छे से करके जाएंगे कि अगली बार वो करें बट लॉस ना खाएं और दूसरों को लॉस दें।
वो होना भी चाहिए। बट अभी 12वें स्थान पे आप चल रहे हो, यहाँ से अभी भी ट्रॉफी आप देख रहे हो या सिर्फ टॉप 8 के बारे में विचार चल रहा है आपका?
देखो, कमबैक तो करना ही है इन दी एंड, बट वही है कि पोडियम फिनिश करना है मोस्टली, चाहे ट्रॉफी के साथ हो या टॉप 2 टॉप 3 टॉप 8 के अंदर तो आना ही है, वो तो होंगे ही होंगे, हम तो गारंटी दे रहे हैं इस चीज़ की। बट हाँ, टॉप 3 के अंदर रहना है एंड कल कमबैक देना है मोस्टली।
भरोसा बहुत ज़्यादा है ऑब्वियसली, जो परफॉर्मेंस आपने पिछले कुछ राउंड में दिखा है उसके बेसिस में आप पे भरोसा थोड़ा ज़्यादा हो रहा है। बट मैं क्लच गॉड से भी बात किया था, उन्होंने बोला था कि यार बीच बीच में मैं भी एजलिंग कर रहा हूँ जब लगता है कि कुछ कॉल आउट्स इस तरीके से होते हैं। तो शैडो का कितना ज़्यादा हेल्प हो रहा है उसके उन आईजीएल का जो फिल्टर होता है कि क्लच गॉड का भी साथ मिल रहा है, शैडो भी वहाँ पे कॉल्स दे रहे हैं, तो मैच के दौरान कितना ज़्यादा फायदा होता है उसको?
मतलब अभी वो बेनिफिट तो होता है क्योंकि उसको भी बहुत सारा एक्सपीरियंस है, तो उसको भी मतलब अभी मैं मतलब अगर कहीं और देख रहा हूँ तो वो भी मतलब देख के मेरे को बता देता है कि ऐसे हम लोग कर सकते हैं, और मतलब अच्छे डिसीजन रहते तो हम लोग ऑल इन कर देते हैं। अभी बुरे लगते थोड़ा डिस्कस करते हैं, मेरे प्लान से स्टिक कर लो, ठीक है। वो तो
मतलब लगता नहीं है लॉन्ग रन में ये थोड़ा इफेक्ट कर सकता है आपको कि 2 कॉल्स एक साथ अगर आ जाए और वो क्लैश होने का रीजन कई बार ऐसा हुआ है, या बस सॉल्यूशन निकाल ही लेते हो आप?
सोल्यूशन तो हम लोग निकालते हैं कभी कभी, अगर हमारा मतलब थोड़ा बहुत हुआ है कि प्लेयर्स हमारे जो हम दोनों की अंडरस्टैंडिंग है पर बाकियों की अंडरस्टैंडिंग है, तो उसमें थोड़ा कंफ्यूजन हो जाता है। फिर उसको बैठ के हम लोग ने थोड़ा सॉर्ट किया कि हम लोग का जो भी होगा हम दोनों तो करते ही आपस में, पर तुम लोग एक स्ट्रेट रहना कि जो बोला है फिर वही कर लो।
सही बोल रहे हैं आपके बारे में।
सही कह रहे हैं। लाइक अभी मुझे भी थोड़ा कम टाइम हुआ है टीम में आए हुए, एंड शैडो भाई एंड क्लच भी बहुत टाइम से हैं, तो उनको पता है वो जो कर रहे हैं एंड हमें समझ आ जाता है। थोड़ा लेट लगता है एंड गलतियां हुई हैं नो डाउट, एंड क्योंकि मुझे भी इतना टाइम नहीं हुआ, बट हाँ आप समझ आ रहे धीरे धीरे करके कि उनका जो मेन मोटिव होता है इन दोनों की कॉलिंग्स का, वो एक तरीके से सिमिलर ही है बट थोड़ा अलग अलग टाइप का है, बट इन द एंड वो सेम चीज़ ही होती है, एक डायरेक्शन में जाती है। 2 अलग रास्ते हैं बट जाते एक जगह ही है, वही चीज़ है। एंड अब दिमाग में आ रहा है एंड हाँ मोस्टली उस चीज़ पे अब वर्क भी कर रहे हैं।
देखिए, लास्ट टाइम जब मैं आपसे बात किया था ना तो आप बहुत ज़्यादा एनर्जेटिक थे, बहुत ज़्यादा एक स्माइल देखने को मिल रहा था। अभी बिल्कुल अलग हो गया, आप थोड़े से एक अलग ही प्लेयर को मैं मानो देख रहा हूँ। क्या हो गया? मतलब आई नो 12 मैचेस आपके थोड़े साधारण में, बट मन में क्या चल रहा है अगर कुछ बताना चाहो?
मन में कुछ नहीं चल रहा, थोड़ी बहुत इंडिविजुअल गलतियाँ थी जिस वजह से थोड़ा सा अपने आप से डिसअपॉइंटमेंट है। बट हाँ, अब थोड़े टाइम के लिए रात तक ही होगी, उसके बाद तो कल न्यू फ्रेश होगा, क्योंकि वही ये गलतियाँ बस सीख सकता हूँ उस चीज़ से, एंड कल को नहीं स्टार्ट करनी है एंड कल तो पूरा बेस्ट ही देना है। मोस्टली कल गलतियाँ करनी नहीं है, मेरे दिमाग में यही है, बस उस चक्कर में थोड़ा डाउन है। बट हाँ उस चीज़ को मैं कर लूँगा रात तक।
देखिए जैसा ये बताया कि करना ही होगा और अपने जीवन का मुझे लगता है कि सबसे इम्पोर्टेंट डे आपका कल होने वाला है, तो उसके लिए कितना ज़्यादा एक्साइटेड, और उन 6 मैचेस में हम मैटकिंग से क्या अलग उम्मीद करके चल सकते हैं?
कि अभी आपने जैसे देखा मतलब अभी जितने टीम्स होने उन्होंने लाइक 2-3 मैच कन्वर्ट किया तभी वो टेबल टॉप पे है।
यस,
तो हमने वैसे 4 मैच हमने ऐसे थ्रो किए कि वो हमारे ही मैच थे, अगर हम लोग कन्वर्ट कर लेते तो हम लोग पोडियम पे रहते, पर वो हमारे साइड से जो इंडिविजुअल मिस्टेक हो रही है हम लोग वो कल एकदम मिनिमल कॉस्ट पे अवॉइड करेंगे कि हम लोग एटलीस्ट एक चिकन ले ले तो हम लोग वो बार पे आ जाएगा कि ऑफिस से हम लोग वो कर सकते हैं, तो उसके लिए ही जाते हैं। पर हम लोग जो आई थिंक हमने एक रोंडो, 2 मिरामार और एक इरांगल, तो जो हमारा होना ही चाहिए था वो हमने मतलब पूरा ऐसा कचरा कर दिया कि क्यों।
देखिए मैंने क्लच गॉड से भी बात किया था इसके अराउंड, क्यों नहीं आ रहा चिकन डिनर, तो बोलता है कि हम लोग का पता नहीं क्या हो रहा है। मैं जब सुबह उठता हूँ सबसे पहला जो मेरा दिमाग बोलता है कि आज चिकन निकालना है, बट चिकन नहीं आ रहा है। कुछ कहना चाहोगे इसके अराउंड? ये आखिरी सवाल रहेगा आपके लिए।
इसमें तो लाइक यही है, कन्वर्ट नहीं हो रहा है और वो एंड सब कुछ एक ही चीज़ में आता है, वो है इंडिविजुअल गलतियाँ, मिस्टेक्स, छोटी छोटी गलतियाँ ही वो सब कुछ कर देती है। हाँ अच्छा खेल रहे हैं, टॉप 2, टॉप 3, टॉप 4 ऐसे आ रहे हैं, बट वही एक छोटी गलती की वजह से चिकन मिस तो है, वही उस चीज़ में वर्क तो कर रहे हैं, बट एक बंदा सही कर रहा है फिर दूसरा गलती कर दे रहा है, दूसरा सही कर रहा है तीसरा गलती कर दे रहा है। तो जब सब सही चल रहा है तब 1-2 बार चिकन आया, 2 बार चिकन आया, बट हाँ वो बहुत मुश्किल वाली चीज़ है। बट हाँ कल तो ट्राई करना है कोई गलती ही ना करे, क्योंकि सबके दिमाग में वही है कि अब कितनी गलती करेंगे, लास्ट डे है, कब तक गलती करेंगे, अब वही है। तो इवेंट का कल लास्ट डे है, तो कल अच्छे से एंड करते हैं एंड बिना गलती के खत्म करते हैं।
होपफुली यही हमें इनके एंड से देखने को मिले, क्योंकि मैट किंग बहुत ज़्यादा उम्मीदें हैं मेरी भी और आप लोगों की भी, जैसा मुझे पता है। बट चलिए देखते हैं एग्जैक्टली मैच में क्या होगा, क्या परिणाम ढूंढ पाएंगे मैट किंग, वो सब जानने के लिए चलते हैं सीधा एक्शन की तरफ। देखिए पहले दिन से ही ना विक्टर सुमित से बहुत ज़्यादा उम्मीदें थी, क्योंकि परफॉर्मेंस उस तरीके से आ रहा था, और उसी के लिए इनके 2 खिलाड़ी मेरे साथ जुड़ चुके हैं। एक को कोई इंट्रोडक्शन की जरूरत नहीं है, वो हमारे साथ जुड़े हुए, और दूसरी तरफ निंजे जिनसे थोड़ी सी बातचीत करने वाले हैं। देखिए पहले दिन में हमने आपसे पूछा था इंटरव्यू के दौरान ही कि आप उन खिलाड़ियों में से हैं जिनको देख के मानो हमने इस नगरी में बड़े हुए हैं, ओब्वियसली अगर इन शॉर्ट बोले तो यहाँ पे कुछ चीज़ें गलत हुई है इस ग्रैंड फाइनल में, जिसके वजह से ही आप 12वें स्थान पर। क्या मिस्टेक्स हुए आपके अनुसार?
जो हमारा जो टास्क है या जो भी हमको करना है हम फुलफिल नहीं कर पा रहे आई थिंक, और हमको वही करने की कोशिश करनी है कल, ताकि हम अपना रैंकिंग को ऊपर लेके आ सकें।
ऑब्वियसली वो तो उम्मीद करके हमें चल ही रहे, लेकिन यहाँ से आप बता सकते हो इनके माइंडसेट में क्या चल रहा होगा? क्या ये यहाँ से अभी भी उन पोडियम्स की तरफ बातचीत कर रहे हैं या सिर्फ टॉप 8 के लिए अभी यहाँ से नजर है? आप बता सकते हो।
मोस्टली अभी तो जीतना थोड़ा मुश्किल है, तो यहाँ हम भी BMIC के क्वालिफिकेशन के लिए मोस्टली अभी हम उसके लिए ट्राई करेंगे आप
टॉप 8। ओके लेट्स सी, देखते हैं कि वो मैचेस के दौरान कितना ज़्यादा और क्लियर होता जाता है। बट वैस रोंडो मैप हमने देखा है कि प्ले स्टाइल मानो उस मैप के आते के साथ बहुत सारी टीम्स का चेंज हुआ है, आप लोग का भी वहाँ प्ले स्टाइल बहुत अलग है, तो उतना अच्छा रिजल्ट थोड़ा सा नहीं आया अभी आपके लिए। तो क्या गलत आपके अनुसार हुआ है, क्योंकि वो मैप ही है जहाँ पे कमबैक स्टोरी रची जा रही है सारी टीम्स की तरफ से?
सो आई थिंक रोंडो का हमको किसी को भी आइडिया नहीं है कि क्या मैप है, क्या उसके पॉजिटिव चीज़ें हैं, क्या उसकी नेगेटिव चीज़ें, हमें कुछ समझ में नहीं आ रहा, और हम प्लान करके जा रहे हैं उससे कुछ उल्टा ही हो जा रहा है। तो कल के लिए हमने कुछ प्लान किया, आई थिंक होपफुली वो वर्क करेगा हमें भी रोंडो में, तो हम उस तरीके से खेलेंगे
100%, वो हम उम्मीद करके चलेंगे। बट आप बिल्कुल न्यू एडिशन हो इस लाइनअप में, OS के बारे में आप बताइए कि कितना ज़्यादा आप इनके अराउंड कंफर्टेबल हो, प्ले स्टाइल में कितना ज़्यादा फर्क पड़ा आपके, तो इनका जो एक्सपीरियंस है वो कितना आपका हेल्प कर रहा है?
मुझे तो आईजेल ऐसा ही चाहिए था जो मतलब अपनी टीम को जोन दिला सके, मतलब ऐसा नहीं कि मतलब उनको सब कुछ करना होता है, बस जोन दिलाना होता है उनको। तो वैसा एजेल अच्छा रहता है। बाकी टीममेट्स का काम होता है कि बैक देखना, जो भी मतलब बाकी जो भी चीज़ है, मतलब जो टीम में अपने टीम को जो कंट्रीब्यूट करता है वो मतलब बाकी टीममेट का काम है। एजेल का काम तो जोन दिलाना होता है और ये वो अच्छे से करते हैं।
मतलब आपके अनुसार ये बहुत ज़्यादा परफेक्ट अभी तक आपके लिए साबित हुआ आपके प्ले स्टाइल के अकॉर्डिंग?
हाँ, क्योंकि मैं भी आईजेल था, लेकिन मेरा प्रॉब्लम था कि मुझे जोन दिलाने इतना अच्छा नहीं आता। फाइट्स वगैरह तो ठीक था।
मतलब आप सीख रहे हो इनसे और आप इनसे फ्यूचर प्रोस्पेक्टिव के लिए कि कल दिन बोलोगे ओएस भाई रुक जाइए मैं आज लीग कर रहा हूं, ऐसा कुछ हो सकता है?
या ऐसा भी हो सकता है, क्योंकि अभी मेरा कॉन्फिडेंस थोड़ा ग्रो हो रहा है, क्योंकि मेरे सीख के देख के सीख रहा हूँ मैं भी, तो क्या पता है।
देखिए इसीलिए मैं बोलता हूँ ना कि इनसे बहुत सारे प्लेयर देखे सीखे और आगे बढ़े। उसका एक बेहतर उदाहरण हमारे आंखों के सामने भी है। बट ओएस रोंडो के बारे में हमने बात की, बट उसके बाद आप देखिए लगातार 3 एरांगल, ये मोमेंटम बिल्ड भी कर सकता है, मोमेंटम बिल्कुल तरीके से तोड़ भी सकता है। तो एक आईजीएल इन 3 लगातार एरांगल को कैसे देख रहे हैं?
सो आई थिंक लगातार 3 इरेंगल इशू नहीं है, बट जो इरेंगल के पहले रोंडो है ना वो इशू है, क्योंकि उसमें अगर पॉइंट्स नहीं आ रहे या बहुत गंदे तरीके से मर रहे तो अगले गेम में थोड़ा आई थिंक इफेक्ट हो रहा है प्लेयर्स को। बट 3 इरेंगल इज नॉट एन इशू बिकॉज वो मैप सबके लिए इक्वली है, सब लोग बहुत टाइम से खेल रहे हैं, सबको उस मैप के बारे में सब कुछ पता है, तो आई डोंट थिंक दैट इतना बड़ा इशू है।
सेम फॉर मिरामार?
नहीं, नॉट सेम फॉर मिरामार। लाइक मैं बोलूँ तो उसको हार्ड लक बोलूँगा। ऐसा नहीं कि हमने मतलब बहुत ही बुरा खेला, मतलब बुरा तो खेलना नहीं चाह रहे थे हम, लेकिन कुछ ऐसा सीन हो गया कि मतलब जिसको मतलब प्लेयर्स को भी इतना आइडिया नहीं रहा वो सब चीज़ का, तो मतलब मैं उसको मतलब लक थोड़ा ख़राब चल रहा है उतने वो।
हाँ वो लक थोड़ा सा तो मुझे लगता है कई बार आपको डिसएडवांटेज में भी डाल देता है। बट वैसे आखिरी 6 मैच बहुत इंपॉर्टेंट होने वाला है। सारे बीजीएमआई जितने भी प्लेयर्स उनमें से काफ़ी रहने वाले हो, तो कैसे आप इन टाइम्स का इस्तेमाल करोगे जो मैच स्टार्ट होने से पहले का वक्त आपको मिलने वाला है?
जाएंगे होटल जाएंगे, मिस्टेक्स देखेंगे, क्या गलती हुई है, किधर किस पार्ट में फॉल्ट हुआ है, बात करेंगे और फिर कल तैयार होके आएंगे।
कोई चैलेंज लग रहा है कि हाँ ये वो टीम है जो थोड़ा ज़्यादा परेशान की है अभी 12 मैचेस में?
ऐसा तो हमारा ऐसा कुछ इशू नहीं हुआ है किसी के साथ,
मतलब बिल्कुल न्यूट्रल आप अपने मिस्टेक्स हो रहे हैं।
यस,
होपफुली ये मिस्टेक हमें इनके एंड से आने वाले मैचेस में बिल्कुल ना दिखे, फॉर श्योर हमें टॉप पे 8 में भी आते हुए देखने को मिल जाए। बट आप मैचेस को इसी तरीके से एंजॉय करते रहिए क्योंकि कमबैक्स बहुत सारे आने वाले हैं।
सन 2025 हैदराबाद के बीच बसा एक प्यारा सा अरेना जहां पर इंडिया के टॉप 16 टीम्स लड़े झगड़े गिरे उठे और उन 16 टीम्स में से एक टीम ने इंडिया को रिप्रेजेंट किया ग्लोबल स्टेज पर। अब कुछ दिन बाद लोग इस दिन को इसी तरह रिमेंबर करेंगे, याद करेंगे और इसी तरह बात करेंगे. एंड इसीलिए लेडीज एंड जेंटलमैन, दिस इज अ वेरी इंपॉर्टेंट डे of Showdown. So hello and welcome. This is Crafted India Esports presents Battlegrounds Mobile India 2025 Showdown and this is the grand finals. मैं रेडी हूं, हमारे प्लेयर्स रेडी हैं, आप तो घर पे रेडी हैं, लेकिन एक बार मैं हैदराबाद से पूछना चाहता हूं जो यहां पर लोग हैं, are you guys ready? They are clearly ready. So इस समय आपको ये बता दें कि यहां पर माहौल काफी ज्यादा इंटेंस है एंड बचते हैं सिर्फ 6 और गेम्स और हर मैच, हर जोन, हर क्लच, हर डैमेज और हर फिनिश बहुत ज्यादा इंपॉर्टेंट होने वाला है हमारी इन टीम्स में से, क्योंकि अभी देखिए टॉप 6 टीम्स के बीच में जो मार्जिन है वो इतना कम है कि कोई भी टीम ये ट्रॉफी उठा सकती है. लेकिन व्हाट अबाउट द रिमेनिंग 10 टीम्स? उनका एक अलग बैटल चल रहा है, क्योंकि अल्टीमेटली हमारी सारी की सारी टीम्स चाहेंगी कि वो टॉप 8 पर बने रहे, क्योंकि एट द एंड ऑफ द डे जो यहां पर 18th मैच के बाद टॉप 8 पर बनी रहेगी वही जाएगी BGMI इंटरनेशनल कप के लिए जो होने वाला है बस कुछ ही हफ्तों में. सो विथ योर परमिशन, वी ऑलरेडी गॉट योर परमिशन, लेकिन व्हाट अबाउट हैदराबाद, आपकी परमिशन है? स्टार्ट करें. इतनी एनर्जी में तो मजा ही नहीं आएगा, थोड़ा कम ऑन, पूरी एनर्जी के साथ सारे पोस्टर्स दिखा दो, पूरी एनर्जी के साथ. मेक सम नॉइज हैदराबाद. ऑलराइट, तो यहां पर हम सब तैयार हैं, लेकिन व्हाट अबाउट द टीम्स? कौन सी टीम का दबदबा है, कौन सी टीम दबी रहेगी, ये तो अच्छी तरह समझाएंगे हमारे एनालिस्ट. सो लेट्स हेड ओवर टू द एनालिस्ट डेस्क.
Thank you so much, Rohit. And ladies and gentlemen, welcome to the BMSD Grand Finals here. And guess what? That is an amazing crowd here, because today we are completely filled at the Tesseract Arena itself here. And all of us are waiting to see for one thing and one thing only here. And who is going to be lifting that trophy and representing India for the Global Championships. And of course, on the side note, with a cherry on top of the cake here, 8 teams will be representing India to compete for the International Championship. So, my name is ICBaby12 at your service. Join with me is going to be Necro and I Super Johnny as we take you through the commentary for today. Final 6 matches to find which 8 teams is going to be doing the IC and which team on the top #1 spot going to be lifting the trophy and also representing for the Global Championships. But now, in case you missed out in the action here, let's have a little bit of recap on the top plays from yesterday here. Necro, what is your favorite moments here?
To be honest, things started off in quite a lot of misery, and a lot of the teams were there in the latter half of the board as well. We spoke about the day 2 is going to be the day of comebacks, and that's what we saw in the previous day. Yeah, Madkings did kick things off in a decent manner, but later on, it was all about TrueRippers taking the cake. In the first 3 games, TrueRippers was dominating.
Yeah, I mean, TrueRippers did quite well, but I think my moment of the day is going to be that second last game of Miramar yesterday, where we had FS Levi just going berserk, dropping 11 finishes by a solo player, getting a lot of teams for FS Esports. And that was that one critical game where FS made a bounce back and allowed K9 also to make the competition a little bit more intense and not allow OG to run away with the lead.
Well, OG is currently in the lead with 30 points ahead here, and thus far, and based on the calculations here in the grand finals here, the highest amount of gain in a single day is 70 points by OG. So technically, OG is not safe for the throne yet. So I would say now, obviously, we know for a fact that K9 is in contention. Up on screen, 120 points here from OG. K9 is 101. So that's a 19 points lead. So technically, it's going to be very, very close. Soul is going to be thinking about what, 30 points to actually catch up as well. TrueRippers still needs about 34 points to actually match OG. Do you think any of these 4 teams stand a chance, including GDR as well?
Of course they do, man. It's all going to come down to Rondo itself, right? If these teams do have a massive performance on the map of Rondo, just imagine getting 25 points or 30 points. That's going to be the table turner right there. For a team like God's Reign, they pulled off a miraculous comeback yesterday. And they can, of course, pull off the same performance today as well. It's not even a question.
Yeah, that's the thing. You got to understand Rondo is very unpredictable in the sense that it's not too difficult to drop a 30 bomb on Rondo, especially because of the finish farming that goes on within the first few minutes of the game. And that is something that teams like FS, teams like God's Reign really need to rely on. It's very important for these teams to make a comeback in game 1. Otherwise, Otherwise, we are just going to focus on the top 4.
Well, fair enough. Speaking of the top 4 here, this is the best IGL thus far that has led their way throughout the entire BMSD towards the grand finals here. Aru currently sitting on #1 spot, followed by Jelly, Omega coming from K9, Nicole from Seoul, and Arif again. Oh my, after 2 days so far, Arif from Autobots, even though he has not qualified into the grand finals, is still part of the top 5. Meanwhile, let's talk a little bit more on towards the tournament MVP here. Ninja Boy currently sitting right at the tippity top with 88 finishes in total, followed by AKOP with 77, Vizgod with 73, Goblin with 71, and Beast with 70 finishes here. Any surprising entries here?
To be honest, not exactly. We expected all these teams or expected all these players to be there, and they're exactly there as well. But also, we got to have a look at the finals MVP as well.
Well, speaking of the finals MVP, the tournament MVP is based and calculated based on the entire journey from BMSD at the start of BMSD actually until the grand finals. But now on screen, it's only for the finals MVP, and currently AKOP is sitting at the tippity top with 27 finishes, followed by Neo coming from God's Reign, Joker from Seoul, Ninja Boy from K9, and also Levi from FS. Like you said, Johnny.
Yeah.
A nice little bounce back.
I mean, we see 19 finishes. I mentioned this yesterday as well. 11 of those came from a single game. So while we do see Levi make it to the list of finals MVP, he has not been consistent, and that is the one thing that can hamper down performance from FS. But in the meanwhile, TrueRippers and God's Reign on our screens, we are seeing an interesting situation. Both the teams tied up in the number of points that they have, in the number of chicken dinners that they have. But I think TrueRippers, for them, this is like a little bit of a slowdown compared to how they were playing in the rounds before this. For God's Reign, this is definitely an improvement. They were struggling before they showed up in the finals yesterday.
Yeah, I'm curious to see what happened to TrueRippers as well, because we know for them being one of the consistent teams that has been racking up points to be part of the top here, but it seems like things has kind of died down a little bit here. Do you think they do stand a shot to actually break down and try and take OG's top spot?
They do, they actually do. The only problem for TrueRippers in the grand finals is iQOO not clicking. And that's the thing. iQOO has been responsible for majority of the frags that this team usually gets. Yes, there is support from Hers, there is support from Hydro, and Jelly, we all know in certain situations also can step up. But iQOO Lamau has been the key fragger for the team, and he hasn't been able to perform in the grand final so far.
Now, as of yet here, another team that kind of surprises all here, like none of us actually expected them to make it to the grand finals here, narrowly qualifying into the quarterfinal, narrowly qualifying to the semifinals here, and the last day comeback. Now they're sitting in the tippy tops, tying it with TrueRippers with 86 points. Are we going to see this bounce back coming from God's Reign?
By none of us, he means himself, by the way, guys.
True.
We all thought that God's Reign is going to make the comeback towards the grand finals. To be honest, yeah, for a moment, it did feel like the glimmers of hope were fading away in the semifinals, but things were pretty good.
Why are you lying about this?
I mean, I personally did expect Destro to be there in the grand finals, right, no matter what. But yesterday was a major day for God's Reign. The way they pulled off that comeback was unacceptable. And yeah, once again, back towards that TrueRippers topic, the consistency dipping away. In the first 3 games, they did exceptionally well. But then later on, as the games kept on progressing, even the average points just kept on dropping down.
Now, speaking of average points as well, I think you want to talk about God's Reign a little bit more here as well, because this is a team that always prioritizes on placements over finish points. And of course, Rondo is going to be that map they have to focus on building up those finish points here, because right from the get-go, this is going to be the final match of Rondo here in the BMSD Grand Finals here. We're going to be kicking things off with Rondo, Erangel again, and then ending things in the desert plains of Miramar in the final 2 matches. So this 6 total matches is going to be deciding who is going to be part of the top 8 and who is going to be lifting that trophy here. Now, back to that. I know you want to input onto his God's Reign. Tell me more, Johnny.
No, I just wanted to ask Necro whether he went up and had a conversation with God's Reign just like he did yesterday. Yesterday, the man walks up to Destro and he's like, I don't think you can win. I don't think you guys are going to do well. And he's like, now we are just going to do well to make sure that you are not going to be happy.
Look, man, I just feel like something that I do is really going the opposite way, and that's why I said that, okay? I really wanted them to make the comeback. Yeah, it's the toxic motivation that I'm speaking of, but at the start of the day, we all locked in our predictions. OG, of course, majority of the people, that's what they're going with. Sparrow went with TrueRippers. You and me, we're going with K9 Esports, baby.
Ravan as well.
Well, it seems to me a majority of us are siding on 3 teams, except for Spiro, you know, not majority, just 1. But at the same time, it makes a lot of sense, right? Why I would go for OG, you know, they have been trying hard for the entirety of the year, and finally, this is the closest they can go to finally represent India. So My money is on OG, but you know, everybody's got their own personal opinions. But you guys at home who have your own fan favorite players here have been voting throughout these past 3 days, and currently Jonathan is leading by 64%. Seems like, you know, it was neck and neck yesterday, but now Jonathan's all the way up to the top.
Just a match. That's all I can say. Jonathan fans, of course, just voting him constantly, and that's really keeping him on top. Yesterday was 42% for Goblin, but now it's gone down even more because Jonathan fans are just spamming it.
Exactly. I mean, the voting lines were open and the fans have been supporting their favorite athlete so far. And even in the arena, we could hear the fans screaming and shouting his name before we went on stage with Rohit. And I'm pretty sure that's going to be the thing throughout the entire day. And of course, while a lot of fans are there supporting Godlike, while majority of the fans are also there supporting Soul, but I think everyone knows that OG might just run away with the lead today.
Well, for all things considered here, expectations are on OG and K9. Let's see what they have to say right now.
The top 2 teams के IGLs, we've got Orangutan से Aru and we've got Omega from K9, and ये 2 ऐसी teams हैं, एक टीम के लिए डे 1 बहुत अच्छा रहा, दूसरी टीम के लिए डे 2 बहुत अच्छा रहा. तो शुरू करते हैं एंड डे 3 के बारे में बात करते हैं. डे 2 उतना अच्छा नहीं रहा जितना डे 1 रहा. तो क्या चीज़ें हैं जो आप डे 3 में सुधारने वाले हैं आरू, एंड व्हाट आर यू प्लानिंग फॉर डे 3?
डे 2 आई थिंक ठीक था, क्योंकि हम लोग का एम ये था कि हम लोग को कंसिस्टेंट खेलना है, एंड 6 मैचेस में 50 पॉइंट्स आई थिंक इट्स डिसेंट. बट वो ये कि क्योंकि फर्स्ट डे हमारा बहुत अच्छा था, तो हमारे पास अभी लीड है, तो आई गेस K9 पे जितना प्रेशर होगा उतना हम पे नहीं है. बट वो ये कि 6 मैचेस हैं तो कोई भी कहीं से भी कमबैक कर सकता है. तो वो ये हमको 6 के 6 मैचेस में हमारा ए गेम खेलना है.
ऑलराइट, यहाँ पर आरू ने कह दिया कि जितना प्रेशर आप पर है ओमेगा उतना प्रेशर नहीं है. कितना प्रेशर है ये मैं भी जानना चाहता हूँ, एंड बहुत सारे लोग यहाँ पर भी जानना चाहते हैं.
जो लोग मेरे फैंस हैं, जो मुझे जानते हैं, उनको पता है कि मैं प्रेशर नहीं लेता हूँ. बाकी वही आरू वाली बात है, जो अच्छा खेले वो जीत जाएगा. हमने भी यही किया है कि डे 1 की गलतियाँ डे 2 पे करेक्ट की हैं और अच्छा मैच गया. सेम डे 1 डे 2 मिला के डे 3 पे गलतियाँ अपनी कवर करते जाएंगे, और जो अच्छा खेले वो जीत जाएगा. क्यों आरू?
जो अच्छा खेलेगा वो तो जीत जाएगा, लेकिन साथ ही साथ ग्लोबल चांस भी मिलेगा, एंड ऑफ कोर्स इंटरनेशनल कप में भी अपॉर्चुनिटी मिलेगी. तो उसके लिए क्या प्लान्स हैं आरू? हाउ आर यू प्लानिंग फॉर द इंटरनेशनल कप जो होने वाला है बस कुछ ही हफ्तों में?
उसके लिए कुछ ऐसे अलग से प्रिपेयर करने की आई डोंट थिंक कुछ ज़रूरत है. बस अगर हम लोग अपना बेस्ट देंगे, इस मिस्टेक्स पे वर्क करते जाएंगे जो डे 1 एंड डे 2 में हम लोग ने की थी, तो आई गेस वही है कि हम लोग अपनी टीम की जो प्ले स्टाइल है उसको जितना रिफाइन कर सकते हैं वही हमको हेल्प करने वाले आगे.
ऑलराइट, एंड ये मैं स्टार्टिंग से कह रहा हूँ कि K9 एक ऐसी टीम है जिन्होंने सेमीफाइनल्स में डिवाइसेस के साथ नहीं, टीमों के जज्बातों के साथ खेला था. लेकिन अब डे 3 की बात है ओमेगा, एंड ओमेगा यहाँ पर बहुत सारे लोगों को कह रहे हैं कि मैं भी कराऊंगा. क्या कराओगे ऐसा?
वो कह रहे थे कि ट्रॉफी उठा ली तो मैं टच करूँगा, तो मैं कह रहा हूँ कि मैं करवाऊँगा तैसे टच, कोई दिक्कत नहीं है.
काफ़ी कॉन्फिडेंट है इस समय फॉर द डे 3, लेकिन इस समय द रोड टू इंटरनेशनल कप भी है यहाँ पर. तो उसके लिए कितने एक्साइटेड हैं, एंड व्हाट आर प्लान्स फॉर दैट?
उसके लिए तो बहुत ज़्यादा एक्साइटेड है, क्योंकि लास्ट टाइम मैंने मिस कर दिया था. एक बार ही इंटरनेशनल खेलने का मौका मिला था, यहाँ पे टीम्स आई थी तब भी नहीं खेल पाया था. तो हाँ, मैं बहुत एक्साइटेड हूँ कि वो आएंगे, नई नई स्ट्रैटेजी सीखने को मिलेगी, नया गेम मिलेगा. बिल्कुल, बहुत ज़्यादा.
ऑलराइट, सो द टीम्स आर सेट, द आइडियल्स आर सेट, आप भी सेट हैं. सो कॉन्ग्रेचुलेशंस. तो मैं बाद में बोलूँगा आप में से शायद किसी एक को या इनमें से किसी एक को. अभी के लिए मैं बोलना चाहूँगा ऑल द बेस्ट फॉर डे 3. जाइए अपनी टीम्स को ज्वाइन कीजिए, एंड मे यू हैव अ लवली डे 3. सो इस समय टीम सेट है, लेकिन हमारे कास्टर्स क्या कहना चाहते हैं अबाउट डे 3? माहौल यहाँ पर तो काफ़ी ज़्यादा गर्म है, लेकिन कास्टर्स डेस्क में क्या माहौल है, आइए जानते हैं.
The hopes and dreams of all the teams looking to represent the country is on the line, and for the first time in 2025 we have argued that this is the most stacked lobby in the grand finals out of all the tournaments itself here. And guess what? Everybody is looking to try and qualify for the IC Cups, and of course none other for the Global Championships. Now, I know for a fact that, Johnny, you want to talk a little bit more on this upcoming map. Rondo, so far, there was a lot of question marks. We saw adaptations yesterday. What's your input on this map?
I think the first 2 days weren't really they didn't really showcase what's about to happen today. Because day number 1, it was just all chaos. Many of the teams weren't even prepared to play Rondo at that time. Day number 2, you saw the pace drop down in the early stages a little bit, especially from one of the teams that is doing really well on Rondo, K9 Esports. Their level of aggression, they just completely took it off into the first 2 stages of the map. But then again, I mean, today, I think a little bit more tactical approach in terms of who they want to fight early, because it is very important to get those early frags. And I love how the new map rotation is laid out. It's like an F1 circuit. You start off strong, then there's the middle section of Erangel where you stabilize, and then the last sprint onto Miramar.
Well. Very valuable insights here, but without further ado, the race is about to begin here. Final 6 matches on the line. Top 8 representing a country right now, right here. It is going to be the map of Rondo.
Got the planes in the skies once again, and this time it's quite a bright sunny day. But for a lot of these teams, it's a day filled with nightmare. There's still 8 teams on the latter half of the board, and we might just see them spoiling a few things off the rip. We all know Rondo is supposed to be one of the most aggressive maps out there. You will also have those recalls constantly supporting you, but this will be the map where the tempo will be set. This will be the map where the comebacks will happen in the overall standings.
Well, for sure, this is the map where the teams that are struggling way too far behind K9 Esports and OG are going to try to catch up. But right off the bat, about 8 to 9 recall towers are going to be in contention on this map. And of course, we all know New X Factory, Test Track, quite
oh my God.
Locations that I think we are going to see a lot of aggression on already. Right off the bat, we see CK and Godlike. I think it is going to be the New X Factory where they are headed. And I wonder how many teams are going to drop towards Stadium as well. Another location that has that recall tower gives you opportunity to fight it out early.
There's a lot of teams around Test Track, and look at Sim gliding towards Jadena City. His teammates are all the way towards Test Track and Factory, taking that fight, while Simp is going to be there on the recall tower, waiting for his teammates to get picked off. But before that, he will also need to wait for the teammates to actually claim some sort of value from that drop clash. Godlike already taken those shots. You do see that happen on the map as well. You've also got Nebula taking an exit a little bit later in the plane fly path. Nebula is supposed to be a bit more aggressive. K9 Esports, once again, starting things off with a little bit of a slow manner. But let's see how well that's going to work out.
Majority of the teams going for that 3-1 split play approach, but we're going to have to see how much value they get from it. On the other side, we did see K9 Esports drop as a 4-man unit, but where is the squad of OG? In the meanwhile, towards New X Factory, we have Madkings going up against Godlike with Admino knocked out. Punk is still there fighting for his life, while Shadow OG has been finished off quite early in this game.
A bit of a rough start for Admino. Not the idealistic way the man wanted to kick things off, but Clutch got his teammates got his back, and just like that, Godlike, they're losing out on too many players. Admino eliminated with his teammate Punk. And then if you move on towards the players of Soul, even things are getting quite fired up around this block as well. It's OG taking that fight against the players of Soul, but legit, he's going to find that value in the first place. He's also got the SMG to play with, and that might just squeeze out a lot of value. You can just see the man from OG backing away slowly and steadily. He does not even have a lot of HP, and that makes a lot of sense.
Yeah, but Legit needs to realize that OG is going to call for backup, and WizGod, he has been recalled on this map again. On the side of Soul, Knuckle, he's gotten access to a vehicle, I think might just head towards the closest recall tower and wait for Legit to get finished off. They want to take an opportunity to at least try to secure that 1 extra point. And well, maybe I was wrong, just instantly brings Goblin and Joker, both of them back into this game. And Soul, now the question is, can they make a comeback in this fight as well? But advantage to OG for getting those 2 finishes early. We were talking about a frag fiesta, and OG has already started to collect.
A lot of fights happening off the rip. Recall towers being triggered as well. And OG, they somehow bounce back in the fight once again. Soul losing out on Legit completely, but things are under control, since you've got Knuckle constantly triggering that recall tower. So once again, Legit's going to be back up on the field, but now what the game plan's going to be for Soul, they were not really able to squeeze out a lot of value from those recalls.
Yeah, they've kind of wasted a few. Just 1 recall remaining for the side of Soul, 1 remaining for Godlike, the early start, not the one they wanted, but Madkings, they were the ones striking that blow on the players of Godlike. In the meanwhile, we have 8-Bit under pressure. Caught off guard by Mysterious for mid-rotation. They're going to lose a few bodies for no reason at all, to be honest.
It's quite unfortunate. Mysterious 4, though. It's a good thing for them, securing so many points off the rip, and they continue the rep once again. It's going to be Equinox from 8-Bit. The man just wanted to exit away from this spot. Running away, just wants to play it safe. A few more recalls being triggered as well. Luckily enough, every single team, they've got all the 4 players standing. No one's taken that heavy hit. Team AX once again kicking things off against OG. It's not the idealistic way OG really wanted to start the day, but at least they've got some sort of stability right now. They've got 3 elimination points secured.
All right, a few moments ago you said everyone is there with a 4-man roster. Well, that almost everyone. For some reason, Victorious Sumus have used a recall and have been the first team to lose a player completely as well.
There we go. Mafia's once again back on the field, so it's all good in the hood, my friend.
All right, there we go.
But for OG, I'm not exactly sure how well things are going to look like. 3 finishes already acquired, burned through the recalls as well, so this is going to be interesting. Nebula Esports, once again, the pack's on the hunt. All the 4 players ready and primed. Zap vehicles as well, and a few shots taken against Nebula. That's going to be the poise of AX. And I'm telling you, Cyrex just made a major mistake, but now the fight up close and personal, and Nebula comes out on top. It was quite easy.
Again, this time Nebula going very aggressive early on in Rondo. We saw this happen on day 1 where they were able to rack up a lot of finishes in the first few stages of the game. But the only difference is last time we saw them run around the map like this, they were a 4-man unit. This time playing a 3-1 split. They've gone to the strategy that everyone else has been using in this game so far. But Madkings still trying their level best to hold on to that new X Factory. Taking a fight against Cincinnati kids. Somehow Madkings out of everyone is doing quite okay in terms of surviving those fights.
To be honest, things are still under control for a lot of these teams. But OG, once again, on the hunt. And this time, on the receiving side of the spectrum, it might just be God's raid, but they still hit back. It's just in doing that damage. OG, they need to be a little bit careful. They do not have a lot of recalls available. And if I'm not wrong, they already burned through 2 of the recalls. So only 2 players from OG. They stand a chance to be back in the game once again. For God's raid, they can easily go and hit that recall. It's not even a question. Justin is taking a lot of those fadeaway shots upon himself, and OG pushed back a little bit on the defensive side of the spectrum.
I know, man. I mean, OG, all 4 players were together, so a possibility that the entire team could have been taken out over there, but Revive coming through, but Aru getting knocked out in the front lines. And now God's Rain, they will have a little bit of breathing room to work with over here. We already see Delta moving on the flank, looking to make the pounce. Does not really have the util available to have a safer approach into this fight. He sees a man exposed, chooses to take shots on the car. And while they do find Aru and Atanki, WizGod does manage to escape the clutches of God's Rain.
God's Rain. At least they do a lot of damage against OG, so that's a good thing. WizGod, the man's backing away towards the recall tower. That's the only saving grace right now for OG. But I really want to know how many players can really be recalled. Who did they recall previously?
I think almost everyone except maybe WizGod.
Yeah, I'm not sure either.
It's
that a really big question.
Early fight against Seoul, I think the 2 players did get knocked out for sure from the side of OG.
Yeah. We did see one of the players actually getting completely confirmed as well. So to be honest, for OG, things are still pretty good.
All right, there we go. Aru and Atanki brought back, so I guess we have our answer. It was AKOP who was recalled, but Madkings, they bring back Clutch God into this game. Still haven't moved out of Neo X Factory. There is a long standstill between Madkings and Cincinnati kids, but as Clutch God finds his way back towards his teammates, Madkings, they are looking to make the pounce onto Skips. A nice little jiggle, finds one, and in fact the sandwich gets both of them. Madkings getting destroyed at the hands of Cincinnati kids. These are now 3 points, and Clutch God, is he there? Yes, he is.
That's insane from Skips. Able to shut down those players just like that with Madkings. It's completely fine.
Also,
players once again back on the playing field.
By the way, you see that play zone towards the northwestern edge where the players of Victorious Sumus are. Just a few moments ago, there was an EM field there.
Okay.
So that entire area was restricted. Everyone's been trying to avoid that, because of which there's a gap that's just completely empty in the play zone.
Cool. So I guess a lot of these teams might just find that breaching point.
Pretty
but
much.
There is VS constantly guarding it as well, so maybe things can be a little bit different. But hold on to that thought. Now you've got FS Esports against the Boys of Seoul, and this time around, FS, they start a drop-down body. It's Godx getting knocked out, and Seoul constantly just hammering them down slowly and steadily. FS Esports, it's quite unfortunate the way they got absolutely played with. And they're going to be the first team to be eliminated from this game. We talked about Rondo setting up the entire field, but FS Esports, they messed up big.
This was the one opportunity where FS needed to capitalize, and unfortunately for them, they weren't able to do so. But again, that means the door is open for teams like Godlike and for teams like TrueRippers to run away with the lead, or for OG to actually just build upon the momentum which they already have. Also, on the other side of the spectrum, we have K9 Esports. I was hoping they were going to utilize Rondo to try and catch up with OG, but they have been quiet in the early stages so far.
Oh no, for Admino, the man stuck out in the open. He cannot even do anything.
Yeah, these teams are stuck in the EM field right now.
Literally, it's on top of the center. And that's quite funny too. Even the sights are not going to work.
Yep. No scopes.
But still, somewhere down line, these players, they know where to exactly aim. Crosser placement at the end of the day, that's really going to help him. But it finally fades away if I'm not wrong. So yeah, K9 Esports can continue their journey once again. Nebula Esports, are they getting picked off by the play zone? It's a little bit unfortunate. Not exactly sure what's going on with the players in Nebula Esports. But they once again kick things off against Seoul. Goblin gets eliminated from the game.
Seoul have been constantly fighting since the match began, and now finally, as they try to find some space inside of the play zone, they realize that, alright, there's going to be a massive clutter to deal with. But as long as they can bring those bodies back, it should not be a problem. K9 Esports on the other side just overshoot the center of the circle, moving further down south, prioritizing a high ground, a nice little hill to work with. And considering Rondo in comparison to Erangel and Miramar is kind of flat, I think it sounds like a good decision, but we'll have to see. At the end of the day, all that matters is how many points were you able to secure. And for a team like K9 Esports, the only thought in their head at the start of this game one is going to be 19 points.
Yeah.
How do we cover up those 19 points?
The funny part is, for K9 Esports, they're supposed to be one of the most aggressive teams in the lobby. But on the map of Rondo, they somehow decide to play it passive. K9 Esports hasn't really been indulging in a lot of those fights. Nebula going for that recall too. We've also got 8-Bit now finally breaching it from that Netherlands side. Even 8-Bit's been playing it extremely passive. Not going for those fights. 8-Bit, they really do want to play for the late game.
And look at the circle shift, actually. It's a hard shift towards the eastern side. AX all of a sudden find themselves in a pretty decent spot to work with. Seoul as well. Their decision to just not get involved in any direct conflicts and just circling around the northern periphery of the circle actually working out quite nicely. And as you mentioned, 8-Bit, they're going to have superior map control towards the northern half of the circle. But OG on our screens right now, even though they were involved in a lot of action early inside of the game, they are also going for an extremely slow rotation. White Walkers in the middle of nowhere do manage to catch a few individuals from the side of Nebula Esports off guard, but still no team wipe apart from FS.
Indeed. K9 Esports still circling around. There is a team right next to him, and K9 knows it. But K9 does not really want to brute force their way in just yet. Victor Sumus dropping down bodies is not a good thing. We know the moment stage 4 hits, the recall towers deactivate. So you cannot even go for the recalls anymore. Godlike, they just want to get the rest back up on Simp. Things will be good and dandy. And the Vault's got a solid compound to play with. It's around the off-centric side. But a lot of teams, once again, starting to stack around them. So that's where the real problems will begin.
Well, there's going to be a lot of problems for these teams, considering we are heading to kind of an urban area as well towards the outside periphery. That way is going to result in, well, whoever getting the center early, especially before stage 4, just going berserk. But so far, the action has been avoided. For the side of Victorious Sumus, always recalled. It's going to be interesting to see what do Victorious Sumus actually end up doing in this game, considering now they're stuck outside the play zone. And we'll have a cluster of teams to get past.
Indeed. The fact that they were actually able to get the recall back up on the field is insane.
Impressive, yeah.
This late in the game, Victorious Sumus somehow squeezing that recall. Madkings up against the players of Cincinnati Kids. This fight, it's been happening all the way from the Ox Factory, and it continues right now. A little bit awkward between both these teams, but Skips falls down as well by the play zone. It's not looking too good for both these manners. To be honest, Madkings as well can collapse pretty soon. The Blues on the move, and this time it's going to do a lot of damage, and that's what Apollo realizes. Gets the guy on his shoulders, instantly puts him back inside of the vehicle. First he's going to cross that blue, and then maybe go for that revival.
Oh, but shots still being fired in that direction, Madkings. They gotta be cautious. And well, even though those last two players do manage to escape, Cincinnati kids do end up getting a few extra bonus finishes for themselves. By the way, fight that carried, as you mentioned, from New York's factory all the way towards the edge of the play zone south of Tuling. That's about 2,000 meters. They traverse just fighting each other.
Yeah, just targeting each other constantly.
Pretty much.
But soon the recall towers are going to be gone as well, so you got to be quick. If you do have a few recalls available, burn through it right now. Even Soul, the way they've been playing this entire game, I love it. 7 frags on the board already for Soul, looking extremely confident. They know their firepower's working in this game, and that's what Soul's trying to rely on. They've taken a lot of fights, came out on top as well. These 7 points, that's going to help them so much in the overall standings. But for Godlike now, the position they've got, they're getting a bit too comfortable in that position.
Godlike stuck outside the play zone, all thanks to the players of AX. These teams have been gatekeeping each other for the longest of times. And even right now, struggling to find that movement space to move out from the cover. But look at this, WizGod and his position. He's surrounded by the players of K9 Esports. Shots been taken on him as the HP drops to around 50. But OG, they have a pretty decent spot to work with, and hence the cover fire on Slug. He gets knocked out, but it was White Walkers who end up securing that knock. And Slug has been knocked out outside the play zone. So it's going to be a difficult ordeal for K9 Esports to fall back, give the revive, and bring him back into the play zone itself. And while K9 Esports do end up making that approach, Beast is going to be left alone inside the play zone, trying to see if he can make a safe haven for them.
What just happened to Madkings? It was AX just taking him down like that. I guess all the 4 players were in that one single vehicle, and the vehicle just blew up.
I guess.
That's why Madkings got instantly eliminated. You blink it and you miss it. That was that moment. OG on the screen. 3 players down. It's just Aru standing. And just imagine the amount of pressure the man's got. OG, they desperately needed this game if they do want the championship. But now OG, if they're going to leave the gap open, which means soon Soul or either K9 Esports will squeeze in.
And there's a very high probability that it is going to be K9 Esports, but TrueRippers, the ball is going to be in their court from where they are. They should be able to spot out Aru. And I think that is the position where K9 Esports have their eyes set on as well. But we'll have to see what the decision is going to be for the team. TrueRippers, in the meanwhile, realizing that they have to cover up, well, at the start of the day, it was about 34 points of difference within this Rondo and within the next few Erangels. They are taking things extremely slow. I think hoping for a chicken, and if they can squeeze about 25 points from this Rondo, then we can have a lot of hope from TrueRippers as well, moving on the Erangels next.
Indeed, but look at VS. A lot of nades being tossed against him. Godlike. A little bit on the back foot this time. And they, of course, need to be careful as well. Everyone just wants to play for the peak. That high ground VS possesses, it's going to give them a lot of advantage. And also a lot of intel to play with as well, but they're also being the center of attraction, and that's really causing a lot of problems.
Yeah.
8-Bit as well now looking to make that climb as Ninze falls down. 3 players still standing for VS. And these 3 men, I'm not sure what they can do. Even from the back line, you're also going to have that mysterious 4 chiming inside of the fight. Things are getting a little bit too tough for VS.
Not just for VS, they are about to get tough for Godlike as well. A few moments ago, Destro was able to pick off Jonathan, and I think this is just going to be a sandwich situation towards the northern edge of the circle. You have 8-Bit, VS, Godlike, Mysterious 4. Just one man from God's Reign, but AX are moving in to finish him off, and then they trade positions. So all of these teams are going to fight for northern control. The only victors over here, I believe, is going to be Nebula Esports, who is on the other side of the hill, inside the play zone, and they have the luxury of just waiting to see who approaches, who survives this conflict, and just pick off those loose stragglers.
Nebula's been playing it extremely quiet. They were trying their best to take those fights early on, but now they're playing it extremely passive.
Which is nice, to be honest.
Yeah, but they've only got 2 men standing, so that's a problem. So for Nebula Esports, just a 2-man squad, trying to fend off the foes, it just gets even tougher. Utilities tossed out against 8-Bit, and it's going to find the proper connection. As power goes down, Aquanox, the man chipped down extremely low. And Mysterious 4, that's going to be the go call being made. They really do want to press upon the matters. They really do want to rub the salt on top of the wounds. Mysterious 4 already in close proximity. And the last man of 8-Bit, he just gets ran over.
But Mysterious 4, they got reset as well, because without any celebrations, they're going to have to run into the arms of Godlike. And Punk kicked things off with a brilliant knock and a finish secured as well. This helps Godlike out as it equalizes the numbers between them and Mysterious 4. Well, in fact, it gives them the edge, because Mysterious 4 are getting third-partied by VS as well. They are only down to Omega. And here comes the player from Seoul. They want to beat down on all three of these teams who have basically just individual survivors remaining. But K9 Esports, what happened to them? A small little conflict against AX, and K9 just get destroyed. No finishes, no points on Rondo for K9.
What's going on with AX? First eliminated Madkings, now taken care of. K9 Esports. They should have played the same way in the first day as well, and maybe X could have also stood a chance to actually qualify for that global championship once again. But as now we've got Soul on the screen. Godlike on the receiving side of the spectrum. Utility is doing a lot of damage. The Blues on the move as well, so Punk now needs to leave that comfort zone, and that's what he does. A lot of shots taken against Punk. The guy's out in the open. Godlike can't do anything. First game is down the drain. They only got 4 points. And of course, 5 in total, since that one placement point as well counts in.
10 eliminations for Seoul already, and it's them and AX. It seems like are going to be heading for the chicken, and Seoul, they're just going after those finishes like nothing else matters inside of this game, which is just brilliant. Let's not forget, 30 points for Seoul to cover up in order to topple down OG, who have been eliminated from this match with just 4 points to their name. And of course, from the POV of AX, they needed to cover up 16 points to find space in the top 8. And if they end up securing a chicken dinner in this game of Rondo, well, it's a dream start for AX again after the PMPS 2025.
So if I'm not wrong, K9 Esports had 0 eliminations, right?
Yeah, they have 0 points in total from this match.
Which means Seoul has already surpassed him. Seoul is already going to be above the players of K9 Esports.
Yeah, they
Seoul's
needed
going to be
11.
on the second spot. Of course, a few placement will also chime in soon, so it's all good in the hood for Seoul. But I'm pretty sure this is going to be extremely tough. Since OG as well is out of the commission, imagine if Seoul gets a chicken dinner. Now that's going to be a game changer.
And it's not just Seoul that K9 have to worry about. TrueRippers is also still alive in this game, and TrueRippers needed 34. If Seoul needed 30, TrueRippers needed 34. Both these teams are just about to catch up, not just to K9 Esports, but to OG themselves.
Yeah, but the problem is TrueRippers, they do not have a lot of elimination points. Just 1 on the block. Imagine if TrueRippers gets 8 elimination points in this game itself. That's going to be 18 points in total.
Yeah.
Yes, they will be close to K9 Esports, but not close enough. But hold on. Now you've also got Nebula getting absolutely pounced on, and even Nebula. Boy, oh boy. They have been absolutely dismantled from this game, but that was a mistake from Seoul. What were they thinking? Moving out in the open like that, just for that 1 elimination point, they ended up just sacrificing the entire game. This could have been a huge one, but Seoul, they messed up.
Running into a meat grinder, that's what that's called. TrueRippers and AX just shooting as they please towards the players of Seoul, not really allowing even the last man to peek that rage. Look at him. TrueRippers finally 4 eliminations secured, but the pressure is going to be there from the back hills, because now only TrueRippers and AX are going to be there with man advantage. Nebula Esports, it's just are these surviving? Vasista Esports, there's 2 players left, but they can't really do much, and Cincinnati kids are also in this match, but they're down to the last man.
True. Vasista Esports. One man's knocked out, the revival's instantly there. Hector, things looking good and dandy as of now, but they've only got 2 men standing and soon being surrounded by too many foes. Not a lot of places where they can find themselves in the safer shoes, but as you move on towards TrueRippers, they're looking extremely good. All the 4 players still standing, not a lot of elimination points to contribute, but TrueRippers is aiming for the big thing, and that's going to be the chicken itself. Nades from Devotee, putting in a lot of work. And what just happened there? He also gets the confirmation. Wait, was that a team nade?
I don't think that was a team nade. I think
yes, it was.
Was it a team nade?
Yep, Hector just blew his own teammate up.
Man, that's just unfortunate for Vasista Esports, but then again, that's like pretty much their entire journey in the grand finals. Still on the dead last.
All right, Johnny rubbing salt on top of the wounds.
I think they're out of salt at this point.
Yeah, true that, but for AX, it feels like even they're going to be out of commission soon if they keep on playing like this. But they've still got 3 more men standing. TrueRippers waking up a little bit late, but at least they woke up. They've only got 4 elimination points. We'll make that 5 soon. Cyrax, the man's taken down pretty low. If this nade's going to find the right mark, that's going to be 6. Overshoots a bit. Cyrax one with the nature, and Hydro do not overcommit.
Necro, I have a feeling this is going to be an 18-point chicken dinner for TrueRippers.
Yeah, well, my prediction will be on point.
Yeah, let's see though. AX, are they going to do anything about this? With how both these teams are moving, it seems like no one has any idea where Adi is or if he still is there inside of the game. I think TrueRippers right now is assuming it's a 4v4. And AX are going to be the ones assuming with the right assumption that there is one more player from some other team, because there's just 3 of us. We see a 4-man roster. That means 1 extra player surviving somewhere in the map. And hence we see them run for that concrete cover as well, but this allows TrueRippers to fight close quarters.
Adi's really desperate for points. He's looking for the chicken dinner as well, but he's the only person standing from his team. TrueRippers, 4 players next to each other, and now they're going to try to make that pounce against AX. Cyrax a little bit too far away from the fray. The man needs to close on up. TrueRippers. There we go. The first man getting caught off guard, and that's going to be Adi revealing his position. Now the fight's taken down to a 3-on-3-on-1. But at least the grounds are now even, Steven, for Team AX, and they got to thank Adi for that. But Devotee, if you over-peak that angle, Adi will shut you down as well instantly. Team Aryan, they just need to be a little bit more careful and not overcommit.
A lot of missed nades from Devotee as well over there. Just trying to see if he can take out Jelly. And this one's going to be a little bit close, but just a little bit of splash damage onto Harsh. Jelly still unharmed, and at this point you have to try your level best to find that util without committing into a fight. But Devotee, he finishes off Adi. Could have almost been taken out over there as well. Adi was the one found the shot connection first, but Devotee, you can see him shaking his hands. They've started to jitter, but Cyrax with the flank, opening things up, and TrueRippers, Kyo Lemao is going to be the first man to fall. It's a 2 versus 3 with AX having the upper hand.
Those shots extremely deadly, penetrating through the flesh. And AX now having the man advantage as they want to squeeze in a few more elimination points. AX played this so well. The coordination seems on point. They should have played the same way the day 1 and the day 2. And maybe they would have been in the running for the trophy as well. But as of now for AX, they just want to claim this chicken dinner, and it's going to be a massive 1-2 as they shut down Hirsch as well. And now up close, it will be AX coming out on top. What a way to kick things off in the game 1 itself. This will be a miraculous comeback, but I highly doubt it's going to be possible for them to be on the first.
Team needed 16 points to bounce from the 15, from the bottom 4 till the top 8. They get exactly 16 points, man.
Well, ladies and gentlemen, here a day of comebacks for AX, and guess what? They are repeating history once more on what they did in BMPS and from the semifinals to clutch their way into the top 8. But with this recovery coming from Team Aryan themselves here, could they have a shot for the Global Championships? Very, very unlikely, but again, anything is still very, very possible right now.
AX just got 16 finishes. That's going to be 26 points in total, guys. I really want to look at the overall standings and find out where exactly AX has placed themselves. Those 26 points are going to go a long way. There's a big chance they might just be around the top 5 as well.
Yeah, it is a very, very strong possibility as well. But of course, if Team AX mathematically gets all 6 games today, they should be able to qualify for top 8 guaranteed. But is it enough for number 1? Only later on before we can actually show you in this stage here. But for now, this is pretty much their stats from that winner chicken dinner. And of course, what a way to be alive here, because on the final day, even Team Aryan is stepping up.
That's what they pretty much did in the previous round as well, right? Man. AX, their heads were literally on the swivel, and they performed pretty much on the last day in the final few games. And AX pretty much replicating the same stuff as well. Now my question is, what were you guys doing on day 1 and day 2?
By the way, it's not just them, TrueRippers as well. Let's not forget, they are one of those names that's fighting for the trophy, and a top 2 finish in this game actually propels them towards the top 3. And also Seoul, they got a lot of eliminations for themselves.
Well, the race continues. The race rages on for those 8 spots and also the Global Championship slots. But for now, we're going to be taking a very, very short break, and as we continue right after this.
वेलकम बैक एवरीवन। BGMI एक्शन तो यहाँ पर चल रहा है, आपका इंतजार खत्म, अभी बस BGMI एक्शन स्टार्ट हो जाएगा। मेरा इंतजार भी खत्म, क्योंकि मैं काफी टाइम से इंतजार कर रहा था कि मैं कब AX के पास आऊंगा, कब मैं आर्यन से बात करूंगा एंड कब उनके विनिंग स्ट्रीक के बारे में बात करूंगा। फाइनली डे 3 में आ चुका है एंड ये मौका मिल चुका है कि आपको मैं बोलूं कांग्रेचुलेशंस AX। डे 3 की शुरुआत बहुत बेहतरीन रही। तो ऐसा क्या हो गया कि जो आपने डे 1 डे 2 में नहीं किया, यहाँ पर रोटेशन परफेक्ट रहा, यहाँ पर गन फाइट्स परफेक्ट रही, क्या होमवर्क करके आए हो आर्यन?
बस कल रात में ये डिस्कशन कर रहे थे क्या गलती कर रहे हैं, आज उसी पे थोड़ा सुधार करने की कोशिश कर रहे हैं, देखते हैं बाकी के 5 मैच कैसे आता है।
और इस समय देखिए हर टीम को यहाँ पर लड़ने के लिए कुछ ना कुछ तो है। अब भले ही आपको ग्लोबल पोजीशन मिले ना मिले, यहाँ पर टॉप 8 में आना बहुत ज़्यादा ज़रूरी है, क्योंकि वहाँ पर आपको एक टिकट मिलता है फॉर द इंटरनेशनल कप। लेकिन टीम AX यहाँ पर क्या आय कर रही है, टॉप 8 की जगह या उस ट्रॉफी को उठाने का फिर से एक मौका?
अभी सोच रहे हैं अच्छे मैचेस खेलने की, बस ऐसा कुछ ज़्यादा दिमाग में है नहीं, बस यही है कि हर मैच अच्छा खेलना है। आप 20 पॉइंटर या फिर 15 पॉइंट 10 पॉइंट जितने भी आ रहे हैं हमारा बेस्ट देना है, बस बाकी देखते हैं।
एंड यहाँ पर मैं साइरेक्स से भी बात करूंगा। ऑफ कोर्स मैं टीम AX की अगर बात करूं, जब भी कुछ इंटरनेशनल होने की बात होती है तो टीम AX खड़े हो जाती है। क्या ये यहाँ पर ये वाला प्रेशर आ गया था कि यहाँ पर भी इंटरनेशनल जाने का मौका मिलेगा, इसलिए डे 3 हो गया, अब तो खेलना ही पड़ेगा?
मतलब हम ट्राई तो यही कर रहे थे कि जीते ही सही, आज भी यही ट्राई करेंगे कि देखते हैं अब आगे के मैचेस कैसे जाते हैं, स्टेप बाय स्टेप करते हैं, अपना जो भी बेस्ट देंगे अपना।
तो रोंडो में ऐसा क्या वर्क किया इस बार जो पिछले 2 दिन में नहीं किया आपके लिए?
मतलब हम वही H2H फाइट अपना निकालने का ट्राई कर रहे थे और इस बार सबने अपना बेस्ट दिया तो हो ही गया, चिकन आ गया, कन्वर्ट हो गया वो।
एंड अगले 5 गेम्स में क्या प्लान्स हैं, ऐसा क्या होमवर्क है? क्योंकि क्लियरली जो होमवर्क करके आ रहे हैं वो काम तो कर रहा है AX के लिए।
मतलब नॉर्मली खेलेंगे जैसे खेलते हैं और देखते हैं अब क्या होता है।
देखते हैं अब क्या होता है, लेकिन आप इस समय देख रहे हैं ये BGMI का एक्शन एंड द BGMI एक्शन विल कंटिन्यू। लेकिन इस समय एनालिस्ट से जानते हैं कि टीम AX का परफॉर्मेंस उनको कैसा लगा। बैक टू द डेस्क।
I mean, Rohit, simply put, we were amazed with how this team was able to perform, especially in the very first game of the day and when you are starting on Rondo as well. But while we praise AX for their performance, let's get critical about the fight for the trophy. Because we saw OG trying to get aggressive, only 4 points for this game, which is still better than what K9 Esports were able to do in that game 1.
Yeah, I'm not even sure what K9 Esports was thinking in that scenario. They were trying to play a passive game once again, but this time just got eliminated with no elimination points, no placement points, anything. We saw AX just making that pounce against K9 Esports, and within seconds, they were dismantled.
You know, this is going to be a really bad start for K9, but yes, Devotee, credit where credit is due. 5 finishes, Team Aryan, they are on a roll. We have seen them do it even during the Survivor stage. In just one day, I think in 3 or 4 games, they secured 64 points. So I think they are trying to build up something special. Let's see what happens.
And Soul with those 14 points have in fact toppled over K9 Esports as we talk about them. TrueRippers, they are catching up ever so slightly. Mysterious 4 as well, inching their way closer to the top 8. But Nebula Esports, now the question is, these 10 points, are they enough to keep them safe in the top 8? Because this is where things get tricky. 8-bit not being able to perform, this is definitely going to cause them their preferred position. Mysterious 4 did quite decent. I think it was just Nebula Esports that have been constantly taking a tumble from day 1 till now. And, well, all right, while the fight for the top first, all right, is down to 20 points, look towards the 8th position. We have 77, 77, 77. A 3-way tie between AX, Mysterious 4 and Nebula Esports.
I mean, Team AX, the way they made the comeback, I'm pretty sure Nebula Esports and Mysterious 4 just never saw that coming.
Yeah.
And to be honest, it was a good game for Nebula Esports and Mysterious 4 as well, but AX just had a phenomenal and a smooth outing. Now, looking at the players of Godlike, yeah, just a few points separating them as well. And in the upcoming games, if Godlike do not perform, they will be kicked out of the top 8 as well. Now, the conversation, once again, should go back towards Soul, and the way they threw that game, I don't exactly know why they were so greedy for that one elimination point. They charged in and instantly they got dismantled.
You know, I still would second that Team Soul really had a great start. I think even if they did not get the chicken dinner, those points out of those finishes matter a lot, Johnny.
Exactly.
Especially when you're trying to build up a momentum. And Rondo was all about that. Nobody had any set strategy. It was all about just going out. So Team Soul, I think they are pumped at this point. Next game of Erangel has always been a big issue for them. If they can still somehow manage to secure those 10-12 points in this one, they're back, baby.
Hey man, perfectly said. You took the words right out of my mouth. That Rondo was all about those frags, and as long as you can topple over K9 Esports, you can focus on the future maps. And It was about that awkward start in Rondo, but now comes your time to stabilize. 3 Erangels back to back.
Yes.
You need to hold on to that momentum for the trophy. Now it's just a question of who drops the ball first, who makes the first mistake in these next 3 Erangels, because the last 2 maps of the day, those 2 Miramars, are just going to be an all-out sprint. But with that being said, ladies and gentlemen, the countdown is down to the last 5 seconds, and it is time for us to move to the home ground. Here we go towards Erangel.
Fight for the first spot, and of course the plane flat path as well, playing its own shenanigans, starting all the way from Norupnoi towards Fairpier. The plane flat path heavily tilted down south, and imagine the amount of teams that are going to be messed up by this plane flat path. One of them is also going to be K9 Esports, since they like to drop all the way towards Severny. I really want to see what sort of quick adjustment we're going to see from them.
We've seen this in the past. Every time we get a similar flight path trajectory, K9 loves to drop around the southern areas of Pochinki, that garage. So that will be heavily contested, but I'm really concerned about Orangutan and Godlike. Both of them will be going around Milta Power. Godlike likes to take those vehicles. They head over towards Lipovka. Yesterday we saw in a similar situation, Godlike took down 3 players of OG. So OG, they would be aware of what's going to happen, how are they going to traverse around, but iQOO Soul, eyes will also be on them. This team is heavily loaded with momentum right now, and TrueRippers, they have no trouble whatsoever.
Look, at the end of the day, it's a fight for that slot towards the Global Championship, and OG is still maintaining that distance, which is an extremely good thing in the overall standings.
20 points.
As long as OG has got that difference in the overall standings from the first to the second spot, OG will have that cushion consistently on top of them. But they just need to make sure that they're not even dropping one single game and consistently getting at least 7 to 8 points per game.
All right, so Hero Xtreme Godlike, Necro, they've decided to change their ways. They may be heading towards the northern side. We've seen them doing that also. Taking the western highways, get some decent loot, and maybe go up top. But this is one of those circles, another hybrid one, and will favor the likes of Team iQOO Soul. We've seen them head over towards the school apartment areas. Orangutan still around Milta Power, but Team Aryan can really never count them out. Even for TrueRippers, a big concern shall be if Team Aryan or FS, they decide to bridge camp. That could be an interesting situation building up.
Godlike playing a little bit on the safer foot this time, and it makes a lot of sense as well. They're on the verge of being kicked out of the top 8. That's why they just want to have a bit of a safer start. Not really go up against the players of OG this time around. Players of Vasista Esports taking those shots in the front lines. Madkings, of course, taking a lot of damage upon themselves, but it's not enough to get the knock yet. Scary John whiffing a lot of those shots as well. He was not able to connect those. It was a tough connect anyways. Vasista Esports, they're just going to get their hands on this monster truck and instantly back away.
Realistically speaking, Vasista Esports, I don't see a world where they go on to win this. But there's still a chance where they can contest for the top 8. That's still quite achievable, given the fact that all they need is that one chicken dinner. But given what we saw in Rondo, how Hector, he made those mistakes, self-naded his own teammate, as now out in the open, and Ninja Boy instantly catches him. Hector down on his knees. K9 know that whatever finishes they can salvage from here, that's an added bonus. They're yet to get towards Severny, so that's all those time being delayed. So I'm rather concerned. How much loot does the boys of K9 have on them?
Yeah. K9 are going to be extremely happy. Getting that elimination point secured, and of course, they just want to head on towards Severny. That's what the game plan is. Even the circle panning out up north, completely opposite from the plane fly path. For Godlike, I'm not sure what the game plan's now going to be. Where is Godlike heading? All the way towards the Big Boy Mountain, maybe head on towards Georgiapol, but there's also going to be Madkings around that close proximity, so I'm not sure where Godlike really wants to settle down.
Exactly. And again, it feels like they're in two minds. Even in the previous game, we saw the comms were not there. The team, just to sum it up, hasn't really been looking like a team. It's been all about 4 individual players doing their own thing, and now also they look lost. Madkings aware of somebody traversing around. Still not taking any shots at them. They are just busy looting. Even for Madkings, They would be eyeing out to secure a nice spot in the top 8, but K9, they'll have to be on their toes. Cannot make mistakes. Suddenly they saw a vehicle passing by. You could see how alarmed all the players got.
Indeed. K9 Esports is on the move as well. And to be honest, for K9 Esports, once again, heading towards Severny has to be the best possible idea, and that's what they're doing. They'll move to a Severny, get their hands on the loot. They can loot as long as possible. The circle is right around the block. Then you've also got a team like 8-Bit. Might just be the spanner in the works. But 8-Bit this time are extremely proactive. Godlike headed on towards the George Bull apartments. It's a little bit awkward. Not often you see Godlike drop towards this spot. But they rotated all the way from the southern side towards this space. You've also got Mysterious 4 around the same block as well. And soon we might just see that fight come through.
Does Simp even know? The way he's looting around, seems like he has no clue that there's one player waiting for him with his hands wide open. Cannot afford to make any mistakes as of now. And Simp still unaware. Mysterious 4 closing in that gap. Bunny, Hero, both of them do not have that perfect cover fire angle. So Snowjot, it's safe to say he's cut off from his squad. And Simp still does not know.
I'm pretty sure they're just waiting for Snowjaw to find the first knock, and the moment that happens, it's going to be good news, but almost messed up. Snowjaw things under control. The man does wipe out Simp, so that's a good thing. As I mentioned, Mysterious Force just waiting for that man advantage, and the man advantage is here. And now here comes the cavalry. Omega, the man closes on up. There's Admino in close proximity as well, but that was a fantastic knock. Bunny knocked out. Getting the confirmation is going to be a little bit tough, but Bunny just wants to cross. Admino with a nade primed up in his hand, and he wants to toss that nade. But I just love the way Omega's playing this fight. Constantly moving around, not exactly giving the proper cues to Admino. So he got a little bit confused on where exactly he should have tossed that nade.
So far it's a 3-on-3 situation. Snowjot is also regrouped with Omega, and now they might want to get a knock on towards Admino, but Admino snuffing out Hero, gets a knock this time against Omega, finds another. Snowjot will find that trade, gets to be the hero for his team, but the damage has been done. Hero Xtreme, Godlike, they need to close in ASAP, but look at the far off fray. Madkings, they also want a third party this one.
They're here to third party, but it's going to be a tough one, to be honest. Mysterious 4, they constantly hit back. Another shock and pump to the chest, and Snowjot is not done yet. He wants to continue the wrath, rain down death and destruction against Godlike. A nade being primed in his hands as well, and if this nade is going to find the right connection, it might just do a lot of damage. Now he knows exactly where that man is, and just like that, Godlike, they've been eliminated from this game. And with this elimination, the hopes and dreams as well of maybe heading towards the championship are done.
And for Snowjaw, it was individual brilliance there. 4 finishes up his tally. But now he's not got any time to celebrate either. Madkings closing in the distance. They want to bombard the entire apartment over here. As Clutchcord making sure he checks every nook and cranny. A crossfire setup. Omega, Snowjot having a nice angle. They'll have to play this one out together. Snowjot readying up another grenade. Nice smoke deployed. Enough time to get some breather here. Snowjot does not have any armor on him. I'm sure he does not have a lot of ammunitions either.
True. But Godlike, after such a performance, they're also going to be kicked out of the top 8. But Mysterious 4, this 2-man squad, they're still fighting back for that top 8 position. A well-placed nade from Clutchcod's going to find that opener. As now for Mysterious 4, they've only got Omega left standing. One man against the entirety of Madkings. Can he really hold it down? Defense, it needs to be on point. Utilities, even they're going to do a lot of damage. Omega just getting clipped a little bit. But still, the man's alive. 10 shells in the shotgun, and this might just be it. But the nail's not in the coffin yet. Still Omega in that closet room, and he's constantly pre-firing that corner. He's just waiting for someone from Madkings to pop up. But Madkings, they were playing it smartly, and in the end, they will be the one to come out on top.
An easy execution coming in from Madkings. No casualties and 2 finishes secured. They are looking quite dandy for now as Nebula. They're in a world of trouble. Down around prison, wanted to rotate around, playing around Yasnaya this time. And White Walkers were prepared for them. And look at Viscott. He's on the prowl. I do not know if this is a good decision that OG has made. They've heard that commotion earlier. They were around the Volcano Hills. And suddenly, they decided to secure a couple of finishes. But then they realized that this fight has been prolonging. Hence, they decided to regroup and now further venture deep into the circle.
Are they out in the open?
He's visible, no?
Yeah, he is. You know he's there. The man thought he was invisible, but yeah, in the end gets spotted. And that's going to be it for Nebula. So many teams that were tied up, but slowly and steadily they're getting eliminated from the game.
But Heatbit, at this point, they had been holding on to that Rozhok area. They had that warehouse to themselves. And given how the circle has shifted away, it still gives us that feeling it's going to be a hybrid one. Even for TrueRippers, right next to the players of FS, a very important game for Jelly nonetheless. He went very close on getting a chicken dinner. They kind of messed that one up, and TrueRippers, we know they have good conversion ratios in Erangel, but Sahil OP, he finds an opener onto it, skips, but FS, they want to play this one slow as well.
Unfortunate stuff. Cincinnati Kids losing out on the main man. But even Vasista Esports lost out on Hector. So it's a bit unfortunate. The way for a lot of these teams, the games have kicked off in quite the awkward manner. Nebula Esports, Godlike, and 4 getting eliminated so early. And these teams are in the mid-pack, by the way. There's no business of them getting eliminated so early. But it happened. It's not just a fight for that global championship. It's also a fight for the International Cup. And for that, you need to be in the top 8.
Right now, K9 has a prime position. If you ask me, inside the circle, they've got that northern control. They've got a nice spread to work around. And they have also got a contingency plan. Deploying 2 of their players around that junction area. Orangutan, they might be under heavy fire. Miramar, right in the vicinity. They have spotted the players of OG out. And let's not forget, Miramar were quite stellar in the previous game. They're starting to feel themselves, but legit. He catches a wave, takes a couple of shots onto the players of OG. Did not connect a lot though, but OG, how do they get inside the zone given 8-bit? They're holding the door.
Look at K9 Esports, that widespread. You've got Slug and Beast around the northern side, and Omega and his teammate just playing around the off-centric. It's a big split they're holding. I'm not exactly sure what the game plan's going to be looking like for K9 Esports. But I'm pretty sure they're cooking up something big.
Hold on.
Probably do want to scavenge a few elimination points as well in this pack.
Ooh, TrueRippers. This was unexpected from their side. Did not see Victor Sumus to be there as even Harsh out in the open. Clutch God gets a go at it, but then you go. Kio Lama with that beautiful grenade. A trade found by TrueRippers. Casualties clearly there. Hydro, Harsh out of commission. Jelly, Kyolamau have to get something special done. Kyolamau, he's being pushed at some 1-on-2 situation. He's got the grenade sprimmed. And now, another grenade lobbed. Apollo, you've seen this man. He has got what it takes to pull those clutches out. Kyolamau out in the open, and Apollo has his number. There you go, Madkings. They bounce back once again. 4 finishes secured, and TrueRippers almost on the cusp of getting eliminated.
They've taken too much damage upon themselves. Lost out in 2 players as well. And the remaining 2, they don't even have a good position in the water lines. And Victor Sumus, they just want to camp it out. Mafia, the man, is just going to straight up send it with his boys. Of course, catching a bit of that hurt upon themselves at the same time as well. Some heavy damage inflicted on Mafia. But still, the man's good. Victor Sumus, at least they found themselves a bit of that safety breach around the northern side. K9 Esports is controlling that entirety of the northern side, but having a look at the replay on how exactly Mysterious 4, they held that ground against Godlike.
4 individual finishes for Snowjot. He was the one making all those moves, Necro, and especially with that pump action shotgun. Loved every bit of it. And Hero Xtreme, Godlike, they just came pouring in, no utility deployed. They were not really trying to provide any sort of resistance to him, and Snowjot just took over. And you could see Godlike fans expressing their dissent, not pleased with how the team was dealt with like that, but now addressing to important matters. Orangutan, iQOO Soul were very close to each other, but Madkings, a fight against Victor Sumus in the making. Shadow prepping up that grenade. Ninja trying to take over the higher ground. Always secures that finish onto its clutch cord, and this nade changes everything. Mafia, he strikes. Shadow does not have a lot of HP to work with, but still somehow those trades come in. But Apollo gets dealt with, and Victorious Sumus, they somehow survive the scare and will get those revives. They're also doing good.
This was a desperately needed fight for Victorious Sumus, and they finally get it as well. But look at the next circle. It's going to pop up north. K9 Esports in the advantageous side, and you've also got White Walkers. And White Walkers might just be caught in a pinch. They need to be careful. AX now making that pounce against Victorious Sumus. A quick third party coming through. And AX, they're going to find themselves with the advantage. And that's going to be the man advantage itself. Aryan finding the first knock as Sam goes down. Victorious Sumus. Unfortunate way the fight really kicked off, but this third party, it was perfectly placed from AX.
Indeed it was. And this is what we talk about when a player enters his flow state. Letting his inhibitions take over. Acting according to instincts, but Kyo Lamau, he has been spotted, and he knows. Inze keeping close watch, and even K9, they do not want to give Kyo Lamau that entry, that breathing room, and Hydro instantly going back into the waters, taking that swan dive there. As Jelly, this is the golden room of opportunity. There you go, he strikes one away, stepping out of his vehicle. Jelly has to do it. Two YGLs, one of the finest in the country, as Jelly deciding to back off, and it's going to be Codex from the far affray, and Victorious Sumus, they also bow out.
Unfortunate. Teams getting eliminated back and forth. It's like a domino effect. The moment you see one team being eliminated, instantly the second one falls down as well. And the same thing is now also happening for AX. They've lost out on one of the players to the play zone itself. But hopefully the revival's there. Things will be good and dandy for OG. They got to be a little bit more careful off the close proximity. There's also K9 Esports, OG, and Soul right next to each other. The top three in the overall standings. This might just be the face-off everyone's waiting for. And if OG loses this fight, the lead they've got will fade away.
Exactly. You could feel the tension. Nobody wants to break this eerie silence. Just driving around, trying to find that opening. We saw two players of OG traveling together. iQOO Soul, they've got their own individual vehicles, and Aru, he's found a concrete compound around the edges, but now, even for Soul, they need some safer haven. Richard spotted out, Vizgod trying to find an opener, just trying to damage that vehicle, but Goblin and Vizgod had to be careful. Godex, he strikes from the sidelines, and seems like FS really want to double down on this.
They've got the line of sights on every single player, that's what it feels like. FS Esports, the way they're playing this game, it definitely does feel like they do possess a lot of control. But as of now for OG, they just want to find some stability. Get the revival back up on the fallen comrade, and that's what OG's backing for. Even Soul's playing around another end, and then you've also got AX just playing around the top left. The way AX lost out on their main man was a little bit unfortunate.
OG, they're making those mistakes. Those commitments clearly visible. Unwanted engagements. They are letting the teams get the better of them, but K9 now quite poised, quite stoic in this situation. They've got those compounds. Ninja Boy, that early finish. K9, they have to make do with what they have, but FS suddenly have the center to themselves. They're showing that fighting intent. They're just scouting around, maybe to find a good holding spot, but that's the issue, right? When you look at the map, it feels like FS, they are going to get sandwiched. Everybody is just waiting for that next circle shift. Vasista Esports, you can have a glee smile, but FS instantly taking control of that northwestern area. So many teams will pour in, and for Goblin, he's knocked out, but even OG, they've taken a loss. It's going to be the big man, AKOP, and OG, they want to see this through. They want to fight for it.
I'm not a big fan of Knuckles' position. The man's out in the open. Backs are exposed as well. But the utilities, they now put in a lot of work. As OG, two of the players knocked out. Constant back-to-back games for OG. They're definitely starting to feel the pain and hurt. And now you've got Soul. For them, all the four players are still standing. And the amount of control Soul has, it definitely does feel like they're in their comfort zone. Utilities from the side of Knuckle, they can definitely penetrate through, and that can do a lot of damage through the smoke. He's finding those connections. OG on the verge of being dismantled. And Soul, this is gonna be a monstrous fight. If they do come out on top, this might just be the first spot in takings. And Seoul, they're desperate to find that first spot in the overall standings. As slowly and steadily, OG are being devoured. It's the fight for the first spot in the overall standings. And OG, they've been eliminated from this game. As Seoul, this will be a monstrous clutch.
I think still one player survived from OG. Maybe he decided to head away. But with Scott, he's been dealt with. FS, they get the final blow. iQOO Seoul, they're starting to feel themselves. Went full set. 5 finishes, and this is what I was talking about. This is what happens when you have a great start in Rondo. Now, that electricity quite visible, absolutely stunning the players of OG, but FS, they have that center to themselves. iQOO Seoul still not inside the zone yet. These 5 finishes, no casualties. Necro, it feels like iQOO Seoul, they're doing it.
Yeah, they're feeling the firepower. And it was such a clutchy play if you think about it for the overall standings. Seoul shutting down OG. This literally feels like a script. 4 players next to each other for Seoul. Once again, playing that 2-2 split. It's been working out pretty well for them. And they're like the cleanup crew, just cleaning out the ground slowly. K9 Esports in the front. FS Esports as well, losing out on a few players in the fight. But FS, they've still got 3 men standing. And K9 Esports is Omega. He's on the verge of being knocked. The man needs to be a little bit careful, but Roman, he's going to be eliminated from the game. And with that, FS, they've been sent back packing.
3 finishes added on for K9. And this is a very decisive fight. iQOO Seoul taking up arms against the likes of K9. Beast, we know it was his birthday yesterday. And iQOO Seoul, they've got that slight high ground advantage to work with. Beast reversing around. Team AX also on their sidelines. 8-bit, they have been silent so far. GDR, they're also getting into the action. And now Somraj, Equinox, both spotted out. Ninja Boy, he's got visuals on Goblin. Not firing shots yet. K9, they'll have to piece this one out very carefully. They know exactly where the players of iQOO Seoul are. Just waiting for an opener.
Meanwhile, if you look at the circle, that's going to be an important one as well. God's Reign for them. This might just be a bit of that saving grace. Not too far away from them, the zone is. For K9 Esports, now they need to deal with the players of Seoul, and even 8-bit's going to be there in the sidelines. And for 8-bit, they're fighting for the top 8. They're too far back in the overall standings, and only the top 8 is now available for grabs. So that's what 8-bit needs to work with. For Seoul, though, with 6 finishes racked up, they're definitely feeling themselves. But the same thing can also be said for K9 Esports. They just got a squad wipe against FS. So even that matters. Utilities just tossed out against K9 and none of them find any sort of connection. Soul's on the move and they're also catching a lot of that hurt upon themselves. The vehicle speeds out in the open. Problems after problems now start to stack up as Knuckle gets knocked. But even Seoul, they get a return trade on the fray. So that's going to be extremely important. Up close and personal, they Seoul make the bounce. As now Goblin is going to be able to find the first and the second one as well. The clutch genes coming into play. As now it's going to be a slam even from the side of 8-bit. This quick third party, it's ruining the dream for Seoul.
Taking the living days out of their eyes. And now for K9 even in a heap of trouble. Ninja Boy on his knees. 8-bit, they were waiting for this moment, and now that has arrived, they're ruining everything. He's so far 2 finishes to this man. Omega still in the hiding. Silo P from the back of Ray. You've got Omega, he's also been dealt with. K9, they're also out of this game. So Seoul, after a great start, and even for K9, they were silent, and now everybody's out with GDR still alive.
God's Reign is still in the race. And as long as God's Reign's live, anything can happen in the overall standings. Imagine if God's Reign, they squeeze in a chicken dinner. That can be a major difference maker. Even God's Reign will instantly propel themselves to the top 3. That will be insane. And that's why these teams around the block, now they need to start praying that God's Reign should not get the chicken dinner. Vasista Esports is pro. The man gets caught off guard. As God's Reign, they do thread the needle. The knock's found. Silo P as well in the back lines. The utilities now crawling up extremely close. And even Silo P as well. Slowly and steadily creeping and crawling his way up. Nate chipping out a lot of damage, but Sahil, the man needs to be cautious.
Look at this, Somraj. An important opener again on Scary Jot. And 8-bit, they have the entire Northern control to themselves. GDR, they'll have to work with just the 2 players alive. Destro, Neo. A chicken dinner has to be in the cards for the likes of GDR. Considering there's a big void, they can fill this one up, instantly propel themselves to the top 3, even a top 2 in the making. But 8-bit, 6 finishes secure, all 4 players alive. And look at them. They're feeling eased right now. They were all coiled up, and the big moment when it mattered, 8-bit striked.
They indeed did. God's Reign still cooking this chicken dinner. But unfortunately for God's Reign, there was a bit of that casualty. But it's under control. The next zone, it's going to center on up once again. Devotee, the man somehow made it alive. Silo P, the man from Vasista Esports, still trying to fight back for that top 8 positioning in the overall standings. That's the only thing Vasista can really fight for. For this man from AX, as long as he's not even shooting a single bullet, he's going to be fine.
For 8-bit, I think it's all about getting back to their shells once again, not take any unwanted risks. This game is theirs. Need not make those mistakes. White Walkers, they're also alive. Their position have been compromised, cuts to those vehicles lying around. But Devotee, we've seen this man can change games. We have seen him flipping those scripts. The only lonely straggler. And he's surrounded by foes from every possible direction. Somraj, does he have visuals on Vegito? Vegito has been having a great tournament so far. White Walkers, 7 finishes already in this game. But now Necro, they'll have to get inside the zone. GDR playing from the southern side, just around the edges. They've got 3 players. Even Delta bought back up, and GDR, they'll have to do something special here.
They indeed will have to. It's a big split from GDR. Destro in the back, Delta and Neo next to each other.
What?
The Flames.
How?
They're not spreading enough to get Devotee.
He
Man
lives?
still survived, barely on a pixel. This has got to be a miracle. Now the man's bandaging himself up constantly. His helmet and vest, it's on the verge of being completely broken apart. But now for 8-bit, since they've got the man advantage in the final few moments, 8-bit's been playing it pretty slow.
I think no reason to go aggressive as of now, because they do not know where the players of GDR exactly are. They've got a hunch, but then again, if they go full send and could suffer the same fate that happened to iQOO Soul, they need a knock, they need an opener. Destro, this time, spotted Devotee out. I'm starting to wonder if Devotee has any meds on him. He's down to his last bandages, and now the circle's also starting to close in. So GDR, they'll have to come up top.
Yeah, they'll need a move. The Blues going to be on the move, and this time it's going to do a lot of damage. So you cannot even afford to stay outside of it, even for a second. A well-placed nade from God's Reign will catch the foe, as there's still that one man from Vasista Esports who might just possess a lot of threat to God's Reign. But do they have a clue? That's my question. And somewhere down line, they do want to check out the foe as well. The surrounding awareness, it's not there yet for God's Reign. They've got no intel on that one man of Vasista Esports. And as long as Silo P is alive, for God's Reign to claim the chicken dinner, it's going to be impossible.
Look at Delta.
Yeah, just slipped.
Just slipped. Cannot afford those slips inside the game. And right now, Vegito, he could be a game changer. Has the smoke deployed. And if Sahil OP and Vegito get a knock on either of 8-bit or GDR, they could be deciding who walks away with the chicken dinner. Still could be anybody's game, but 8-bit, they've got really nice position. They've got some finishes to work with. The high ground, and GDR want to be extremely cautious in this one. Vegito throws that grenade, but S-Power, he connects. And 8-bit, they finally got that opener. They want to secure that finish, and even GDR would be eyeing on that finish. Every point so valuable. Beast getting it home for their team, but Flash, still the final player alive. Not anymore.
The utilities, they're quite detrimental. God's Reign, they've managed to wipe out the entirety of White Walkers. Vasista Esports still alive with Silo P. And God's Reign somewhere downline, they've got no clue that Silo P's right next to him. The moment God's Reign leave this ridge, Silo P will be activated. God's Reign, they've got 7 finishes so far. If they do manage to clutch out the fight against 8-bit, That's going to be a lot of points in the overall tally.
Then there is Silopi, the lonely straggler from Vasista Esports, as they are fighting to secure their berth inside the top 8, a chance to play once more in the IC. Silopi, his position given out, closing in, but 8-Bit and GDR, they will see this till the end. 8-Bit also having that man advantage. Beast, he's been spotted, and Silopi needs to be acting on his triggers.
Yeah.
Smokes deployed every which way. As Neo trying to close in from the edges, he knows Silopi is there, will try to run him over. That's a nice finish, but 8-Bit, Beast, he secures that opener onto its Neo and GDR. Finally, piece by piece, they are getting devoured to the point where 8-Bit, they also mark their comeback and suddenly find themselves in a race where they could be hopeful for the podium.
Podium is a little bit too far away, but I would say top 8 definitely, because before this game, 8-Bit was in the bottom 2. So I would say this fight is pretty much for the top 8 from the side of 8-Bit.
And it helps them close the difference by quite a lot, 20 points from this game. But there was something very interesting going on during the mid-game stages. We saw OG take an early exit. TrueRippers also not really present in that match. And then it came down to Soul versus K9 with 8-Bit showing up for that third party at the right second. And that changed everything, because Necro, you mentioned something different over there, which was very important. God's Reign could have broken into the top 2.
Yeah, of course, and I'm pretty sure they did get a decent bit of points in this game as well. So there's definitely a big chance they might be around the 3rd spot as well. So, to be honest, it was a solid game. Could have been a lot better from God's Reign. Now, once again, going back towards that trifecta that we saw. Soul, K9, and even the team at the top, OG, right next to each other. And this is where you can't say, great minds think alike.
Yeah, and I think Soul did something very brilliant over there, Fixtures, because they were the ones who eliminated OG. That means OG went out of this game without even giving a fight. Soul got a few extra bonus points, but you have stopped the leaders of the leaderboard from climbing up any further.
You could see OG are clearly feeling the heat up. Their movements, you could see they're quite unsure. They're making those hasty mistakes. That is something they have to avoid. But iQOO Soul, that Rondo map where they went all out, that is finally starting to show up, right? They're on the chase, and you know it's sometimes easy to chase, and for OG to defend. They've been eyeing out on that one good game. The mentality clearly is to try and play it safe, try and get the chicken dinner, but that's not working. They wanted to go aggressive in Rondo. That did not work either.
And again, the pressure is there because this is still the fight to fight the first team India that will go ahead and represent India on that international circuit, on the international stage of GC. And of course, things getting extremely intense. 2 games for the grand finale, done and dusted. We still have 4 more matches left, 2 more Erangels, 2 more Miramars, and the action, ladies and gentlemen, is not going to die down any soon. So I hope you guys are excited for the upcoming matches, because the action continues on the other side of the break.
back after that short break, and now it's ICN Fixes with me on the panel. And after that, watching that game definitely was a roller coaster of emotions, especially when we saw Soul, OG, and K9 right next to each other. It was still so many question marks popping up in our minds. Who's going to be the one to come out on top in that fight, and who will head on to get that chicken dinner?
You know what's really crazy about that match was that the tops are fighting for the #1 spot, and the teams at the bottom are fighting to get into top 8. In particular, Aryan and also 8-Bit is stepping up big time, and it is spoiling the games for the team at the top as well. However, in this game, Seoul has decided on the final day in the grand finals itself to kind of step up big here, because game 1 was huge for them. Even game 2 now was pretty phenomenal.
Yeah, getting a decent bit of elimination points for Seoul, so at least they got 8. That's going to be the average points achieved. Looking at White Walkers getting 11 points. God's Reign as well. This 14-pointer, it might just propel them around the top 3. 8-Bit getting 20 points as well. That's going to help them quite a bit. For K9 Esports, these 7 points, it's going to help them sustain that spot in the overall standings.
So far, the only team that was in contention, barring GDR, I think Team Seoul is showing that winning intent. Our first game also, they secured a lot of points. This game also a lot of points. And when K9 and OG, they're feeling those nerves, those mistakes that they're making is really haunting them, Necro. And as of now, look at this. The difference barely even there. One good game from Team Seoul or even K9 and even GDR, as a matter of fact, I think they're done.
I think the intent here from GDR was always about, hey, you know what, let's just defend as much as we can, you know, to retain in the top 8. But now with this performance coming from GDR, with 4 matches left, that means in order for them to topple OG must flop the remaining 4 games, and they need to 1 or 2 massive games to bounce back from that. Which again, it should be possible, but it's not impossible. I mean, like, it sounds impossible, but it's not entirely impossible, if that makes sense.
It can also be the other way, right?
Yeah.
OG can mess up this one single game, and the other teams who are there in the top 5, they get a solid game. So even that variable also comes inside of the picture. For OG, they've been bombing the first 2 games. We talked about the first 2 games are going to be the day saver, and the teams that needed to perform are performing. Now, if we were going to move on towards the upcoming game, I really want to know what you guys' predictions going to be.
Let's collectively say OG. Let's
3, 2, 1, OG.
Wow. Just OG supporters supporting OG. I guess they really do want to see a one-sided competition, but I want to see the competition go extremely close. So my prediction is going to be K9 Esports. I really do want to see them maybe on the first or the second spot. Before now, we've got a quick interview lined up on towards the stage, so let's move on and see what's going on there.
Thank you so much, Analyst. And मेरे साथ हैं 2 ऐसे IGLs who are not new to LAN finals, लेकिन इस समय कास्टर्स भी कह रहे हैं, एनालिस्ट भी कह रहे हैं, डेस्ट्रो है मेरे साथ, सोमराज भी हैं. ये हम लोग स्टार्टिंग से कह रहे हैं कि दिस इज प्रॉब्ली वन ऑफ द मोस्ट कंपेटिटिव लॉबीज इन BGMI LANs. एंड तीसरे दिन में जाकर सोमराज आपकी टीम को एक चिकन डिनर मिलता है, तो आपको भी ये लगता है कि ये लॉबी जो है ये थोड़ा सा कंपेटिटिव ज़्यादा है?
डेफिनेटली ये लॉबी थोड़ा कंपिटिटिव है, क्योंकि इसमें सारे चैम्पियंस और पुराने प्लेयर्स हैं. एट द सेम टाइम मतलब मौका सबको मिल रहा है, और जो चोक कर रहा है उसका चिकन नहीं निकल रहा है. लकीली हमारा ये 3rd डे पे पहला चिकन आया है, सो लेट्स सी कि हम लोग यहाँ से मोमेंटम कैसे कैरी फॉरवर्ड करते हैं.
और मोमेंटम एक तरह से आपको मिल चुका है, क्योंकि 2 पोजीशंस का यहाँ पर फ़ायदा मिला है आपकी टीम को. अब टारगेट क्या है? टॉप 8 पर किसी तरह बने रहने का?
टॉप 8 तो डेफिनेटली सारे लोग आना ही चाहेंगे, पर एट द सेम टाइम फर्स्ट पोजीशन ही सबसे इम्पोर्टेंट है.
ऑलराइट, एंड फर्स्ट पोजीशन से ज़्यादा दूर नहीं है इस समय गॉड्स रेन, इसलिए मैं डेस्ट्रो से जानना चाहता हूँ. डेस्ट्रो, प्यार से बहुत सारे लोग आपको ट्रॉफी मैग्नेट बुलाते हैं, नॉट दैट फार, लेकिन इस समय लॉर्ड इज एट स्टेक. गेम आपका बढ़िया रहा, लेकिन आपको क्या लगता है कि टॉप पर जो फोकस है उसके लिए क्या करना होगा गॉड्स रेन को?
हम इतना नहीं सोच रहे हैं, मतलब बहुत चिल माइंडसेट से आए हैं. 1 गेम एट अ टाइम, अपना बेस्ट देना है. जिस गेम में हम जो इतना बेस्ट दे सकते हैं वो देने का ट्राई कर रहे हैं, एंड इवेंचुअली अगर हमने वो सब किया तो मे बी
Who knows? लेकिन what we know already is इंटरनेशनल कप होने वाला है कुछ ही हफ्तों में. उसके लिए क्या प्रिपरेशंस रहेंगी, क्या इंटेंसिटी रहेगा और क्या माइंडसेट रहेगा, क्योंकि अब बाहर से भी खिलाड़ी आने वाले हैं?
आई थिंक जो ग्राइंड अभी हम कर रहे थे उसको डबल करना पड़ेगा, मेहनत करनी पड़ेगी. स्टडी जो हम करते थे, अभी हमारे पास एटलीस्ट बाहर की टीम्स हैं, उनका गेम देख के हम सीख भी सकते हैं, इंप्लीमेंट भी कर सकते हैं नई नई स्ट्रैटेजीज. आई थिंक दैट इवेंट विल बी दी बेस्ट इवेंट अभी तक जो हुआ है इन इंडिया. तो excited for that.
We are all excited for that. I'm Somraj. I'm sure आप भी काफ़ी excited होंगे इंटरनेशनल कप के लिए. तो हम लोग उम्मीद करते हैं कि जिस तरह से आपने ये वाला चिकन डिनर निकाला है, आप टॉप 8 तक पहुँचे एंड फिर हम आपसे मिले इंटरनेशनल कप में. विश यू ऑल द बेस्ट फॉर द रिमेनिंग गेम्स. जाइए अपनी टीम्स को ज्वाइन कीजिए. एंड अभी चलते हैं वापस हमारे कास्टर्स की तरफ. एंड BGMI एक्शन तो अभी बस शुरू हुआ है, अभी तो और भी गेम्स बचते हैं, लेकिन इंटेंसिटी आप कितना एक्सपेक्ट कर सकते हैं ये आपको अच्छी तरह समझाएंगे हमारे कास्टर्स. सो बैक टू द डेस्क.
Still a lot more games left and a lot more chances for God's Reign to actually make that comeback. Yeah, they're just on the 4th spot, but we know one massive game from God's Reign, it's instantly going to propel them on the 1st spot as well. Now, as an OG fan, talk me through the feelings. How are you feeling? Bombing the first 2 games, I'm pretty sure you're nervous.
2 games where I could see WizGod making those mistakes. Unnecessary overcommitments in that fight against FS, which was again not required because OG was doing pretty well. And suddenly they decided to go after Team Soul. Again, that overcommitment where Godix capitalized on that situation. The moment WizGod got knocked, that is where the floodgates opened for Team Soul. They just came slamming through, got those secondary knocks. So they'll have to be very careful. They'll have to go back to their shell once again, do what they did in Miramar, get a chicken dinner, it's theirs.
For OG, all they need is one 10-pointer, and even that's going to propel them towards the safety socks. Now, I really do want to know your feelings as well, Icy, since you've been rooting for them.
It's a roller coaster, but again, it is brutal. Fight for the top spot, fight for top 8, fight to defend. That's everything on the line right now.
Exactly. Everything is on the line, and the upcoming game, of course, holds a lot of mystery. If OG does come out on top, it's done, and the other teams needs to stop them.
Fasten your seatbelts. We're headed to the greener pastures once again. About to turn red. The flight path trajectory all the way from Gatka to its mansion. A lot of teams hoping that they come swinging out in this one. OG, K9 still haven't woken up. Team Soul on a roll. GDR on the chase. Anything could possibly happen.
Well, in this final 4 games, the competition is as tight as it gets. The race goes on, and it seems to me today in the grand finals, everybody is stepping things up here as well, as everything is on the line here. Fight for top 8, fight for top 1, fight for survival. And again, for those 8 teams that is going to be eliminated by the end of today, their journey for this year itself is pretty much done and dusted. And of course, when the transfer window comes in play, that is going to be a completely different problems that each and every single player and orgs will have to figure things out. Meanwhile, based on the flight path as well, from the west side towards all the way to the northeast corner here, a pretty balanced flight path for a change thus far in the grand finals itself. So that means every single team will be able to go to safely, no drop clashes, no sudden mistakes as well, potentially.
No. I feel like Team AX and OG might lock horns against each other.
Oh no, here we go.
We did see that happening yesterday, even the day before. And for now, the circle forming towards the eastern side and Orangutan. They'll be kicking themselves in the foot, dropping down. They will be taking over Rozok. But look at one player of OG who's very close to AX. And even with Team iQOO, Soul having such a momentum, it's going to be such a tough entry for OG inside the zone. FS also around. They're dropping down at Isnaya. Soul taking that quick rotation. But Nebula, they've taken over the center of the circle.
You know what? Nebula's getting center as well. I like that you actually brought up OG because it seems like they've sent Artenki up north to potentially focus on K9. I'm not exactly sure if this was intended, but Artenki has gotten a couple of vehicles there, so they are going to try and deny a little bit of mobility up north as well. We even see Soul, in particular Joker, is pretty much trying to gatekeep onto the eastern side of Rozok as well. And I think they have a rough idea that OG is going to be driving through there as well. So OG is pinned between 3 teams, Aryan, Soul, and K9. However, for Aryan, instead of engaging against OG, 3 of the players are head down west there to actually potentially gatekeep Madkings and also Mysterious Force. So a little bit of shifts are happening. 8-bit also taking a little bit chill pill. But for God's Reign, they have not just about to reach military base. So nothing super crazy out of there. I think it's going to be safe for them.
I'm really searching out for TrueRippers. They've also changed their drop. They have dropped at northwestern Georgia. Ideally, we see them heading towards Novoripno and the flight path trajectory, getting all the deed done. But now, when you look at iQOO Soul, they also have all those vehicles secured, and that is going to be such a decisive fight against Orangutan. Yeah. And given that Team AX, they've also been spitting fire. I'm pretty sure they will third party if that fight happens. So OG, they will have to be very careful with every single step that they take. And then there's 8-bit, right? They're pretty much chilling right now. They're way down the bottom. And you could see that. Those shackles are removed. Finally, that performance is coming in.
Now, of course, AX is looking for a couple of stragglers. 8-bit going to be on the hunt as well. Vasista finally making the early entry point as well. But here, Xtreme Godlike has also mixed up their drop spots as well, going towards the far west instead of going for Zarki, instead of going for sometimes Lipovka. I don't know. Hero Xtreme Godlike is so unpredictable. Hopefully things are for the better. But speaking of going on the hunt here, AX, they have overextended. Cyrex is all by himself, but guess what? Surprise, surprise! Hector goes down. That's going to be the IGL done and dusted here. The rest of the members are not too happy, but he's all by himself. Cyrex, he needs backup. Devotee going to be coming in as well. Nades are here to use to try and zone out Vasista, but he is running out of space as Cyrex tries to go in for the Grand Slam. Devotee makes it in time, takes the high ground, and this time Vasista, they immediately fall back into the house itself, and now Aryan is on offense this time.
This is going to be an interesting fight. Aryan getting taken down. Scary Jord, he strikes back. Devotee knows exactly where Scary Jord is. Did not have a lot of HP to work with. But Cyrex and Devotee, they have been surviving. They have been playing really well. But now Sahil, he's again the last player surviving. Maybe a knock could get their hopes up. But for now, as it seems, Sahil OP, this time he hunts back. But Devotee, a one-on-one collision. And he shall win. Team AX surviving this onslaught. And Vasista Esports, they're out of the server.
What a play coming from Aryan as well. The hook and sink was on point, leaving Cyrex in the house all by himself to bait things out. They were far away, and as soon as Vasista thought that they were safe, the entire team rolls up, forces Vasista to be inside those houses, and they get completely engulfed here. What a setup, what a bait from Aryan. And with that being said, that's 4 points in the bag. And Aryan, what a comeback.
Wow.
In day 3 itself here.
No, I see. This is interesting. OG somehow avoided iQOO Soul. They've taken those vehicles and now they want to play for the center. If they somehow take control of a good position, a higher ground, get around 7-8 points out of this game, then maybe the championship still could be theirs. But iQOO Soul should not have let OG pass. They should not have let them take the center. We know OG again, they'll go back into their shell. They won't take any unwanted risks, because they're barely hanging by a thread.
Yeah, but at the same time, look at Aryan. They're trying to set out another bait once more. They're leaving Cyrex all by himself. If anybody goes in for the hard commitment again, they are going to try and go in for the engulfment. However, Aryan, they've lost a player. Madkings was able to pick off one player off Aryan. It seems like they have to abandon ship right now because the greedy play may have worked on Vasista. It might not work against Madkings this time. So seems like they are going to abandon ship as they try to make their way in towards the zone themselves. Madkings still going to be giving chase to try and keep tabs on what Aryan is up to right now, as the rest of the teams are going to be coming from the west side.
Interestingly enough, K9, they have not made a lot of movements yet. And for Team Aryan, they're still contending for the top 8 spot. They have bounced back today, but they need more. Kyolamau, he has to cross the bridge. Jelly right next to him. Hydro's crossed over. TrueRippers. They did have a decent start in Rondo, but Erangel game did not go their way. Finally trying to cross over. Henry has the visual, takes a couple of pot shots, nothing seeming to connect. Even Jelly instantly squeezing down the lower grounds. And TrueRippers not showing any intent of fighting. You know, it's not necessary also.
Exactly. Day 3 Team Aryan strategy is just setting up roadblocks and just messing up people's gameplay right now in rotation here. Would I say they're doing spoilers? No. I think they're intentionally thinning the herd preemptively before Circle 3 so that whenever they push, they will get taken out. So tentatively, teams who have a 4-man squad, they will get a little bit aggressive. You know, they will take a lot of space. But the moment they lose a player, they lose a couple of 2 players, you immediately see the entire team just straight up go full passive. So I think they're trying to make space for Circle 3 later on before they go in.
Alright, so K9, they've also finally decided to make a move. FS is right next to them, but some very interesting developments we've seen on the map feed actually, if you could pop up. Because Orangutan, we thought they would be playing around the center. Look at them completely relinquishing that position. They've gone back to the edges. They want to fight it from the edges. They want to build that momentum up. But for now, TrueRippers in a collision course against Clutchcord. And there you go, Kyolamau, he gets that opener. TrueRipper, one finish secured. Pro, he's taken a little bit of a stop there. But nothing too much. TrueRippers, that's a bonus finish for them as they march their way inside the circle. But up next, they might have to go head-to-head against the likes of iQOO, who are surging with electricity, have that high ground, and Knuckle, he can get animated. One knock on TrueRippers and anything could change.
Yeah, this is a setup from Iron as well. Like, the moment they knew there was two players as well, they set up Madkings, they set up TrueRippers to pass by as well. They shouldn't be colliding against each other, but because of that small little hindrance, because both teams are delayed, they somehow cross path. I'm not sure if it's a macro play or not, but that was a really, really sick play. Meanwhile, K9, they do get a pick onto his Jonathan, Xtreme Godlike, losing a player right from the get-go. Not a great start for Godlike fans as well, considering that they are trying to defend the top 8 position as of yet.
Now, Godlike have become the punching bags at this point. Previous game, we also saw one player taking all 4 of their players down. This time also, whilst trying to rotate around, no resistance provided, no fighting intent from Godlike. As that Minnow is closing in on the players of Nebula, have the Lumberjack hills to themselves, and Punk trying to find a different angle.
Well, seems like based on this zone as well, we are going to be expecting an open fuse as well, considering that shelter is in place. So that means having those vehicles and all those nook and crannies becomes extremely crucial just because of the fact that there's not a lot of cover to begin with. But at the same time here, Xtreme Godlike, 3 players down. That means they are going to be back into a little bit of a passive mode as well. Same can be said for K9. But interesting enough, K9, Omega is a little bit split off from the team. He is going to try to catch teams on towards the mountains of this prison. A very cheeky spot to kind of hunker down as a checkpoint before the next zone comes in. It seems like he has a rough idea that TrueRippers is around, but based on what I'm seeing right now, Harsh, with that smoke, pretty much gives the confirmation there is a team here. So that means no collisions anytime soon yet. But Harsh, he's a little bit paranoid now, knowing that he is pretty much exposed to the teams coming down from the south of the mountain itself. But hold that thought for now, Nebula. They have been holding the Lumberjack houses for the longest of time, and Xtreme Godlike, pretty sure they want to go in for the engulfment right now.
But look at this. Hydro, he's got a knock on towards Omega. As at Minnow, trying to pass by. He's got visuals on Adi, Simp. He's gonna double down. And suddenly, Nebula, they also find themselves in troubled waters. Phoenix trying tooth and nail to survive in this situation. Yeah, a trade for sure, but Phoenix, he's gotta be a hero. This time, same closing in. One man down from Godlike, and even Punk falls. And Nebula, they are doing this again to the point that here Xtreme Godlike had no answers as Nebula. They somehow survived the scare, and now they're also thriving.
Phoenix being a top contender for the finals MVP, for a top contender for the overall MVP as well, is just showing right now. Nebula Esports, what a day to come back, as this team in day number 1 was a top contender for the number 1 spot, now forced to defend, and now shutting down Godlike means that the gap, or in this case, the cutoff for the top 8 will widen with this play coming from Nebula.
Okay. Look at this, K9, they've got a compound to play with. FS also around the corner, but look at this. OG, now they have to enter inside the zone. And they are playing on a very wild 2-1-1 split, with White Walkers having that high ground control, Nebula having just the momentum swinging in their favor. It's going to be such a tough entry. Even iQOO, look at them. Knuckle, he's alienated from his squad. Even Team Aryan chasing down the other players of Team iQOO. So for the 2 contending teams, it's going to be such a tough entry inside the zone. But TrueRippers, they're men on mission. Omega, he's been spotted. Hydro, he's waiting for the right opportunistic moment. But for now, he's not going to engage. So TrueRippers want to play this absolutely safe.
Yeah, they kind of have to as well, considering the fact that they do not have a lot of information to work with. Meanwhile, so they will take a little bit of checkpoint down towards shelter here to rethink and assess the situation if the circle is going to be shifting in towards the forest terrain, or is it going to shift towards the northern side where Mansion possibly is as well. It is a little bit unlikely, but at the same time, better safe than sorry as well, considering that OG is still alive. But look at this, Goblin is going to try and bait some sort of reactions. He's shooting a couple of shots in to try and give intel, but at the same time, if anybody decides to think that, hey, this is a major fight, they should third party, they are going to be walking in towards a bait. But of course, nobody's really taken the bait yet so far. And Cincinnati kids now going to be coming from the edges outside of Mills Power, a little bit of a late entry point. But the space is slowly closing in as well. But fortunately for them, in this zone, there's only 14 teams, so that is a decent amount of space, I'd say.
Even Cincinnati kids can fight for the top 8, if not for the podium. But there you go.
Oh,
an important
wow.
opener, and AKOP, he finally gets himself on the board. OG need one good game, and Nebula with not a lot of numbers to play with, because even against Godlike, they lost down on one of their players. So now, with just 2 men standing, OG will have to be very careful in starting this fight once again. With White Walkers keeping such a close watch, every single moment is important for them. Mysterious Four, they have been the wild card so far, can never rule them out, I see. As of now, they're playing it safe, but Miramar is where I'm really interested to see what can they do.
Yeah, Mysterious 4 has had one of the biggest comebacks in this entire Grand Finals in the map of Miramar. So far in Erangel, it has been a problem for them. But can they get enough points to secure into the top 8? Well, only by the end of the day, we will find out. Meanwhile, OG, they have picked off 1 finish points, which continues to pull the lead. And again, will anybody stop them is going to be the question. But what we do know now is that OG is going to be playing the low grounds near the south side as well. They were able to get a couple of knocks on those Nebula that chips away at their helmets, just chips away at their vests. But aside from that, no confirmation means no points. It's a great way to set up for the later stage of the game, but again, you do not want to risk getting knocked too hard. Meanwhile, the circle actually shifts onto the northern side of prison. K9's got a decent amount of compound, and TrueRippers has got the high ground completely locked down. However, considering that the high ground comes from the south, that means they are exposed as well.
It's going to be such a tough entry for the likes of iQOO, Soul, GDR, OG, White Walkers. They have decided to be the first ones entering inside the circle, even for Nomi and Kratos. They're going to play it safe. OG needs to understand the gravity of the situation. They cannot afford a single casualty. Same goes for GDR. Same goes for iQOO Soul. All of those players have regrouped with each other, but they are yet to make an entry. And now, with Nebula keeping such a close watch, 8-bit coming in with that swinging chicken dinner. In the previous game, they've got Victorious Sumus quite close to them. They've got a 2-1-1 split to play with. And now this is the moment for OG, an important fight nonetheless. Kratos, Nomi, what can they do? Can they surprise us? Can they take down the Titans? Or is it going to be the Titans finally taking over?
This is a classic OG strategy here. Before they push a compound, they drive in, set it up really big here, expecting that they might drop a couple utilities here. And the moment those nades, those smokes pop out from Nebula, they know for a fact that they have pretty much won. They've exhausted all the utilities. But I like that Nebula has held on to this here. Now OG makes another second jab onto his Nebula. Will they be able to bait it up? Kratos with the nades still circling around. OG slowly creeping up as well. Will they drop those nades is going to be the question here. OG still waiting for them to bleed out, to mess up as well. But I think he says, you know what? I am going to push up. There are a couple of bodies out in the open as well. Can they get those restocks is going to be the question. But at the same time, from behind, there is a different team in a little bit of trouble as well. AX tries to dodge a way through, and even Soul is going to be coming in. But AKOP gets the knock on Soul. Can he get out in time? No, he cannot. He gets shut down, and Soul goes in for a jab as well.
OG, they're starting to overthink, and this is hurting for them. Again, you could see that they were doubting themselves. They prolonged the fight. Suddenly, Team AX, Team Soul come out of nowhere, but now OG left with no other option but to tuck their tails and run. Got their losses, but Kratos, he fires back. Even iQOO Soul, they're starting to bleed. And now for Nebula, they could go for one more player. One of them already knocked out, and suddenly if one more player falls, then there's nothing left for iQOO Soul to salvage. It's just Goblin that has somehow managed to find some entry, but Legit, he is bleeding, and that too pretty fast.
Ooh, that was such a close call there. They almost lost Legit here, but at the same time, OG, what a setup as well. They sacrificed one, they got the knock on Soul, and they knew for a fact that Nebula was going to completely dismantle them. But at the same time, nice little save here coming from Nako. Legit is back up in action, but the car has been exposed, and Kratos goes in for the spray. A couple of connections in, but the circle is going to push them out as well. Nako almost dropping down. The vehicles pretty much in smokes right now, forced to take a hot pit stop before entering into the zone, as the circle is about to push in as well. Oh my goodness, this is a lot of big brains coming in here. But at the same time, on the side note, airdrop looted by Godstream.
They need to either repair this vehicle or abandon ship. There's no chance they're getting inside the circle with a vehicle in smoke. As of now, Orangutan, they also do not have a concrete cover to play with, and the circle still not favoring them. But TrueRippers, they've got a glee smile on their faces, as even 8-bit, they're waiting for somebody to make a pounce on TrueRippers. so that they can also capitalize. Even GDR, they'll also have to enter inside the circle. iQOO Soul on the edges, White Walkers around the edges, OG all clumped up together. Even FS having such a close watch on them.
This is such a difficult zone to play as well here, but hold that thought. Nebula, they get scattered out by Goblin, goes for the spray. Nomi drops down very, very low, but no connection as Nebula tucks their tails and runs again to reposition here. Oh, chances miss once again for a massive game. But little did they know, on the high ground, right on the edges, God's Rain is going to be coming out trying to pick a couple of stragglers as well. As God's Rain trying to wait for the last moment to punish any sort of mistakes coming from a different team. So far, nobody's making mistakes. Everybody's playing this really smart as well, as considering that this is a prison circle. So that means the moment you enter those compounds in prison, it is pretty much a death sentence.
It's going to be absolute pandemonium in just a wee while. Imagine 43 teams, 43 players still alive. It is the stage 5 and GDR come in full set. A fight against Somraj. Justin, he gets that opener. GDR still driving by, but his power, he wants to fight it back. Aquinox having a different angle to play around as Beast also comes in, provides that cover. A little bit of a recovery for Aquinox. Steps inside the hovercraft as GDR. Still, they are on full numbers, and there you go. 8-bit, they've been dealt with. GDR, they've got those 4 finishes, but they've lost out on Justin.
Where was this aggression from the quarterfinals? Where was this aggression from the semifinals? God's Rain, they somehow bounced back, but at the same time, OG is also out of the race. They've only got 2 finishes. And so right now, perfect opportunity to try and take the top spot. One small Goblin going to be on the hunt to try and pick off stragglers as much as they can, and even Nebula has been taken out. Meanwhile, on the sides here, Aryan, they find themselves a little bit of a shack, even White Walkers, but Soul! What a comeback, what a bounce back. They're shattering everyone, and they're trying to take all these points as much as they can to try and snatch the #1 spot from OG. What a day to be alive here in the grand finals of day number 3.
This is what everybody wanted, a photo finish in iQOO Soul. They're giving us exactly that fighting intent which was missing yesterday, and now everything aligning for them as now K9 in front of them. iQOO Soul, if they eliminate them from here, they are gonna have such a massive lead to work with. Goblin spotting out Neo, will take a jab, still misses those shots, but iQOO Soul, they've got that south control to themselves as AX. They're still hunkered around. They've got some covers to play with, but iQOO Soul, they have been drawing everybody's attention. I do not know what's going to happen next.
Oh my goodness, another massive game as well. But in case you missed out on action as well, let's take a look at the replays. Oh, hold up. Guess what? We have some action on board right now, because before we get to the replays, something is about to happen. But Soul, they have managed to breach inside the zone, and in front of them is going to be Team Aryan. Nades are coming in. Nice little clip coming from Goblin once more. But the name from Legit again. They get those connections. Aryan, they're crumbling to pieces. And Cyrex down towards his last health. Legit goes for another nades. Can they find those connections? Cyrex is still inside those shack. He gets the reset. But Soul, they are hungry for points. Finally, the smoke dissipates, and they find the angle. And Legit gets another frag for the team. Soul with 6 finishes in this game, and now they're part of the top 7.
Yeah, they do not want to have any leftovers, completely devouring the lobby. Have come in with an empty stomach, and every single finish satiating their hunger. TrueRippers, however, quite slow as of now. K9, a very important game for this team also. You could see that pressure, the tension building up. TrueRippers, the Northern Control, Mysterious 4 will be looking on an entry. This is where TrueRippers, they also need to start getting a couple of finishes. But they'll have to be very careful, very cautious as Snowjot. They also come for the breach. Harsh reading up as now Jelly. This is the moment. Omega, those grenades being tossed over. Hydro, he finds that success. Snowjot still hiding behind that vehicle as Bunny also trying to thread that needle. Maybe get another opener as TrueRippers finding that knock. They will push in, get another. Snowjot, not a lot of HP to work with as Harsh and Hydro trying to piece this one out. Another knock. Snowjot goes combos falling down, and Mysterious 4, they are in tatters, finally take an exit.
Oh my goodness, TrueRippers, they have waiting for this for the longest time. They've been hovering for so long. Everyone is coming at them, and all they need to do is just defend and push them out away from them as well. The moment they crash in, they are going to be walking in the trap, and you can see K9, the tendency or the hesitancy to actually push this as well. They just cannot afford to fight this, but Beast, he finds the opener. That might be the push coming in, but with the nades coming in as well, you can see K9, they're a little bit paranoid. They may get third party, but a massive nade was able to clip them down, and the reset comes in. They are closing the gap. TR will give a little bit of space to go in for those resets here. As the nade comes in, Beast claps one more, and they get the re-knock once more. K9 looking to flush them out. TrueRippers, they're panicking. You can see they're running away as K9 slowly closes in. iQOO looking to go for a nosedive down underneath as well. He almost loses his life, but he is going to be A-okay. But I think he's knocked out as well. They're all getting shot. TrueRippers, they try to run down, but they're all getting completely shot. And Beast fights Hydro, who almost made it to the warehouse. Oh my goodness, TrueRippers, run, run, run. You can hide in the eyes of K9.
And now look at this, K9 suddenly starting to take control. That northern area secured, Madkings. They're gonna wait it out in the God building. Victor Sumus, they've got some control over those cliffs. But iQOO Soul, that southeastern area, to themselves. They wanna just slow down the pace. They know they have been aggressive. They know they've got those finishes. All they need is a chicken dinner. And suddenly, OG, that lead will be gone. iQOO Soul will be taking that first spot, but K9 can't rule them out either. Not a lot of finishes to account for, but seems like they wanna close in. They want to take this fight, a very decisive fight. In fact, one of the most crucial fights of this tournament.
Yeah, but at the same time, TrueRippers, they still manage to hunker down. But again, their aggression is pretty much done for as well. They're looking for placement points. We're down to the final 5 teams. A massive game is needed for both K9 and Soul to match against OG. So in prime position to take the lead away from OG in this game. If they get those chicken dinner, what a race it has been here in the grand finals itself. As even Victor Sumus is still alive. And technically, if they want to get into the top 8, they get the chicken dinner, means that they should be able to contest for those top 8 to qualify for the BMIC. Wow. And this is going to be very, very important for all these teams as well. The fight for the 8, fight for the number 1 is on the line. As you can see, no teams are backing out from this fight at all.
Dancing with Destiny, Team iQOO Soul, they have been phenomenal so far. How much deeper can they go in this one? They've got everybody's hope up. And now Omega, Slug, they also want to go for the climb. Goblin has a nice position, but the timing is of absolute essence. 2 players of iQOO Soul cut off. And now for K9, also looking for the breach. Goblin, all legit, somebody needs to find an opener. iQOO Soul having that high ground advantage. Victor Sumus keeping close watch on that fight breaking out as Omega. A little bit of a dip to play out. The Jet has that shack. Knuckle on the backlines is now Goblin. He gets a window of opportunity, but Omega, he delivers. That opening on Goblin is what K9 needed. But no! Legit still here to save the day. As a nade being flung over by Omega once again. Legit needs to patch himself up. Omega with another one at it. And this time, K9 decide to fight back. iQOO Soul need to be fast on their triggers, but Victor Sumus, they were ready to strike. All coiled up. Knuckle, he abandoned ship. He does not want to engage in this. And suddenly, iQOO Soul, they are driven back to the back foot.
Exactly, but somehow Knuckle does have a little bit of a safety net as well. Victor Sumus looking for the cleanup. He sees it, but no, he almost caught Knuckle as well. So that means Knuckle is the solo warrior left for Soul, as K9 and Victor Sumus makes things extremely difficult for Soul this time. And Knuckle, he's stuck. There's no way out. There's the only thing he can do is just wait for his demise while Victorious Summers and also K9 duke it out. Can he find those opportunities is going to be the question here. Omega just playing phenomenally well. Waze goes in for the pick. Catches Beast. It is still a 3 versus 3. But they do have cover. Now Molotovs comes in. Victorious Summers, can they go in for the flush? Is it gonna connect? It looks good. Nope. It does not though. Oh wait, it does connect. Drops him down low, almost takes him out as well. But it seems like K9, they need to be able to equalize this as well. Slug looking for an off angle to catch always. The moment they catch him, K9 is gonna go in for the Grand Slam.
Indeed, they are. K9, they've gotten that much needed reset. But it is Victorious Sumus who decide who are controlling the tempo. K9 cannot overextend. TrueRippers also back into their shell. The only thing that they can possibly secure is maybe 2 finishes off Madkings and those position points. Kyolamau, he's got to close in, but now Knuckle, he's surviving.
Yep, but at the same time as well, the circle actually is going to be shifting up the cliff here. So that means TrueRippers and Madkings, they are stuck in the zone for the final zone itself. That means this is going to be a battle between K9 and Victorious Summers for the chicken dinner now. It is very unfortunate for the guys who's going to be stuck down below, but Nicole may play Spoil Sports for either Victorious Summers or K9 in this particular game. As you can see, Madkings, they send up Apollo right at the edge here to try and get some sort of placement points. And TrueRippers, they want to fight this as well, but how do they get up is going to be the question. They just can't.
Yeah, they can't. But look at this. Always finds another opener. This time, Slug, he's down. Beast and Ninja Boy need to fight this one out. Victorious Sumus again taking advantage of those higher grounds. And this Molotov could prove quite fatal as Ninja Boy lobs one of his own. Victorious Sumus trying to close in. Omega against the world, trying to get that revive. But K9, all those murky smokes, trying to obscure the vision. But Sam, out of nowhere, gets another knock onto its Ninja Boy. Omega still fighting tooth and nail. Slug needs to patch himself up. Knuckle with that full set grenade could prove quite devastating. Slug somehow survives, but for K9, Ninja Boy, he is eliminated. But now Victorious Sumus trying to close in. And even for Beast, he's going to come out of that smoke, instantly gets devoured. And now Slug, the last member surviving. Mafia knows he's got his number, still gets down. Knuckle and even K9, they bow out.
Oh, K9, they tried their best. Knuckle almost played Spoil Sports, but in the end, Soul was bowing out on 4th place. K9 on the 4th. Actually, K9 getting 4th place and Soul taking 5th place here because Madkings and TrueRippers, they're stuck inside. They managed to outlast them. This is a game for Victorious Summers, but at the same time, look at this. Does Victorious Summers go in for the nosedive is going to be the question here. They need those finish points. Chicken dinner at hand. It's pretty much guaranteed for them, but TrueRippers, Hydro, do they farm for this point or do they go for the denial? Sam99, he goes in for the drop. He tries the attempt. He gave away a point for Madkings here. As you can see, the greed is good. The nades are coming in, but it seems like the circle doesn't push up. They have to drop down. Madkings got center instead.
Hydro refusing to bow down, walking on the flames, does not want to jitter. Nothing stopping TrueRippers, but Madkings, they know Apollo and his MG3, they have been quite fatal so far. But seems like Hydro's got visuals on Pro. He strikes and Apollo could be next. And no, he denies that luxury to TrueRippers. As now, Victorious Sumus, 3 players alive. 1 on 3, 1 low toss grenade should be enough.
Oh, the nade looks good. They drop down. They lose Mafia. Apollo's got the bullets to work with as well. The 2 guys, they need to go for the nosedive. Ninsei goes in for a slam. He misses the shot. Apollo takes him out, and he secures the chicken dinner, denying it away from Victorious Summers. Madkings somehow was able to predict the circle and clutch this big chicken dinner.
What an ending that was. Straight out of a movie. Madkings, of course, it was raining men upon them, and they were just claiming points in the final few moments, but still, let's discuss the matters at hand. K9 Esports got away with 8 points in this game. It was a decent game even for the side of Seoul, and let's not forget for TrueRippers as well, it was quite a solid game. God's Reign, OG left out.
I think OG's first position is gone. Somebody from K9 or Seoul is going to take over. And this is where we finally see a script change happening. Especially how that final circle happened. And the best team, I feel like, in this game was K9 and Team Soul. I think given the pressure they were under, all the players stepped up. OG still there caught napping, and even TrueRippers. Hydro fought till the very end.
It was some crazy stuff.
But at the same time as well, Madkings just, Apollo in particular just stood his ground here. He knows he had an advantage here. He knows he's got the ammunition to work with. Just completely shut everybody up. But what's really surprising was that the circle before this, it felt like it was going to shift all the way on top of the cliff where Victorious Summers and K9 was going to be. But eventually, it was right a small little pixel, but actually favors where Apollo is. So that means Victorious Summers had no choice but to jump down. And they waited for the last moment. They tried to chip on Apollo. 3-man going for the nosedive. None of those connected as well. And it is just very, very unfortunate for Victorious Summers that, again, these are teams that are looking to break past the top 8 as well.
Yeah. Now that's going to be 21 points on the board for the side of Madkings, and let's just hope that it's enough for Madkings to keep themselves inside of that top 8. As I mentioned, and as you mentioned as well, there's a big chance OG's position might be compromised. Specifically speaking for Soul, and knowing the fact that Knuckle, for him, it's the first time driving the ship, is doing a fantastic job so far. But for now, let's move on to a short break, because on the other side of the break will be more action.
I'm pretty sure everybody's on the edge of their seats right now to find out what developments have taken on in the overall standings. But once again, 3 matches done and dusted, and it feels like Soul, K9 finally finding their form back. OG, they're in a world of trouble.
Oh man, I mean, I don't know what to say about that previous game. Changes up and shakes things up at the top of the leaderboard. As we said, the fight to find Team India, it's still on. And of course, now OG will feel what true pressure is going to be like in the grand finals.
Yeah, truly indeed as well. But from that match as well, the MVP is going to be Pro coming from Madkings. But considering how Madkings was able to survive all the way to the final zone here, we have to talk about Apollo's clutch, man. That was a sick clutch. And with that being said, because of this chicken dinner coming from Madkings, technically, right now, they're also in the running to fight for the top 8 slot as well. This is kind of rough, to be honest, because everybody is fighting for something. Then, when I mean for something, they're also fighting for their individual agendas.
Hey man, it could go from something to nothing in a matter of seconds if they mess up the last 3 games of the day. But we have a look at the match rankings, and of course, 8-bit not having a good time, FS struggling, Godlike struggling, but Orangutan from the top of the leaderboard, they still will be able to maintain the position on the first in the overall leaderboard, but the difference, it's gonna be close to negligible, just 6 points shy of where Soul is, and a 9-point advantage, an 11-point advantage against the players of K9.
But guys, look at the race also for the top 8. It has gotten so much more intense because Madkings, 89 points, they are in. Even for the likes of TrueRippers, they're still climbing a few steps up. But Godlike, they have gotten out. Victorious Sumus, one good game, Johnny. I think they can also bounce back in.
So fight for the top 8 is between the 6th all the way till the 15th position, because one 20 bomber from Cincinnati kids also propels them inside of the top 8. Now the question is, they have one Erangel left and 2 more Miramars to make it happen. On the other side of things, the fight for the trophy now is between the top 5, because a good match from God's Reign can propel them into a fighting position.
Well, for all things considered here, have you ever seen a grand finals this close where everything is on the line? Because, whoo, I really cannot predict who's going to be winning now right here. Like, initially, I was hoping all the way for OG, but now with the best IGL, guess what? Jelly overtakes it this game.
I think for the likes of Orangutan, K9, iQOO Soul, this is the point where they'll have to fight their final demon. That is them themselves. I think they'll have to conquer those doubts in their head. Yeah. And whoever steps up in the next 3 games will be the rightful winner. But when you're talking about some players who've individually shined, I think Ninja Boy, he rightfully deserves that spot. AKOP, yeah, he's there. He's been consistent throughout. But today, he needs to step up. But one man that has stepped up, Johnny, has to be Goblin.
I mean, you're talking about Goblin. Goblin has been in that list for the longest time. I think it is Legit who has joined the list.
Yes.
And you can see the impact of Beast missing out on performances today as well. K9 Esports at the start of the day. I expected them to actually use that game 1, catch up to OG, but they haven't really made anything happen since game 1 till now.
But in the finals, when it matters the most, AKOP, first day, he was phenomenal. Second day, a little bit here and there. Third day, did show up, there were signs, but as a team, OG, they have been fumbling. But Joker, he's been taking advantage of that opportunity.
Now, for all things considered here, just this performance and this stats is based on the past 2 days included in the 3 matches just now. But let's talk about on day-to-day basis. Today, there is 3 particular players that really stepped up in terms of trying to go for the chase. From K9, it's going to be the Omega. From Soul, it's going to be Legit, and also Goblin that really came in like, you know what? I need to step up big time.
Yeah.
And that's necessary, right? You know what's on stake. You finally earn a good spot inside the GC, represent your country, and everybody wants it. And you could see that hunger, that drive coming in from all those players, especially iQOO Soul. I think this team has been having the biggest comeback so far. The way they've been playing Madkings, yeah, they did not have a lot of expectation, but they still, you know, are going to be believers, will still fight it till the very end for the top 8 position, and anything will happen. So much drama in the making. I am feeling those nerves. Let's get back to Rohit as he's with the boys of Team Soul and Madkings.
शोडाउन 2025, लेकिन बैटल्स इस समय 2 चल रही हैं. एक है नंबर 1 स्पॉट के लिए ताकि आपको सीधा ग्लोबल एक्सेस मिले, और दूसरा है फाइट फॉर द टॉप 8 ताकि आप इंटरनेशनल कप के लिए क्वालिफाई कर पाएं. एंड यहाँ पर मेरे साथ 2 कमाल के आईजीएल्स हैं. वी गॉट शैडो फ्रॉम मैडकिंग्स, वी गॉट नकुल फ्रॉम सोल. तो ये जो 2 बैटल्स चल रही हैं, शैडो बहुत इंतज़ार करना पड़ा. 14 मैचेस तक इंतज़ार करते रहे कि ये चिकन डिनर कब आएगा. फाइनली आया. तो अब ये जो मोमेंटम मिला है, इसको आगे कैसे ले जाने का प्लान है?
मोमेंटम तो ऑब्वियसली हमको कैरी फॉरवर्ड ही करना है, और जो मतलब हम लोग इतना डिले हो गया था, जो हम लोग मैचेस थ्रो कर रहे थे, फाइनली एक मैचेस हमारा कन्वर्ट हुआ है. तो अभी मतलब यही फॉरवर्ड कैरी करेंगे एंड मेक श्योर कि टॉप 8 तो रहे एटलीस्ट.
ऑलराइट, यहाँ पर मैट किंग्स ने बोल दिया कि टॉप 8 इज आवर टारगेट. लेकिन नकुल, टॉप 8 पे तो आप काफ़ी टाइम से हैं. टारगेट शायद आपका तो नंबर 1 होने का है. तो उसके लिए क्या चीज़ें सुधारनी पड़ेंगी, क्योंकि दिस गेम वॉज ऑलमोस्ट योर्स.
इस गेम में तो लाइक अनफॉर्चुनेट नॉक्स आ गए थे, तो ये गेम थ्रो हो गया. मतलब और पॉइंट्स भी आ सकते थे, बट हम अभी नेक्स्ट हमारे जो 3 मैच बचे हैं उसमें अपना बेस्ट देंगे और जीतने के लिए खेल रहे हैं.
अभी ज़्यादा गेम्स बचती नहीं है, सिर्फ 3 और गेम्स बचती है. तो 3 गेम्स में ये जो कंपटीशन चल रहा है ना टॉप 5 टॉप 6 के बीच में, कि नंबर 1 कौन होगा, ये माइंड में चलता है व्हाइल द गेम इज हैपनिंग?
नहीं, लाइक हम मैच वगैरह का नहीं सोच रहे, बस मैच टू मैच फोकस कर रहे हैं, अपना बेस्ट दे रहे हैं और ट्राई करेंगे जीतने का पूरा.
एंड यहाँ पर मैड किंग्स के लिए एज एन आईजीएल आप क्या मैसेज लेकर जाएंगे अपनी टीम को, क्या बोलेंगे बिफोर द नेक्स्ट गेम? क्योंकि इस समय थोड़ा सा मुश्किल है व्हेन यू लुक एट द पॉइंट्स कि आप नंबर 1 तक पहुँच पाए, लेकिन टॉप 8 से भी आपको एक बहुत बड़ा टिकट मिलता है फॉर द इंटरनेशनल कप. क्या मैसेज होगा आपको आपकी टीम के लिए वंस यू जॉइन बैक योर टीम?
मैसेज तो यही रहेगा कि अभी जितनी हम लोग गलतियाँ कर रहे हैं ओवरकम करेंगे और टॉप 8 रहे. मोस्टली हमको जो आगे वाले मैचेस मिलेंगे उसमें हम लोग अपना बेस्ट देने का ट्राई करेंगे.
तो एग्जैक्टली गलतियाँ क्या हो रही थी ये शायद शैडो ऑलरेडी जानते हैं. नकुल एक प्लान के साथ आए हैं एंड अपनी टीम को वापस ज्वाइन करेंगे. तो विश यू ऑल द बेस्ट फॉर द रिमेनिंग गेम्स एंड अब चलते हैं वापस कास्टिंग टेस्ट की तरफ.
Opinions in two different spectrums.
Yeah.
One eyeing for the top 8, and Knuckle, you could see the body language. It speaks that he's come and he's going to walk away with the trophy in his hands.
Yeah, I mean, pretty much, because both the teams are dealt opposite decks. One team, Madkings, was struggling from day one of the finals. Game number 1 not really going their way. They barely managed to keep themselves in a position where they can fight for the top 8 at least. But Soul, I think today's performance in particular, the start of the day till now has been incredible. The level of aggression this team has displayed is what was required to chip away at the advantage that was there in the hands of OG. And with that advantage slowly and steadily fading away, I think the next Erangel, if Soul somehow finish in the top 3, the top 4, ooh, those last two Miramars, they are going to be on fire.
Yeah, it's going to be tough here. But at the same time, we do see a substitution coming from 8-bit here.
Okay.
As seems like they are going to be bringing back Raiden, trying to figure things out to try and fight for the top 8 from in their respective here. But I agree with you, Johnny, in terms of like what needs to be done. Right now, if we were to talk about storylines between Soul as well as OG is all about hard work, discipline, dedication for the longest of time. But from Soul side, they are here to prove, because they've been hungry to try and prove themselves that they are deemed worthy as one of the best teams so far. And you can see it is a fight between hunger and hard work. And
But
I don't know
folks-
about OG, because right now, this is the first time me seeing them just completely being afraid. Like, it feels like they're afraid to lose right now.
Of course, they're doubting themselves. There were so many instances that fight against Nebula, they prolonged that fight, gave entry to Team Soul, and that's where they're tipping down. Those hasty mistakes. But, you know, putting Soul aside, there's still a few more teams that are in contention. Johnny, talk me through what do TrueRippers and GDR need to do? Because TrueRippers, they haven't been guns heavy, but they have been getting those constant influx of those position points.
I mean, so I'm happy you brought these two names up, because both of them together are just 17 points away from toppling over OG as well.
Yes.
Both of them are sitting at 110, OG at 127. So that difference as well is not too much to conquer in a span of 3 matches. God's Reign, TrueRippers, both of them need a chicken dinner right now to find stability going into those last 2 Miramars, because last 2 maps being Miramar means it's going to be a dragged out affair, but at the same time it will be filled with a lot of pressure every single second of the game.
Yeah, pressure is paramount right now. And Madkings Pro, he's been phenomenal throughout this tournament. Madkings, they're also starting to feel themselves. And Nebula seems like they will be on a mission. And gentlemen, take it away.
Halfway point of day 3 officially begins right now with 3 more matches left on the line. The second last Erangel, so I would say the last Erangel map on the line here. Will the teams be able to rise up to the challenge, or will they completely drop the ball? The fight for the top 8 continues. The fight for the trophy continues, and all 16 teams are duking it out right now. Ladies and gentlemen, welcome aboard. We hope you are having a fantastic time, because today is just intense, intense, and intense.
Yeah, and it's been made more intense with the way the games have gone so far. And as you said, fight for the trophy and everything. I see, it's the fight for GC, man. It's a fight to get yourself inside the gauntlet directly. And again, we heard from the players at the start of the day as well. Omega was there, Aru was there as well. Both of them are quite eager to get themselves on that international stage, especially Omega, because, as he said, missed out the last time the opportunity was there.
Well, speaking of missing out here, will they be able to miss out is going to be the question. Will they be able to qualify is another thing here. And of course, when it comes to the crowds, we have to talk about the fan favorites here. Xtreme, Godlike, obviously, things hasn't been looking good for them, especially in the grand finals. It looked kind of shaky in game day 1, day 2. They were able to make a bounce back, but today itself, they were on defense right from the get-go, and now they have to go on offense in the sense where they need to have a massive game to actually qualify for the IC internationals in this case here. Trophy is pretty much out of the equation here for Godlike. But with this zone in play, do you think Godlike will be able to do so? Because it seems like they have switched their drop locations once more, no longer from the far west, but back towards Lipovka.
Yeah, Godlike, this entire tournament and especially this entire year with Punk having taken over the reins of the team has been just playing with dynamic drops the entire time. They have no fixed drop. They're going to find whatever is the empty spot. based on the lobby and then start their game from there. We've seen them start from Stalba Kamishki, Lipovka. We've seen them start from Milta, Northern Giorgio, Yasnaya, Ferry Pier once. They went to Military Island once as well. So this team will have that early game wherever they please, as long as the space is empty. They do not want an early conflict. And yeah, potential to have a high fragging game is there, considering they will have a lot of breathing room in the early stages of the game. But what I am surprised with is the fact that you have K9 Severny, you have OG Rozok and Across the River and Soul in the school apartments. And yet, none of these teams chose to go up against the other in the early stages of the game. I was expecting like a drop clash, especially for K9 Esports, considering that Cross River vehicle spawn is a very high priority spot for both K9 and OG.
Yeah, I agree. But OG as well, this time they are going to be playing from Rozok again once more. But this time, my question here is, are they going to go and try and third-party K9 for those points is going to be the question here. Because, again, they have to play on defense. Seoul is going to be their neighbors. Seoul is going to be their biggest rivals that they have to shut down. But so far, we haven't seen a direct conflict between them and Seoul yet. And I feel like it will come down towards the ultimate showdown, where these two teams, if they duke it out, they will eventually be decided in a match where whoever wins will lift the trophy.
Yeah, pretty much. I mean, and this could be the game that leads towards that final moment of hoisting the trophy above your head. But in the meanwhile, Madkings, they have to be cautious as well. TrueRippers on the other side of the river, another team that is in contention, inside of the top 5, sitting on the 5th position. And as we spoke about them, just 17 points shy of number 1. If Madkings present an early fight, give easy points to TrueRippers, then the momentum swings in their court as well. 5 teams fighting to get themselves on that international stage straight away, while whoever loses that fight still has an opportunity to finish in the top 8 and then take the longer way.
Yeah, definitely as well. It's going to be tough. Well, technically, everybody in the top 8 is going to be playing on the international stage. The difference between number 1 and 8 is that number 1 will be playing on the global stage. So there is a small little difference. But again, like you said, longer way means more problems, more things you need to figure out, and more stress.
Yeah, pretty much.
Well, sometimes in life, you know, if it's not stressful, it's, you know. Are you enjoying life?
I mean, sometimes I do.
All right, fair enough.
No, not really. I mean, I'm enjoying life, man. I have 0 problems.
That is a problem in itself.
Not really.
Okay.
I'm Team Soul right now.
I'm
I'm doing well. I'm getting the finishes. I have the momentum. I'm just 6 points shy of the trophy.
K9?
No, I am Team K9 IRL. I mean, at night I turn into K9.
Okay, fair enough. But at the same time here, we do see Seoul, you know, from their perspective, this is their best performance thus far all year.
Yeah.
And the closest to a trophy ever since Joker. And interesting enough, Joker is in a situation where it's been a while since we've seen him in the Grand Finals. But this is their best shot to get his 2nd trophy after last year. And guess what? It was the exact same time. Well, more or less the same time from last year as well.
Yeah, I was just about to say the same thing. The last time we saw him in the finals, man clutched out, what, a 1v7 on an off map. Today, unfortunately, Rondo is already done and dusted. But hey, these days, I guess Erangel has become an off map for Seoul. And especially considering if the early aggression isn't there, the cluster is there, off the teams, right on the top of their heads, things can get a little bit tricky. And well, things are getting tricky for OG as Madkings close the distance on and looking to breach Rozok from that eastern bridge.
Well, seems like OG, they let 2 guys pass, and right now Madkings is going to be split up as well. The 2nd match finally goes through, but Sprays comes in. No connection so far. OG not getting the picks that they're looking for. But ammunition, not exactly that great. But guess what? Apollo wants to fight this because Clutch God is going to be creeping up. And they are looking for those slams. Nades are coming in. AKOP drop down pretty low. Even WizGod as well. And OG finally takes the aggressive maneuver. But they're a little bit too low. Everybody's swarming them right now.
Yeah, even Madkings in an attempt to just lob those nades into the players of OG have lost a big chunk of the HP. And as we were talking about it as well, I see we can't forget that this place is surrounded by multiple different teams. So probability of a third party are through the roof, and you can see the players of Seoul crawling in on the radar itself. Goblin is there on that race. He wanted to check what that commotion was all about, but I believe safety is always going to be prioritized. Backs off a little bit. Just, I think he spotted out the players from Madkings and decides that it's better that they just take and keep control of the school mail building and the apartments and just protect their safe haven. But on that finish field, we do see Team AX becoming one of the first few names to start losing numbers. One player knocked out at the hands of Mysterious 4. And just waiting to see if the finish gets confirmed as well.
You know, you can see the reactions coming from Goblin just now as well here. As soon as he spotted out those smokes, oh wait, this is two major teams fighting right now. Okay, there's 2 teams in this compound. Right now, there's 16 teams. I don't want to risk it. You know, my teammates are a little bit spread out. He's got the intel, backs off. Very, very nice disciplined play coming from Seoul. Meanwhile, AX getting taken out. Okay, too bad. Nice, great starter for the day to make a shot into the top 8. But now they have to somewhat defense here because we've seen AX trying to do the same maneuver on towards where Watertown is to try and gatekeep people from West. Madkings was one of those teams that actually faced that shot here. That's why they re-rotated and came in from the north side and now forced to play into his Rosa compounds with OG. So all the small little things that has been set up for this past few games so far has kind of crept in for all these adaptations for every single team in terms of rotation.
Yeah, pretty much. And I guess the next in line is going to be FS because they were in the middle of their rotation, but unfortunately a run in against the players of TrueRippers. And FS are going to start to drop bodies. Roman knocked out already. Down to a 3-man roster they go. And TrueRippers, look at that. They spot out a team. They get into a conflict, they get an advantage as well, but instead of pushing further, instead of committing into that 4v3 where they can potentially secure 4 points, they take the safer approach. They just stop in their tracks.
Well, stopping is one thing, but based on how the zone shifts here, again, it seems like we are going to be seeing that circle potentially shifting down south of school perhaps here. We've seen those compounds where Godlike was able to secure that chicken dinner yesterday. But it is going to be a very, very tricky one as well. But it seems like Seoul, they do find a couple players from Mysterious 4. And even they themselves lost Goblin as well. Bunny going to be going to 1 versus 1 legit with the saves, takes him out. And just like that, the legit Goblin duo somehow was able to back each other up. What a save from legit once more.
Yeah, it was an incredible play coming through. And somehow they do manage to keep their numbers intact. But Mysterious 4, what's the reaction going to look like? And it seems like from the flank, shots coming in. Legit dropped a little too low for comfort. The revive denied as well. And Seoul, they're going to be left bleeding over here in a matter of seconds. They just drop bodies on the verge of elimination. Is this where they lose momentum? As it is going to be Joker from the high ground who's just fighting to keep his team still in the fight for the trophy.
Oh, it's so unfortunate for Seoul as well here. Legit, they may have saved Goblin, but Joker wasn't prepared for this. And Mysterious 4 was able to capitalize them out on open. But oh, wait a minute. Joker was able to get a knock on Omega. And Mysterious 4, look at this, they're scrambling.
It is AX who have showed up for a third-party IC. This distraction works out in the favor of Seoul. 2 players lost out of nowhere through no fault of their own. And AX now are going to be crumbling under that pressure. But Mysterious 4, for them, was it a fight worth taking? Because even they are going to draw bodies. And Mysterious 4 is one of those names that is present in the fight for top 8 along with AX.
Yeah, but at the same time, Madkings was able to get a pick onto his OG. 3 versus 4 Pro going to be going for an off-angle flank as well. As they're going for those names and trying to get a couple of setups. And OG, they don't really have a lot of utilities to work with as well. It seems like OG finally makes the call. We are going to abandon shit. We've lost numbers. Not worth fighting. Artenki with an off-angle flank as well may consider backing out. Knowing for a fact that, look at this, level 1 helmets, not enough ammunition, not enough mats. OG, they got a little bit too greedy. And because of this, they might pay the price just because they do not have enough mats and utilities anymore. It seems like backing out was the right call, but the problem is, where will they get those restocks is the big question here.
Well, it's a big question, and OG, they do not want to stop for answers. Instantly just putting some distance between them and Madkings, but K9 Esports, with OG losing numbers, with Seoul down to their last 2 players, this is the opportunity for K9 Esports to make a comeback to try and take that first position away, but unfortunately, they are going to be stopped towards the northeastern edge of the circle by TrueRippers. Now the circle shifts away from both the teams, and K9 Esports, either they look for those finishes, get those 4 points, or they get out of there as quickly as possible.
Well, speaking of getting out, Xtreme Godlike, seems like they are going to be getting in towards Shelter, trying to hunker down, but it's not exactly a favorable spot considering that it is an edge zone. And we know going to be left behind. Punk taking the charge to push in right now for center control. Finds a nice little high ground, but doesn't scout anyone yet. But it seems like he did hear a couple movements on his left. As Victorious Summers is going to be in front of them, and Godlike going to be on the left. But the question here is, when's a good time to fight? Oh, Punk made a little bit of mistake here. Shouldn't have overcommitted that. Gets sprayed down to Victorious Summers. Drops him down low, needs to get the full reset. And here Xtreme Godlike knows that there is too many teams in front of them. And this is going to be a tough, tough push into the next phase of zone here. Great save, though, for Punk.
I mean, but are we just happy with seeing them walk away with those saves? We want the team to perform. We want them to just start pumping those numbers, get a safety cushion inside of the top 8 so that the scare about Godlike not finishing in the top 8 isn't there anymore. But let's see. There's still opportunity. God's Reign as well, along with TrueRippers, taking things extremely slow. And for God's Reign, I just have to say one thing. You know how the saying goes that military circle is where God's Reign will always fumble. Well, if the circle is not a military one, they kind of tend to do decent.
Yeah, they do indeed here. But considering the congestion in towards this zone, most of the hot compounds has pretty much been occupied and congested onto the east side. So it's a little bit weird to see how teams are going to be rotating in here. But OG, they're swinging out from the sides as well. They're trailing behind TR, and they haven't gotten their restock at all. And OG hoping to get a little bit lucky to try and catch somebody on the edge. Or in this case, hoping that they go for a major collision so they can go for the third party and get those restocks. As you can see, Aru down towards 50 bullets as well. Not a lot of ammunition to work with. No chance to restock. As seems like TrueRippers finally find a little bit of entry point, but it is going to collide on the K9 now. Beast left all by himself. He's going to be smoking up. He needs to back out now.
Yeah, this is going to be not really a good position for K9 Esports to find themselves in. Beast lucky for him. Jelly did not have an angle, but that smoke is going to allow the players of TrueRippers to push out and get a little aggressive for that fight. Beast, is he still alive? I think he is. Ninja Boy, he shows up to try and provide some support. Jelly spots him out, tries to spray him down, but from the flank, return fire. The cover provided by the players of K9, it was decent, but not enough to keep the team still in a fighting position. That nade, though, finding an opening, and Beast drops Hydro. Now it's down to Jelly. Omega was dropped extremely low in terms of HP, but he recovers. A second nade from Beast. Jelly put under pressure. Although the damage has been negated, he has been constantly swinging in and out of cover. But K9 Esports, they really, really need to win this fight. If they do, maybe at the end of the game, they are going to be sitting at the top of everyone in the overall leaderboard.
Well, this is a major fight as well, but at the same time, the zone needs to force them out of farm. They need to wrap things out. A lot of utilities has been expended as well. Jelly holding on for the dear lives, but K9, they need to wrap things up. They need all these points. They may have gotten a knock, but unfortunately, they need more. They need time. 20 seconds left. The circle is about to move. And it is going to be a very, very quick one as well. A lot of smokes has been used. Can they push through? Seems like K9, they finally make the call to kind of semi-back out, knowing that circle about to close in. They have a lot of distance they need to cover.
Yeah.
They've burned out a lot of utilities. Let's not overcommit to this here. With TrueRippers, they are pretty much overcommitted. But at the same time, shots be fired from the sides.
K9 is on the preferred side of this fight. They will be able to run to the circle a little bit quicker, but they have to lay out a trap for TrueRippers as well, because the moment K9 evades, TrueRippers will be the next in line, and that is the time K9 can actually set up a bait and get those finishes. And I think that has been the call that's been made. Beast and Ninja Boy staying back. Omega kind of backing off, giving away a false sense of comfort to the players of TrueRippers. But TrueRippers, they evade towards the east, and K9 are going to be forced towards the west, where they spot out, guess who? It's going to be the team sitting first in the overall leaderboard. OG in the distance.
Oh my goodness, Hoji finally finds an entry point, goes for a mad dash, directly trashing in. They drove past Victorious Summers, and they are going to be A-okay. But at the same time, as soon as I say this, make no mistake, I thought they were fine, but they get completely sprayed down by Sam99 from Victorious Summers alongside with Ninja. A complete wipeout on OG. And oh my goodness, what a way for the final days for OG to completely drop the ball in this game once more.
To be fair, same thing could have happened to TrueRippers as well. OG and TrueRippers headed in the same direction, but Victorious Sumus, they take out whoever they spot out first. Well, turns out Nebula Esports, all they see is going to be the players of Godlike. Even though Adi can get taken out with that nade, the Molotov finishes off Jonathan. Or no, it is Snow John who takes that final pick, who picks off that point for his team. Nebula Esports, brilliantly done. Well executed fight against the players of Godlike, but White Walkers are building pressure on Nebula out into the open. Surviving that, it's going to be difficult. God's Reign on the other end of the spectrum fighting Victorious Sumus. Two teams competing for that top 8 spot. And right now, God's Reign are getting beaten over here. This could have been that one game that propelled them into the top 3, that gave them hope for the trophy. But with Victorious Sumus getting those finishes, I think hope is slipping away for God's Reign.
Yeah, definitely is as well. But God's Reign, Destro stuck on the tree. Victorious Sumus got him completely locked down. What a way to be alive here for a waste. They almost got the chicken dinner, but seems like their steam is not out yet as they continue to pummel onto his Destro. Another nade comes in, exposed, and he is out. That's going to be God's Reign out for contention to fight for the top spot. Soul still alive, K9 still alive, and TrueRippers also still alive. However, everybody is kind of weak right now, even K9. But as the zone shifts through, it is going to push towards Nebula. TrueRippers taking some serious fire against White Walkers as they eliminate them from this game. As this circle is going to be very tricky, but Nebula in the god spot right now.
Yeah, Nebula, they have the prime position to walk away with the chicken dinner. But again, the trophy contenders, TrueRippers, stuck in a very awkward spot. Harsh can't do anything but hide behind the buggy, and same goes for Jelly. On the other side, K9 Esports, their main arch rivals, still standing 4-man strong. They're just playing outside the zone constantly. K9 has completely hidden away their presence, but Soul, they have a different way of doing things in mind. Even with 2 players still on a hunt, they have gotten a decent spot on the slope of this hill. And TrueRippers are going to be their neighbors for the next few moments. The only problem is if someone comes charging from the south, then Soul and TrueRippers, both these squads are going to be in trouble. And I have a feeling that Cincinnati kids, they might have seen those vehicles move around and they are getting greedy for those finish points.
Oh my goodness, Joker is able to find another one again here, considering that they've lost out Goblin and Legit rather early. They make their early exit, but now they themselves have gotten a lot of points.
Soul is #1 in the overall leaderboard right now, toppling over OG with that extra point. They take the first position away while this game is going on. Anything else that Soul gains from now on, it's just a bonus, it's a safety cushion. It is time for K9 to charge forward before Soul runs away with the lead.
Yep, but at the same time, TrueRippers has been eliminated by Cincinnati kids here. And Soul now, their vehicles exposed, Juicy going for an off angle to try and pummel them as well. And the race for the top 8 is heating things up here, Johnny. Like, even Cincinnati kids, one massive game from them, they are in the top 8. What am I watching? How close is the top 8 cutoff going to be like?
Hey, man, I said it, a 20 bomber from Cincinnati kids, and they're going to be in this fight. But as we start focusing on CK, so does the side of 8-bit. Aquinox has secured the opening frag for his team. And the nades from Juicy and Skips, they kind of overshoot, but Skips' second follow-up nade makes contact, and Aquinox is going to be knocked out. So now it's an even-Steven fight between the two sides, 3 versus 3.
Well, it's going to be tough. Skips, he's going to re-rotate away. They're not exactly in zone, but Skips is going to try and pressure onto a CK to try and block their exit here. Or in this case, maybe even 8-bit here to in this regards, but they're still not exactly unsure. But Ninja Boy from K9 was able to get the knock on Zerif. That's going to be a point in K9. And K9 is not exactly out of the race for the #1 spot as well. And one massive game from K9 means that they will be able to see that 3-way showdown for the trophy itself. But 8-bit, they continue the push. S-Power steps up big time, gobbles up all those points from CK. And even K9 themselves, they were looking for those points but could not get this because now Ninja Boy, he gets picked from the sides and it's going to be Nicole that shuts him down.
Yeah, this is just unfortunate for K9 Esports. That spread around that western edge. And Omega is getting quite close to the players of Soul, needs to be cautious as well. In the meanwhile, 8-bit against CK, and Raiden finally gets the last man from Cincinnati kids out of this playground. But K9, they have to be cautious about this game. Whatever Soul gets, K9 need that plus 8 points in order to topple over Team Soul. And it's a 2 versus 4 situation as finally the circle is going to favor Nebula Esports. So their chances for a chicken dinner are going to be the highest. But Omega, what a nade, takes down Knuckle. Joker is the last man left alive, and now the only question is, do K9 know where Joker is hiding? They haven't checked this slope of the hill yet. And along with this, the pressure from Victorious Sumus in the backlines is going to start to build up. Victorious Sumus might just ruin the day for K9 Esports if they end up picking them off right here, right now.
Oh, at the same time here, now the needs does clip onto his Joker. He needs one more connection and he is good. Nicole gets taken out by Adi from Nebula. That point is stolen away from K9, but they do find Joker, so that means K9 eliminates Soul as they've stopped the bleed. But if K9 gets this chicken dinner, they should be able to catch up as well.
Yeah.
What a close race here, Johnny.
They have secured a knock onto a waist, and now K9 really need to secure this fight. What? A slam dunk from Slug, and it seems like the form that went missing after the reach, the grand finals has returned, but Ninja, that counter nade onto Ninja Boy was equally brilliant. K9 Esports, they're trying to recover. At the same time, they're trying to make sure that Victorious Sumus is going to be pinned down, but as Omega fell back to bring his teammate Beast along with the rest of the team, K9 Esports were forced to slow down, and Slug, he is out of utility. I have a feeling Victorious Sumus might just end up winning this fight.
Oh, it's got to be close as well, but the counter nades, they get the reset. But with the zone coming in, it's going to be close. Seems like Victorious Sumus, they're going to reposition as well, knowing that there's still a lot of teams still left alive. They might get third party from this. And K9 doesn't overextend as well. They're going to be playing a little bit edge here to hope that somebody goes in for the crash, because eventually Nebula is the biggest threat right now with those compounds. At far north, FS has got a widespread trying to dodge Nebula. And everybody is hoping that somebody shuts Nebula up first before they engage in those fights while keeping each other in check. This is such a difficult zone to play.
I think from a POV of K9 Esports, they should completely forget about Nebula and just focus on racking up those finish numbers, man. That is all they need. Soul has been eliminated. OG got taken out early. And now Victorious Sumus, they get backstabbed. Nomi from the flank gets aggressive. Nebula Esports at a point where they just need to stay back. They just push forward. They're picking off VS. And now K9 is going to be next in tow. Slug hides inside the smoke trying to stay alive, but Nomi still finds the knock. And now this vehicle, as it goes in and out of the smoke, K9 Esports are desperate for that trade, but it is not going to come their way. 3 teams, 11 players alive. A 4 versus 3 situation. And again for K9, it is very, very important that they get the chicken dinner in the bag.
Yeah, because K9, they're going to try and save Slug as well right outside the zone. As Nebula, they got a little bit greedy, but the zone favors them on towards those compounds once more. They've left their safety net. They went in on hunt, surprised Victorious Sumus, and because of that, now K9 is wondering what is Nebula up to as well. FS, they have been laying low from the north, but here comes the nade. The setup is there, and it's gonna be perfect. Oh, the bounce comes through, almost knocking his way as well, and he's gonna try and make a mad dash for it. Omega gets knocked. Adi, how did he connect those nades? And now K9, they've lost 2. Nebula gonna try and double down on this, but Adi got knocked from afar because finally FS shows themselves, and they are gonna join this fight.
Yeah, the third party from FS is gonna be brutal. Beast, he's trying his level best, needs to find the opener instantly, and well, he almost does as well. But Godx, the distraction, is this gonna be enough? Godx gets finished off. K9 Esports, another point secured. And FS, they're down to the last 2 players. K9 Esports, can they recover? They can bring Omega back. Almost getting the revive. And the high ground is gonna be theirs as well, but Nebula still having 3 players. A big sign of concern. Lavish knocked out in the distance as Levi becomes the last man for FS.
Oh my god, that is as close as it gets here. But of course, FS, they may have spoiled a little bit of FS's and K9 and Nebula's positions here. But as of yet, points, like you said, stolen away. Which again, K9 needs all these points to stand a chance to compete with the top 2. In this case, that is going to be So and OG. Omega getting picked up from Levi here. FS stepping up big time. Levi, what a day to be alive. Solo Warrior tries to go for a cover jab, but the points, Omega, stolen by Nebula once more. And now K9 leaving only Ninja Boy and Beast down towards the final clip. But Kratos gets the knock in onto his Beast, and now Ninja Boy last man standing.
Yeah, had Beast found the knock onto Kratos, maybe things could have been different, but Ninja Boy, as we see him, last man left alive for the side of K9 Esports. Nebula Esports feel the comfort and they're out on a hunt. Beast, I think it's going to be very difficult for him to survive over here. Look at that, the nade being cooked towards the left. They know exactly where he is. The nade goes out, and I believe, oh, just a sliver of HP remaining. The second one should get the job done. Nebula Esports, what a brilliant comeback initiated in this last Erangel of Showdown. 8 eliminations to their name. A chicken dinner as well will make that 9 elimination. This nade, yeah, there we go. 19 points for Nebula Esports from this match as K9 Esports finish in the top 2. And I believe they also have 7 to 8 eliminations for themselves. But they are still not gonna be number 1.
But now you can see that Adi has entered his villain arc once again. Just before the match started, we saw he was pumping his players, and when the time was right, he went ham on the entire lobby. He was trying to find out all those teams in contention, but now coming back, K9, another strong game of Erangel.
Yeah.
And I feel OG's lead is gone. Soul had already toppled over. Do you think, I see, that K9 might be sitting at the tabletop?
Okay, he's not going to be number 1, but it is a fight between 3 teams, and the one that's going to be deciding them is going to be in the map of Miramar. And in this case, I feel like these 3 teams, Soul, OG, is going to be a little bit more favorites because they do tentatively do better in those maps.
I mean, they can. I think OG just dropped to 3rd after this game is done.
Yeah, I think for OG, it's a complete collapse. Collapse. There's no way they can recover from here.
Not really. I think the point difference is going to be like 1 and 2 points between the top 3.
So it's not about the points that I mean to say. It's about who steps up when it matters. There were moments where K9, they were never refusing to bow down, even for teams. So they still were showing intent of those fights. But for OG, those mistakes, what were the entire 3 players doing in one week?
Hey, listen, here's the thing. It's the most famous movie quote I know, and I think everyone's going to realize where it's from. It doesn't matter if you win by an inch or a mile. A win is a win. And as long as OG walks away with the trophy and the ticket to get into that GC gauntlet, it's all going to be good.
I think it's still, when you look at the bigger picture, till yesterday when we started the day off, everybody was of the opinion that, yeah, it's easy peasy for OG. But now everybody just biting their fingernails over here and still not knowing what's going to happen. But that did mark the end of the Erangels. Now only 2 Miramars remain. Anything can happen. Maybe if teams need a reset, that could also happen. So much to talk about, folks. But after this short little break.
Hello everyone and welcome back to BMSD 2025 Grand Finals Day 3 itself here. We are officially down towards final 2 games so far. And you guys are currently watching the English broadcast. My name is ICBaby12. Joining me is going to be 2 specialists. We have Necro and Johnny to take you through with the commentary for today. But interesting enough here, there are a lot of things we have to discuss. And of course, at the top team, I would say 3 teams in contention, very, very close for the trophy. And the teams at the bottom, at least what? 9, maybe 10 teams still fighting for top 8?
Yeah, pretty much. I think 9 teams fighting for top 8 from 6 to 15. And apart from that, the top 5, man, now that is going to be shaken up because I think Soul and K9 will get an edge for themselves, but now OG getting toppled down. TrueRippers and God's Reign doing kind of decent. Make sure that the top 5 is still in the fight heading into the last match.
And once again, with the way Nebula Esports played that previous game, they're also going to secure that spot towards the top 8. It was quite a solid ending for Nebula Esports, and they were desperate for the point. And then, of course, you've got Levi there too from the side of FS Esports getting 5 more points. That's going to be enough to solidify that slot towards the top 8.
Well, speaking of solidifying here, officially, before we get to the overall standings and seeing how close things are going to be looking like, Nebula, with that chicken dinner, gives them 19 points. That means they should be able to retain those top 8 spots. K9 with 14 points, FS with 13, even Victor Summers with 10 points means that the cutoff is going to be like 1 or 2 points different by the end of the day, considering how close everything or every single team has been competing thus far because of a small little change, which is the map of Rondo. Think about this. Before Rondo came in, the points was never this close, but after Rondo, okay, all the way to the bottom as well. That's kind of scary.
But I mean, on Rondo, only one team was able to catch up and cut down the difference. That was Soul. After that, we have seen more chaos on the 3 Erangels that have happened. And you know what's the best part? You remember, yesterday, it was the last 2 games where K9 actually got the most points, those 2 Miramars. We're heading to Miramar next.
Oh boy, and speaking of that as well, there is also a couple of teams that is going to be looking in Miramar. But with 2 games left, I'm curious to see what's going to be the minds of the players right now and what they are going to be thinking about this upcoming match as we jump into an interview.
काफी टाइम से मेरे दिमाग में चल रहा है ये डे 3 ही है ना, ये डे 2 तो नहीं है. मतलब आज सरप्राइजेस, कमबैक, सब कुछ देखने को मिल रहा है. 4 गेम्स हो चुकी हैं, 4 ऐसी टीम्स ने चिकन डिनर निकाला जिन्होंने इससे पहले फाइनल्स में चिकन डिनर नहीं निकाला. 4th गेम के चिकन डिनर विनर्स नेबुला ई-स्पोर्ट्स मेरे साथ. नेबुला ई-स्पोर्ट्स के IGL से बात करेंगे. इनसे ऑलरेडी मैंने स्टेज पे बात कर रखी है. काफ़ी उम्मीदें थी आदि आपकी टीम से. डे 1 में आपने काफ़ी टीम्स को परेशान किया. तीसरे दिन में आकर आपको चिकन डिनर मिल रहा है. व्हाट वाज नॉट वर्किंग कि चिकन डिनर आपके हाथ नहीं लग रहा था?
आई थिंक डे 2 पे इंटेंट वाज मिसिंग. ठीक है, इंटेंट मिस कर रहे थे हम, जो हमारा इंटेंट है फाइटिंग वाला वो मिस कर रहे थे. इस वजह से हम आई थिंक सर्वाइवल पे चले गए थे, जो हमारा गेम प्ले नहीं है. इस वजह से लैग कर रहे थे पॉइंट्स में.
एंड सर्वाइवल की अगर बात करें तो आप टॉप 8 में काफ़ी अच्छी तरह सर्वाइव्ड हैं इस समय नंबर 6 पर विथ मोर देन 100 पॉइंट्स ऑलरेडी. टारगेट तो वो इंटरनेशनल टिकट का ही होगा शायद.
टारगेट 100% इंटरनेशनल का ही है. 30 पॉइंट्स का लीड है. आई थिंक हम सेम माइंडसेट से खेलेंगे. सेम आई थिंक जो ये गेम में रिजल्ट लाए वो 2 गेम में रिजल्ट ला सकते हैं. हमारा माइंडसेट क्लियर है और हम #1 के लिए जाएंगे.
#1 के लिए जाएंगे इस समय आदि ने बोल दिया है फ्रॉम नेबुला ई-स्पोर्ट्स. एंड अब बचते हैं 2 और गेम्स. मोमेंटम कहीं ना कहीं मिल चुका है एक चिकन डिनर के बाद. अब क्या डिस्कशंस हो रही हैं फॉर द रिमेनिंग 2 गेम्स?
2 गेम का आई थिंक सभी के हर एक प्लेयर के माइंड में क्लियर है कि अपन को क्या करना है, क्या अपन को चाहिए. सबका विजन क्लियर है कि हमको #1 के लिए एम करना है. और आई थिंक वी आर रेडी फॉर दैट.
दे आर रेडी फॉर दैट. बट आर यू रेडी फॉर मोर BGMI एक्शन? अगर आप रेडी हैं तो थोड़ा सा आपको इंतजार करना पड़ेगा क्योंकि नेबुला ई-स्पोर्ट्स को अभी थोड़ा सा रेस्ट एंड रीसेट करने का थोड़ा सा टाइम देते हैं. एंड एक छोटे से ब्रेक के बाद वी विल बी बैक विद मोर BGMI एक्शन. बी राइट बैक.
Well, things are back on towards us right now here. It seems like the players are getting a little bit intense, but I like the mindsets coming from Nebula in particular. They're a little bit far off to fight for the top 1, but says what, 30 points? Well, 1 game is all they need here. What do you think about that confidence coming from Adi?
I like the confidence from Nebula Esports, but I feel like the first spot is too far-fetched. I don't think Nebula Esports is going to be able to get there.
Yeah.
But if they do get to the podium now, that will be a remarkable ending.
What a rare side, me and Necro agreeing on a lot of things. I mean, both our predictions is K9 Esports, and I completely agree with what Necro is saying that, yeah, I mean, you did quite well for yourself right now. Yeah. You can try for the trophy. Hey, if Nebula Esports actually pull it off, it's going to be incredible. Me and this lad right here, we live for storylines like this. But let's be realistic about it. it's very difficult to pull it off. Close to impossible.
Yeah, close to impossible. But that means that the top 3 teams needs to completely bomb that game in order for them to actually sneak up as well. And considering the fact that anything is possible, the stakes for top 8, there might be a possibility as well. Because if you think about it, at the start of the game, we saw K9 dropping the ball, we saw TrueRippers dropping the ball, we saw Soul messing up a little bit, but not too much, you know. But OG so far, very consistent mess up in 4 games. And that's heartbreaking for me. But all things considered, this is a tournament and anything can happen. 16 teams with 16 different brains throughout the entire game. I would say there's a lot of things that needs to be taken into consideration.
Yeah, with how you were bringing OG into the conversation.
Consistent mess up.
Yeah, I had no idea what that was headed, man.
That's the first time I've ever seen OG mess up consistently for 4 games, just because of the fact that they have been consistent in every single stages of getting points, top 5, top 6, top 4.
They're consistent today
it's
as well.
so weird that today they're so consistent in just getting barely
bad.
1-2 points, which is weird. I don't know what's up with day 3 here.
I think that's their ISP, right? They're consistent. Either they're consistent being extremely not able to get a lot of points, or they can be extremely good.
Yeah, I mean, either they just dominate or get dominated. There's no in between. There is no standard top 5 finish for OG. It's all or nothing approach. But again, one thing I want to go back to, as you said, with Nebula Esports getting to where they are right now, you said top 3 will be top 3 need to bomb the next 2 matches. Well, it's the top 5 that need to go out, all with 0 points, and the only way Nebula Esports make it happen is if Nebula is the one taking each and every one of them out, or at least 2 teams.
Well, for technically, if Nebula takes all the chicken dinners with like 10 finishes all the way through, I think that should be enough, right? 40 points? What do you think?
Not if K9 Esports, Soul, and OG just average 8 points as well.
Okay, fair
7 to
enough.
8
Still
points.
very,
That's all
very
they need.
difficult. So I would say, you know, the top 3 is pretty much guaranteed all the way through. But before things are going to be happening here, I think we need to make a little bit of preparations for this final 2 games, because things are very, very intense. But we are going to be taking a very, very short break. And right after this break, we will continue on the journey to see how these 2 matches is going to be held here for the grand finals. Hello everyone and welcome back to BMSD 2025 Grand Finals on day number 3 here. Seems like we had a little bit of preparations that needs to be made. However, we'd like to announce that there is a point deduction that's recently happened here. And it seems like Seoul, it will be getting a point off OG because there was a small little mistakes here. In this case, I think here in particular, Seoul was able to get a point off here, but instead that point was actually given on towards Aru from OG, even though they were pretty much out of the game.
So Seoul was able to get a 2-piece with that one single nade, and that's why those 2 points were not registered. So now Seoul's going to get a +2, and OG will get a -1 because one of that point was accidentally registered in OG's account.
Yeah, but that just brings us to a 5-point difference between OG and Seoul.
Yeah.
And a 1-point difference between K9 and Seoul.
Well, like we said as well, the fight for the #1 spot is between these 3 teams right now, Seoul, K9 and OG, and it is as close as it gets. And interesting enough, Seoul today, their performance, they haven't really gotten a chicken dinner, but they are #1 with only one winner chicken dinner.
I want to say this, I'm getting worried about K9, Necro. This is a team that on the last day in the last few matches is just focusing on placement points instead of fighting.
Yeah, I really hope K9 Esports is not going to be shifting their focus on placement points. You would really want to see that team just go all guns blazing, but I hope they're not going to switch the playstyle.
I mean, I want them to win. That's your prediction. That's my prediction. So we just hope either they go aggressive or they whatever they are making or trying to make work actually works out. I hope it just works out for K9 in the end.
Yeah, and even then as well, I think teams that are gonna try and stress themselves out here, they have to eye for top 8, right?
Yeah.
Even for 8-bit, they're looking to try and secure those spots here. And when it comes to map Miramar, those who are excel into its macro rotations and macro gameplay is gonna be phenomenal in this place. And now with a little bit switch up from all these teams, who is going to be the ones that has brought a game? I know for a fact that OG has flopped 2 maps. Now, with Miramar, will they be able to rise up or will they get shut down? Because now it is going to be the map of Miramar.
It's the second last game of the Grand Finals in the BGMI Showdown 2025. The slot for the Global Championship still up for grabs. Will it be OG, will it be K9, or will it be Seoul? Speaking of Seoul, they have been a burning torch consistency throughout the entirety of the day, but OG, they have been bombing games back-to-back. 4 games, OG's performance is not good. They haven't even crossed that 5 points marker. That's how bad OG's been playing. But for the likes of K9 Esports, the previous game, it sprung them back to life.
Yeah, as we were talking about both Seoul and OG, Necro, one being consistently good, the other consistently dropping game. K9 Esports are sneaking under the radar. And this is something that you and I were just talking about before we jumped into the action. Focusing on placement points on the last day. We saw them be extremely passive in Rondo. The Erangels as well. They tried to hide their presence in the previous game. They weren't picking up fights until extreme late. This time around, the flight path is there for K9 to have a very comfortable start to the game. Same goes for Seoul. But how will these teams react? And right off the bat, OG with an off drop. Look at them to the extreme western edge of the map itself. They can pick off a few vehicles, and I see a Chumacera start coming from OG.
I really hope K9 Esports doesn't choke this. They're dropping all the way towards Hatin Del Patron, and they're going to get their hands onto it as well. No one contesting K9 Esports just yet. You've also got Madkings around that same fray, right next to K9 Esports. So maybe a potential contention. You've also got OG towards the left side, Nebula Esports, and 8-Bit once again having a bit of that clash towards El Pozo. And it's been extremely annoying for 8-Bit to deal with the players of Nebula Esports throughout the entirety of the showdown. But once again, it's going to happen. It's a showdown between those 2 big banners. For Seoul, they have been consistent, and they pretty much want to play the same way as well. But if K9 Esports gets a chicken dinner, that consistency will be thrown out of the way. Seoul will need a chicken as well.
Yeah, it's going to be interesting to see if Seoul actually does end up securing a chicken dinner in this Miramar itself. The circle favors them, and they are in the prime spot. Whenever there's a Crater Fields zone, La Cobriera, Seoul, they tend to do well. Smack center, 4-man split. They're going to have a lot of map control right off the bat of this game. But the contenders are not too far away. K9 Esports playing from Hacienda. And OG also towards the northwestern quadrant of the map. OG, I think their struggle first and foremost is going to be to try and cross over FS.
Indeed. And FS Esports towards Montenegro. It's a little bit of a different curve. Once again, for FS, the previous game was quite good. Now the fights for the top 8 for teams like FS Esports, Nebula. But in the interview, Adi had something else to say. He's still hoping for that first spot. He thinks it's still possible. With the way he was saying, it felt like it's going to be light work for Adi, but we all know covering that 30 points gap, it might be impossible for a team like Nebula Esports.
I mean, now the question is, as long as you keep the hope alive, how much effort are you willing to put in to make that into, or turn it into reality? And for Nebula Esports, even though it is a lot of heavy lifting that needs to be done, they have been doing that since the start of the day.
True.
It's just the last home stretch, man. It's just 2 games of Miramar. If you believe you can drop 20 bombs on both the Miramars, do it.
Imagine if Nebula Esports actually does it.
It's going to be incredible, man.
If Nebula Esports gets a chicken dinner in this game itself, with more than 20 points, then there will be a big glimmer of hope. But at the same time, K9 and even Seoul have to choke.
And it's a point that all of these squads are trying to prove right now. It is the fact that they are the ones who deserve to move to that global spot, to move to that international circuit. And in order to do that, they are willing to put up as difficult of a fight as possible. Right now, 8-bit, it seems like they hear that vehicle on the other side of the hill, and Raiden might just panic Necro. They are closing in on him from both the ends.
Legit on top of the mountain. There's Raiden on the opposite side, and for Seoul, they're just going to try to play it as passive as possible. But if you look at Legit's loot, I'm not a big fan of it. No meds, no utilities, not even proper ammunition, even the loadout, that's lacking. I'm not sure how well Seoul's planned out this, but problems will be there soon. And Raiden needs to be a little bit careful about the backlines as well. Soon he can be backstabbed. Seoul's just fighting for control. It's still too early inside of the game, and everyone just needs to get their hands on the loot.
Yeah, 4 minutes into Miramar, and we're already expecting a fight when there's a trophy on the line, money on the line, and of course, a chance to represent the nation on the line for all well, not all 16 teams, just the top 5 in the overall leaderboard.
Not even top 5, I think the top 3 max to max.
I think more than Nebula Esports dropping 220 bombers, I would expect TrueRippers to be able to drop like 215 bombers at least.
Yeah, there's a possibility, yeah. If TrueRippers does it, then
right
it'll
now,
be massive.
Seoul is at 131, K9 is at 130, so 2 15-point games, or maybe 120 point, 115 point from TrueRippers, or God's Reign can actually secure them the first position. There's one added condition to the statement that, again, OG, K9, and Seoul need to be taken out early. But from the perspective of TrueRippers and God's Reign, it's much easier to pull it off rather than Nebula Esports, because Nebula Esports' list of teams that need to go out early also includes TrueRippers and God's Reign, though extra names are also 8 extra bodies that need to disappear from the game itself.
I just hope while aiming for the skies, you don't fall apart from the sky.
It's the story of Icarus, right?
Yeah.
Wings burned because he flew close to the sun. Too close to the sun.
Gotta be in the top 8. You gotta be still around the paradise. And Mysterious 4. Mysterious 4 at this point in time, we all know it's also one of those teams that is fighting for the top 8. We did see Mysterious 4 get extremely close, and yes, they've also had one solid game today. So they can definitely replicate that. They can definitely make it happen towards the top 8.
Yeah, and again, I mean, the firepower in this team is promising as well, but K9 Esports, towards the north, you see the players of Mysterious 4. I wonder if K9 Esports, they have those scopes, they will have an opportunity to take those shots as well, but Mysterious 4, if they're made aware of the presence on those hills, they're going to stop, find some cover, and then are going to try and look to find some trade. One interesting thing about this Miramar compared to what we've seen in the last few days, last 2 days, in fact, for the Grand Finals, is going to be that this time around, everyone is just charging for those hills north of El Pozo, Crater Fields.
They just want to stack upon the elimination points.
Yeah.
That's pretty much the best possible way you can do that. If you've got the high ground to play with, you will also have a lot of intel to play with, and also the elimination points will funnel in. Because you will see the foes just stacking up out in the open, and you can just take those shots. You can be an absolute beamer. But for Godlike, even they've been bombing those games back to back. That's like, what, 4 games? And even Godlike haven't even gotten a lot of points. Even they haven't really crossed that 5 points marker in all of those games, which is honestly concerning. And now Godlike, they move up too close against Mysterious 4. It's a bit too dangerous, Godlike, be careful. And Mysterious 4, they're already gonna find the opener. What was Admino thinking? Snowjaw just gets that freebie and instantly backs away. Godlike messed up big time, Admino getting confirmed. Now the fight's down to a 3-on-4. Mysterious 4 having the man advantage in the fight, and Godlike, they're handicapped big time.
Yeah, there's only one option left for Godlike. Get out of here as quickly as possible, and they're trying to back off, but it doesn't matter. Hero, he gets a brilliant flank angle. By the way, moved in from the right-hand side of that building, gets to the first floor and drops Simp as well. It seems like trouble in paradise, and the gods are going to be sent back into hell.
The problem is, it's not about the championship now for Godlike, it's about the top 8.
Yeah.
And if they keep on performing the same way, they cannot even qualify for the International Cup.
They're already outside of the top 8.
Yes, they are. And they're too far back, honestly. They're probably around the 12th or 13th spot. Too far away. Godlike needs as many points as they can. 0 elimination so far. Godlike is choked up big, including OG. Mysterious 4 taking those shots even against TrueRippers. It's going to be far stretch for TR, but let's see.
Necro, the northern quadrant of northern half of the circle is about to get very intense. You have Soul, K9 quite close to each other. Mysterious 4 right now gatekeeping TrueRippers, another team that is contending for the trophy. But TrueRippers, they start to pick off Mysterious 4. The first player to hit the floor is going to be a player from M4 Hero out of the way. But 3 players still left standing, still in this fight. And while we were talking about K9, I also mentioned Soul still being there on the Crater Field Mountains. OG, they have found a little bit breathing room to figure out the early stages of the game, are playing from the southern edge. TrueRippers though, they found the knock, still waiting to secure the finish. It's not going to be easy, but in the meanwhile, they get surrounded by the players of K9.
Elpozo's in focus for the circle, which means a lot of these teams are now going to move on towards that urban terrain and hope for the best. And we all know sometimes urban warfares, they can be random. You never know where you're going to be shot at from. TrueRippers taking those shots against K9 Esports. No connections found yet. Slug, that golden Murado, it's on the verge of being blown up, so be a little bit careful, Slug. I understand you would want to have that swag with you, but sometimes carrying too much swag, it can be deadly.
Well, sometimes, but the other times having too much swag is just going to be filled with a lot of swag if you pull off whatever you were trying to do.
A swaggy move?
The swaggy move. But although, considering it's the last 2 matches, I think it's best to avoid any swaggy moves.
Yeah,
Might
that's
as
what
well
I'm saying.
Focus on.
But to be honest, for K9 Esports, they're fueled with those swaggy moves.
I mean, today is the one day that it's not there on display.
But at least they're doing good, right?
Yeah, that's the thing. They're doing fine. They're doing okay. They're just 1 point away from Seoul and moving up to the first position in the overall leaderboard.
True.
But they aren't playing like the K9 Esports that just goes in and annihilates everyone. Right now, the strategy is simple. First, try to survive, break in the top 8, and once you're in the top 8 of the game, that is when you start to click heads.
God's Reign as well. Even they want to make that rotation. FS Esports, they mess up. Roman, the man's knocked out. OG with 0 finishes on the block. I'm not sure what the game plan's going to be for OG now. To be honest, they've got a lot of ammunition. They've got a lot of resources as well in general. Nades, not exactly there in the hands of WizGod, but the backline's too exposed. And if OG's not careful, they will be knocked out soon. But TrueRippers, they collide against God's Reign. A bit of an unwanted collision for God's Reign, and just losing out on the man like that in the blue, that's going to hurt them quite a bit. And that too was the big guy, Neo.
Man, oh man, this is just a slow build up. As you mentioned, the blue TrueRippers have to be cautious. God's Reign right behind them, both the teams 4th and 5th in the overall leaderboard. But look at K9, Soul, Nebula, 8-bit AX, all the teams pushing for the center. And as K9 and Soul move in tandem, I wonder if there will be a collision between the two sides.
K9 Esports, even they're stacking up towards El Pozo. Look at Soul! They've ran into the open arms of 8-bit! And 8-bit, they absolutely shred through! Oh my God, Soul getting ripped apart in such an awkward manner. That's gonna hurt them big time. We were talking about how Soul was the burning torch consistency, but now that torch, it's on the verge of being extinguished.
But hey, while 8-Bit has gone after Soul, Godlike are the ones picking a fight against the players of K9. They were able to secure a knock. The question is, when will the finish conversion come through? On the other side of things, AX, they lose out on a player, all thanks to Mysterious4, who find a decent position to work with quite close to the circle center. But K9 Esports, man, oh man. By the way, they picked off the last man from the side of Soul, so Soul has been completely eliminated in this game. But K9 are now tied up with Soul on that first position. Cincinnati Kids on the other side, a fight against the players of OG, and CK are going to lose out on skips. Can't even recover from that.
This might just be the game where OG rises back up from the grave.
Could be.
I mean, OG's already got 3 elimination points. They might just start feeling themselves, and what a time it would be to come back to life. They're desperate to find those elimination points, and CK is right there in the front lines. And OG, just by looking at their approach, now you can tell they're not really overthinking these scenarios. Thinking straight, OG knows what needs to be done, and OG's focused. For K9 Esports, it's a day with destiny. Their biggest foe, Soul, who was right behind them on their tails, have been eliminated from this game. And that's a big thing for them.
It's going to be massive, but this recovery from K9, I think again, heads hit the floor. They're just going to go prone, hide their presence for as long as possible. To be honest, once you are put into that urban situation, you can't really do much. You just hold on for your dear life until the circle forces you out or forces someone else out that you can pick off. But right now it feels like Phoenix from Nebula Esports has control of a nice little hill to work with and is going to try and see if he can just cause some harm to the players of God's Reign. There goes the spray, but no knock.
Oh boy, man still pulling off that rotation. All the players next to each other, and for Victor Sumus, maybe it's going to be smooth glide. For God's Reign as well, they lost out on the big man a while ago. Now need to continue the journey with just a 3-man squad. Destro, Justin, and Delta. And even God's Reign, they're going to stack up around that El Pozo side. So many teams with a potential chance to win are inside of El Pozo. And the moment we see the circle unfold, that's when the real mystery will start to hit.
Well, the mystery needs to unfold soon because the cluster in El Pozo is getting bigger and bigger by the second. And unless the circle takes a hard shift towards the northeast, I think the game is pretty much ruined for teams like Nebula, for teams like TrueRippers, who are still not part of this urban conflict. But 8-Bit, they've made a lot of noise. But those early 3 finishes where they were able to pick off Soul might have given them a confidence boost. Now trying to gatekeep the players of God's Reign, although God's Reign does barely manage to sneak their way in the circle.
To be honest, even 8-Bit's on that slow and steady climb.
Too slow, though.
Yeah, on the 11th spot. 8-Bit just wants to be in the top 8. I'm pretty sure that's what they're aiming for.
Yeah, pretty much.
So they can easily make it as well.
Exactly. For them, it's not that difficult. They just need a top 3 finish with like 6 to 7 eliminations in the last 2 games of the day. And not 6 to 7, 5 eliminations, and it's good.
And they've also got a decent position in this game, so 8-Bit can definitely make it happen. Look at Equinox just stacking up the elimination points. Now he fights the second man from God's Reign. How is God's Reign getting dismantled in such a weird way? There's a man from Nebula Esports on top as well, so Victor Sumus needs to be a little bit careful. And for TrueRippers, they're in the fire fray. The mat's going to be confirmed as Jelly gets eliminated from the game. Victor Sumus squeezing in the elimination point. Around Victor Sumus in the close proximity is also going to be Nebula Esports. And right next to Nebula Esports, there's also TrueRippers. So that northern side is definitely stacked up with too many big foes. God's Reign towards the city with only a 2-man squad standing. For God's Reign, they know they still stand a chance to win the championship. But this game, it has to be huge. But with just a 2-man squad to replicate that, it just gets impossible.
Well, that's going to be close to impossible, but let's see how things turn out for now. I'm just waiting for that stage 5 shift, man. That will change everything. A little bit of a recap of how things went out with Team Soul. As you mentioned, they just ran into a trap. I think a bad call being made.
By Knuckle.
Expected the position to be empty, but it wasn't.
Knuckle was the person who made that call since it's the IGL. And rotations, they needed to be on point. But Seoul, they pretty much ran into a meat grinder. And 8-Bit, it felt like they were just ready, born ready for that push. Seoul messed up big. They were consistently getting points in all the games so far, but just this one game of Miramar, the moment it begins, Seoul, they dropped the ball. But now it's up for grabs for teams like K9 Esports and OG. And the amount of points OG got in this game, it definitely does seem like they're starting to feel themselves. There's Vasista Esports right next to OG, and we know Vasista Esports, for them, the momentum has lost. Throughout the entire tournament, Vasista Esports have been barely qualifying through the rounds. They made it to the grand finals once again, pretty much on that last game. And now Vasista Esports over here. Once again, we know they're done for. They can't even reach inside of the top 8. That's a different story. But as of now for White Walkers, oh man, what a slap that was. Keo just slaps the man to death. The remaining players of White Walkers, even they start to close up. And now Keo, he needs to manhandle them soon. But the opponent, he pushes up deep as he fights that connection against Keo. And for TrueRippers, they cannot afford this.
I'm surprised. How did he not hear Flash approach him like that? The nade pin being pulled, and Keo, he was just left a sitting duck out into the open. Easy takedown for Flash. And problem is, White Walkers know exactly where the remaining players from TrueRippers are going to approach from. Look at this. Harsh, he wants to charge forward, but it's not even going to work. Instantly gets put on his knees, and now right behind him, it's going to be Hydro. He's going to be the next man in line. I think this is the end for TrueRippers in this game, Necro. They can't really do anything from here.
Yeah, they're choking. Especially when it mattered the most. TrueRippers, OG, they start to choke. At least for TrueRippers, the day was better compared to OG, but the lead, that's something TrueRippers is not able to sustain. That's something TrueRippers is not able to overcome. The Blues on the move. And Hydro, since he's the only person standing for TrueRippers, now he needs to squeeze in the placement points. But still, if you look at that gap from the 4th to the 3rd spot, it's still pretty big. So TrueRippers, they at least needed 10 points in this game to close that gap.
Yeah, but the question is, when do those 10 points appear? And how, in fact, it's close to impossible odds, but Hydro, and for first aids, I do not hold a lot of hope for TrueRippers, because even if they try to move forward, this is Miramar. It's not Sanok anymore. Can't really hide anywhere. The moment he steps up from behind the ridge, he's going to get spotted out. Although K9 Esports, as we kind of saw what happened with them and Seoul, now they have a 1-point lead, but the chase from OG is what their attention is going to be focused on. And OG as well, still inside of this game. Hydra has been spotted out. The blue zone doing a lot of damage. He does survive for a few extra seconds, but White Walkers, are they going to let him through? Arjun stayed back just so he could try and finish him off. But with that one decision, White Walkers might have just signed their own exit papers for this game as they run into Victorious Sumus. Arjun now approaching, looking to see if he can third party and get a few extra finishes from here. There's one more man sitting in that Jeep, and Mafia gets spotted out. Arjun drops him to the floor. Sam999 in the back lines, a third party, and Victorious Sumus out of nowhere, they are going to be the ones pulling off a disappearing act.
Wrapped up in a sheet and sent back home. That's what happens. Victorious Sumus, a team that was in contention for the top 8, but they just completely bombed this game. VS was on the 9th spot. They just needed a few points to cross that 8th spot. But my, oh my, what a choke that was. The circle now centering up towards El Pozo. And to be honest, Johnny, it can be anyone's ball game.
Yeah.
K9 Esports is on the edge. AX, it definitely does seem like they've got a solid position. Mysterious 4 as well, they've got a really good position. For AX, they've only got 2 men standing, so that's a bit of a down curve. Looking at the players of Madkings, even they've got a solid position to play with. CK as well, not having enough men, but OG still in contention, and they can actually be the one to strike with a big game as well.
Yeah, pretty much. I mean, the door is still open for anyone who's willing to put in the effort to take it, but Nebula Esports, Kratos, tries to make a move to find a way inside of the circle, spotted out by a Mysterious 4. And K9 Esports are going to be the ones securing that knock, and the finish point scramble is going to be there, secured by K9. All these points, every single one, extremely important for K9 Esports. They can build a massive lead in this game itself, and with Nebula constantly making a fumble after fumble, this could be it. Phoenix knocked and finished off. Nomi goes down to Mysterious 4, and there go Nebula Esports.
0 points in this game. Nebula, the dream of them making a comeback towards that first spot, that's going to be down the drain. They could not do anything. The circle just shifting away from them, not favoring them. That's what costed Nebula their life. But Vasista Esports hinching it slowly and steadily. And Vasista Esports, now they're going to have the duty of spoiling the game for OG. But are they really going to do it? Do they really know that it's OG in the front lines? That's my question.
I mean, it's going to be too difficult for them to breach into the urban area as well. But as you mentioned, the possibility is there. Vasista Esports, all they have to do is, for the first time in this entire tournament, just completely commit to this fight.
Oh my god.
Because that is what they have been avoiding all this time.
Did you see what Vasista Esports did?
No.
They made OG think that Vasista has already made the rotation towards that warehouse, but one man is still left back. And I'm pretty sure that one guy, he's going to play the spoiler. Because Vasista knows, if Vasista want to win the game, OG's the only team that can be the spanner in the works. And if OG, even if they lose out on one player, that can mean extremely big for Vasista Esports in the upcoming fights.
And on the other side of the spectrum, you have K9 Esports, who are just lying in wait. Levi knocked out. Slug, he's doing a brilliant job fighting these isolated players, but Levi, he might just give up his finish to the players of 8-bit. They are the ones charging up the stairwell now. Levi drops down all the way towards the ground floor. Another knock could be secured by Slug, but no. Jonathan is going to be the man who finds the shot. But one needs to connect, and Slug is just desperate to find that finish. He knows where Somraj's body is, saw a few pixels as well, but all of those sprays draw a lot of attention, and Slug is going to be forced away from that window.
Burning through the meds in urban warfares, it's quite common. And K9 Esports, they need to be a little bit careful.
Yeah.
They need to preserve their meds. You cannot just keep on taking damage like that. If you burn through your meds and bandages, you're done for. Godlike's going to be in the front lines of K9 Esports. Then the zone is going to center on up once again. And Godlike, they might just be the center of attraction for K9. They might just make that pound soon. They might just aggress.
I mean, the possibility is going to be there, but Godlike and K9 with AX present on the flank. It's an important position. It is going to be an important play. Because OG, they are just keeping their heads down after those early conflicts. OG has disappeared from the map entirely. And Godlike, look at this. In this motel, they move down towards the southern side. Straight line section. K9 forced. Well, actually, given the pathway to enter, but this is going to be a very difficult approach. 8-bit is going to have the line of fire towards these buildings as well. K9 need to stay in cover and stay cautious. They get distracted for a single second, and they are going to lose their lives, and a possibility, an opportunity to stay on the first position heading into the last game.
K9's ready and prime with shotguns. They just want to shut down a team that's right next to them. But K9 Esports, they're not finding the line of sight. Vasista Esports, a major blunder in the game. They made that push against the players of Madkings, but it did not work out. It was completely flopped. Pro B, the only person in the back lines, and I highly doubt he can do anything. He's the only person left in the defensive arc. But soon even Pro's going to be fiddled out. I don't think the man's going to be able to stay alive for too long.
But Madkings, I mean, while we look on their perspective for the next few moments, can be one of the teams that ruins the day for Mysterious 4. Look at the radar. K9 slowly and steadily, they are inching closer to the players of Godlike. From the back, AX is going to be in tow as well, but they have their own problems to deal with in the form of Mysterious 4. Cyrex getting a shutdown onto Hero as Mysterious 4 are finally down to the last man. But K9 and OG, the two trophy contenders, man, they aren't willing to make any unnecessary move. In the meanwhile, FS, the trade of utils between Destro and Lavish at point-blank range. Now, this is impressive.
And both have got 3 finishes in this game. That's the crazy part. K9 Esports is still on the lead. Nothing taken away from that fact. But for OG, things might be a little bit easier compared to K9 Esports. They're right now outside of the circle, which means K9 Esports needs to brute force. Destro still alive from God's range. Just want to squeeze in as many points as he can. He just wants to be there. He just wants to stay in that top 8. Mysterious 4. Even that one man from that team is alive, and they're barely on the edge, barely on the cusp. FS Esports spotting out the men of 8-Bit, but they still can't do anything about it. And as I mentioned for K9 Esports, now they need a brute force. There's Godlike in the front, Punk and Jonathan right next to him. But how is K9 Esports going to make that pounce? How is K9 Esports going to push up against him?
So they barely have, like, I think just a small little section of the edge, like 2 feet or 3 feet off the edge of the circle under control, and that's all they have to work with. Also, problems occurring from the fact that from the flank, 8-Bit has been taking away a lot of these eliminations. But K9, this is going to be their time to shine. As 8-Bit evades, now they can finally go for the shutdown, and we see them doing so very precisely. 5 eliminations on the board for K9. S-Power can't really do much with Slug just waiting for an opportunity to strike on him. Nades go out. Ninja Boy almost finding that frag as well, but not really overcommitting. And of course, it's going to be the footsteps of Godlike that are also stopping the players of K9. And Jonathan, finish point stolen. K9 Esports still kept in check. But while all of this was going on, Cincinnati Kids versus OG, that was also another big fight. But OG have somehow figured out how to survive. They've picked off 2 from the side of CK.
Yeah, but soon K9's going to initiate that fight against Godlike. Because now K9 knows the back's against the wall anyways. You can jump down, take that fight against Godlike. Look at this nade from Ninja Boy. This is insane. And he actually finds the connection too. Confidence through the roof. It's in Cloud9. And Godlike still trying to fight back, but it's not going to matter. As K9 Esports, their brute strength, it's more than enough to manhandle Godlike.
Yeah, but Ninja Boy knocked out. Beast pushing up front to draw or maybe keep away the pressure. Slug knocked out. A desperate last-ditch effort from K9, and they are starting to fall down like flies.
Oh no.
OG, this is their opportunity to secure the first position once again. Omega, oh my goodness, just one shot to his body or maybe even the legs and he would have been knocked out. But OG now know that K9 are going to be left bleeding, although they have their own problems in the form of CK being present right on top of their heads. And it's stage 9, the blue collapse. Everything will conclude with this. K9 either going to be number 1 or OG takes away the spot. Those utils towards Madkings and AX can actually help them out.
OG needs to leave that comfort zone. Aryan against Madkings, Apollo barely surviving. And Devotee, he's really going to make that push, but it's not going to matter. Madkings, they come out on top. But as we move on towards K9 versus OG, both these teams forced out of their comfort zone. OG having a bit of that man advantage, and that's really helping him inside of the fight. Especially when we thought OG's fizzling away from the overall standings. They strike back when the game was needed the most. But even K9 Esports, they're not too far back. K9, even if they get in the top 2, that's going to mean quite a lot. But Omega has been eliminated. K9, they get eliminated in the top 3. It's OG's game to lose. If they lose out of this game against Madkings, it will be disheartening. But there we go. Madkings, they're doing a good job, at least getting those knocks, but it's just one man standing. He can't really do a lot. And this one player is doing a lot of damage, but OG, they still get the game, no matter what.
It took them forever to rise up to the challenge, but now with this winner chicken dinner, OG takes the top spot once more. The fight for the trophy continues on, and one more game will decide who will lift the trophy and who is going to be the top 8. What a recovery coming from K9. What a recovery from OG. But at the same time, Madkings making it the top 2. They are also pushing for the top 8. My, oh my, the competition down towards the last match on who is going to be part of Team India.
Yeah, and also, by the way, AX also doing well in this game. Kind of helps them get a little comfortable inside of the top 8, because after Rondo, this is now we see them again. And it was that one moment, Beast pushing up. Did they actually feel so much pressure from the blue that they just ran out into the open like that? K9 Esports were doing so well for themselves.
Yeah, I mean, the blue, of course, we all know it's going to be heated, especially in these situations. So K9 Esports just wanted to avoid as much damage as they can. They probably wanted to be proactive, but they completely forgot the fact that even OG, they've got the lines of sight on them.
And Apollo, I think we saw him pull off a 1v4 clutch a few days ago. Can't do it every single day.
Well, we saw him clutch the chicken dinner just now against Victorious Sumus as well as the final player. So obviously for Madkings, they do have a lot on the line as well. Having that chicken dinner would give them that sense of security to sneak into the top 8. But again, it's the one more game left. We are going to see teams going to be qualifying and being part of Team 8. And we are going to see teams that shy about 1 to 2 points away from being eliminated for the year, I would say.
I mean, that is the case, but right now we are about to head it towards that last match with OG and K9 separated by, I think, 2 points. K9 number 1, OG on 2.
Yeah, I guess.
Well, it's going to be very, very close as well here. But as of yet, the fight for number 1 continues on down towards the last game. The ultimate showdown is about to begin, but right after this break.
A lot of the times people just assume that when things are down to the wire, it's just gonna be an intense affair. Well, the assumption isn't wrong, but it is gonna be more than intense. This one is gonna be the thing that decides a future for almost every single player present in that arena right now. They're gonna be playing to secure the next 5 years of their life, ladies and gentlemen. Top 8 teams moving to the next big international tournament that's going to take place in Delhi in the next few weeks. And of course, whoever wins the trophy heading towards, well, the gauntlet of the GC. But before we bring that discussion into the play, let's talk about that previous game. Madkings, they did brilliant. MVP of the match is going to be Clutch God, but OG, with that win, have pretty much just taken another step towards the trophy.
Even Snowjohn from M4 doing pretty good. In general, if you move on towards the map standings, you will see OG still on top with 19 points. Madkings with 12, but K9 Esports as well getting 12 points. Johnny, I think there's barely going to be any points separating K9 and OG now.
Yeah, I mean, now, today, just one last match remaining. And as you mentioned, even though OG and K9 are going to be close, do you feel IC Seoul has just slipped, let the opportunity slip away from their hands?
Well, for all things considered here, they've had a great run thus far throughout the entirety of the day. But now, the only way Seoul qualifies for the #1 spot is the final chicken dinner with at least 15, well, I would say 6 finishers, I would say. And that's provided if OG and K9 drops out right from the get-go.
I mean, that is a fight for the trophy. That's a fight that gets you directly into the gauntlet. But let's not forget, top 8 teams also compete in IC. FS, AX, Victoria Sumus. All right, FS is still safe. AX a little bit close. VS, 8-bit. Godlike might miss out on IC along with Cincinnati Kids. They need 20 Bomber in order to qualify for the top 8.
And I guess the conversation really comes down to the fact that what's going to be the cutoff for the top 8. I personally think it's going to be 107. What about you guys?
I think 105.
Might be 110. It's going to be that close as well. But with that being said as well, I think now we have to pay attention to who has a chance onto the top 8 here. I feel like Hero Xtreme Godlike, as much as the fans want things to happen here, the only way to qualify is a chicken dinner with a minimum of 15 finishes, and that's provided if FS and also Madkings, they all drop the ball for the gatekeep.
Yeah, that's the only way. You got to bring that 30 bomber one way or the other if you can. Otherwise, 25 points can make things work. But even at that point, you're just hoping that things go wrong for everyone else.
I mean, at this point in time, look, for the teams that we're speaking of on the bottom half of the board, even Fixis consistently mentions this, right? Careers are on the line. If you're not able to qualify over here, you're going to be sitting back home for the rest of the year.
Yeah.
For the top 8, of course, it's going to be a great opportunity, even for in the future. So to be honest, anything is unacceptable. Anything can happen.
Exactly, but as we keep talking about the BMIC, ladies and gentlemen, it's just around the corner. We've been waiting for this day for a long time, but you know what? Before we actually get there, let's just have a sneak peek at what it is. There it is, the BGMI International Cup, ladies and gentlemen. India, Korea, and Japan, 3 nations fighting it out to see which are going to be the next names, of course, moving to the Global Championship. But before we reach there, we got to figure out the teams that will be representing our nation, India, in that International Cup. And of course, which one name will be guaranteed a spot for the Global Championship. But if you're wondering where the IC is going to take place, well, welcome to Delhi, ladies and gentlemen, because it will be Yashobhoomi Convention Center, the venue for the BGMI International Cup. And of course, it is going to happen from the 31st of October till the 2nd of November. If you guys are there, drop by and say hi.
Wow, I mean, that's going to be an absolutely big opportunity for these players as well, especially to play against Japanese and Korean players. We all know what a pride moment, what a proud moment it is for every one of us. But now, once again, back towards this real discussion that we're having, right? OG, Seoul, and even K9 Esports in contention.
All right, last question. We have 10 seconds remaining. I just want one word. Who do you think is going to win?
K9 Esports.
OG. All right, I'm just going to go with Seoul then to keep things interesting. But ladies and gentlemen, last 10 seconds left before we jump into the action. The last map of the day, the last map of BGMI Showdown 2025 Miramar. Let's take off.
The plane's gonna be in the skies for one last time in the Showdown 2025. And this time it's gonna be a southern tilted plane fly path, starting all the way from Impala, heading towards Chumasera. Hopes and dreams will be shattered in this game. It's also the race for the top 8, and it's also the race for the slot towards the Global Championship. Only 3 teams are extremely close to that slot: K9 Esports, OG, and Seoul. But Seoul needs a chicken to make it happen.
But at the same time as well, ladies and gentlemen, one final game. This is the ultimate showdown to find out who is also going to be Team India after this game as well. The 8 teams that will be representing India for the IC is going to be very, very important as well, because we are finally getting a little bit taste of the internationals. However, now starting things off in this final map as well, the flight path comes in from the east side, traversing all the way towards the southwest corner. A pretty sound and skewed flight path for all these teams, and that means a lot of teams may have a little bit of collision here. So we are keeping things a little bit interesting for some of these teams to actually fumble their way through. But today, we saw open field battles, we saw urban warfare, we saw a couple of interesting ones. Are we going to see a little bit of a plot twist down towards the ocean?
To be honest, I just want to see a circle on towards those 2 islands on the right side. If that does happen, oh man, that would be the biggest plot twist, but no! Instead, it will be a standard circle once again. We saw El Pozo in contention in the previous one, and this might just be the same circle copy-pasted.
Yep, based on this zone as well, time is of the essence. Considering how far away it is from the flight path as well, they do not have time. And considering how one-sided the rotation is going to be coming in as well, because every single team came in from the south, every single team coming in from the east side, there is very, very little space to rotate inside the zone because the west and the northern of the circle is pretty much completely blocked off based on everybody's position in the zone. So that means we are going to be expecting a lot of teams coming from south and east corner, which will result in a lot of high traffic. So whichever teams get center control first, they are going to be having a fantastic time of zoning everybody out on the edges.
Indeed. TrueRippers around Valle Del Mar, for them it's going to be smooth sailing as well. And we all know, TrueRippers is too far back, so it's going to be a different thing. OG on the screen all the way towards Chumacera, and for K9 Esports, extremely close towards the championship slot. Currently OG is holding that first spot, but they're not too far away from K9's reach. One decent game from K9 and they can instantly catch up, and one mess up from OG, it's going to be dropped in the hands of K9.
Yeah, knowing that 8-bit does have the tendency to hit towards Trailer Park and Ruins as well here, for them looting up there and then directly crashing for Cradle Fields, pretty easy rotation. But like you said as well, we are looking at the top 3 contenders, Seoul, OG, and K9. These are 3 teams that are pretty much a bit far off from the zone, so getting for center control in this specific zone is going to be very difficult because those mountain terrains on Cradle Fields is going to be very crucial in shutting people out. We've seen this happen coming from Nebula, we've seen this happen from multiple teams that dominate those mountain terrains. They do have a very good game. So positioning themselves strategically is going to be extremely crucial. But as of yet, Seoul, they have not left early yet. Well, in this case, they're actually taking a very early exit here. Huh, interesting. But based on the loots, on what I'm seeing from Legit Joker, I don't think they have enough loots at all.
Indeed, they don't.
This is a early exit entry point coming from Seoul.
I guess they just want to be proactive. That's what they did in the previous game as well. They were struggling on loot, but they were just playing for the high ground. And once again, Seoul's going to copy-paste that same playstyle. But the question is, will it work this time? Because the last time it did not work out. Seoul, they just ran in the open arms of 8-bit inside of El Pozo, and they were instantly eliminated. It was an absolute meat grinder.
Well, speaking of a meat grinder as well, TrueRippers, the top contender that was eyeing out for the top spot here. Seems like based on the race, all they need is about 4 to 5 points, and even then, I think they're pretty much secured for top 8. So TrueRippers is going to be part of Team India for sure. But for a trophy, it's mathematically impossible. Well, mathematically possible, realistically impossible. You know, why I say that? Can you get 60 finishes and a chicken dinner? Again, realistically, I would say it's impossible. Unless everybody was just AFK though. That's a different story.
Of course. Victor Sumus still fighting for that top 8. And to be honest, for Victor Sumus, they're pretty far back. They need a chicken dinner as well if they do want to cross on. Nebula Esports, they just need a few points, 6 or 7 points in this game, and maybe even Nebula Esports can cross away directly towards the top 8, and we'll see them in the International Cup.
Yeah.
God's Reign.
I think God's Reign is secured for sure. But hold that thought for now. K9, they're expecting a little bit company here. Victor Summers is around as well, and it seems like they're dodging the fight. What?
K9 wants to play it safe. They do not really want that smoke at all. They do not want to fight against VS.
Oh no.
A lot of shots were taken against Ninja Boy, but he just wants to find an escape route. And he's going to do that as well perfectly. Oh my god, VS not taking that fight against K9. That's going to be the saving grace for K9. Just imagine how lucky the guy is. But the remaining players at K9 Esports, they need to get things a little bit more under control.
Was it luck? Was it skill? Only time will tell. But for now, Ninja Boy, the tournament MVP contender of this entire BMSD 2025, narrowly escapes for his dear life. As for him to be picked off like that, just completely shuts down K9's chances, or in this case, lower their odds of potentially winning this spot as well. Fortunately for them, Victoria Summers has no intention. Like you said as well, they're also having their own agenda, which is securing themselves into the top 8. As you can see on the right side as well, it's like 20 points difference if they want to pull the lead. So God's Reign technically has a very decent safety cushion, but for those of you who do not know, this is going to be an interesting one as well, because God's Reign will have a chance to have their rematch since INKR against D plus Kia.
True. That'll be a whole different thing, but as of now for Seoul, once again, pretty much doing the same thing what they did in the previous game. In the previous game, it did not work out, as I mentioned a while ago too. It's because they ran in the open arms of 8-bit. But this time, Seoul, they need to be a little bit more considerate. They need to have that intel surrounding awareness. It needs to be on point. That call from Knuckle was extremely shaky. For OG, the previous game of Miramar, it started off with a major bang, and that shift in maps as well, it seems like it's helped out OG quite a bit.
Oh, speaking of the shift here, considering that OG has finally decided to make an entry point, sensor control is definitely out of the question here for OG. The problem is, will they be able to find entry path as well? And OG does have a huge success into the map of Miramar in particular, even their journey from the semi-finals, from the quarterfinals as well. But for Hero Xtreme Godlike, what are the chances of them qualifying to the top 8 here, Necro? A massive chicken dinner, and I would say right now the floodgates for top 8 is 101 points.
Too low. I think Godlike are done. You want my realistic expectation? I think Godlike are done.
1 chicken dinner and 10 finish points? Oof.
Godlike gassed out.
Oh, that's going to be tough here for Hero Xtreme Godlike.
They pretty much gassed out on the day 2 itself. We did see some signs of recovery yesterday, but that recovery is completely down the drain today. And now for Godlike, even contesting that top 8, it's going to be impossible. And just imagine, right, a team that everyone had so many hopes from, they're not even going to move on to the International Cup, which is absolutely insane if you think about it.
It's really unfortunate for Hero Xtreme Godlike here, considering that 2025, their best near achievement here was top 3, or in this case top 2 or top 3 for BGIS, and after that everything has went down south for them. Very, very unfortunate for Hero Xtreme Godlike. And now, fortunately for them, they still made it to top 16 for BMSD. But it's not over until it's truly over. But now with the circle going to be shifting away now. Let's see where it's going to be shift here. 8-bit right in the middle. But uh-oh, guess what, ladies and gentlemen? We are heading towards La Cabrera. And this is the first La Cabrera we've seen all year, I would say.
Yeah.
And at the same time, considering how the flight path comes from the south side, that means everybody is on the move right from the start all the way to the end. OG pretty much on the middle of the pack to go in for the circle. Godstrain swinging from the east side. Madkings first dips on center control as well. We might see an urban warfare in La Cabrera, and arguably that city is fit for 4 teams only.
First it was El Pozo, now it's La Cabrera. What's going on? It's like the zone just wants to visit the cities. But soon 8-bit, even they're going to breach in towards La Cabrera. They do find a decent bit of ground to play with. For Seoul, I'm not sure what the game plan's going to be. Previously, when they headed towards El Pozo, we all know what happened. And right now towards La Cabrera, things might just be the same. But as we do have OG on the screen, heading towards the compound themselves. And for OG, this compound's not going to be too secure. There's too many people around them making a lot of noise, and OG just wants to get away from that, and that's what they're going to do.
Yeah, they're not exactly in zone as well. They have to make an exit as well. But so they do scout out AX, and that's going to be Henry done and dusted. As Seoul is able to get a point. But again, they're still at least 15 points away from the trophy title. They themselves are looking for a massive game, but unfortunately to say, the circle actually shifts away from them. They are going to be in the southern side of the circle, which gives them that elevation. But can they wrap up some points is going to be the question. Madkings going to be taking the safe approach. We are going to hunker down for position points, placement points, and hope that the circle lies completely into the city. That's where things are going to get a little bit spicy. Meanwhile, Seoul getting contested from Vasista right here, right now. Goblin finds the opener. Pro OP down as well. Sahil is able to get the trade, and Seoul now needs to find a little bit of saving grace. But even Nicole got picked off. This is not looking good. This is a 2 versus 2 between Vasista and Seoul.
Heroics, they need to kick in. For Seoul, someone needs to save the day. This ship is sinking. And now the fact that they've only got 2 men standing, I'm not sure what's going to be the saving grace for Seoul. They messed up this fight big time. Where is the cavalry? That's my question. Is Seoul really trying to play it safe? The man who's knocked out is slowly and steadily backing away. He does not want to be in the grip of Vasista Esports. He wants to deny that point, and at the same time, he wants to stay alive so that Seoul can have a better chance in the future. But as of now, for Vasista Esports, they're just desperate to get that elimination point confirmed. You can look at legit. He wants to close up. He wants to get that revival. And Goblin is slowly and steadily he's backing away. Might just be safe now.
Yeah, they've realized they're a little bit too far here. Goblin's about to bleed out. But the question here is, do they take the risk as well? Seoul, can they save him is going to be the question here. But we are going to put Seoul on hold right now because TrueRippers do get a couple of shots in onto OG. But OG is going to be able to escape them. Meanwhile, Seoul seems like they have abandoned ship. It's down towards Legit and also Joker to try and clutch things out. A near-nigh impossible task for them. But at the same time, I would say congratulations to Seoul. We will see you in IC for sure. They are 100% confirmed as the top 8 team to be part of Team India to represent and compete for the internationals.
Looking at the circle, shifting all the way down south towards Crater Fields, and hold on, Seoul, they might just still have a chance. The circle playing its mind games, this time pranking everyone that directly sent it towards La Cabrera. Godlike, even they found themselves in a decent spot. There's also FS Esports right next to Godlike. And OG, now they're traversing around the open terrains of Crater Fields. To be honest, there's a big chance.
Uh-oh.
But
Wait,
look at Nebula.
Did you see the finish feed? K9 is getting shot by White Walkers. Something is up on K9. This is not a great sign, but hold that thought for now because TrueRippers now, they themselves find a couple points.
Yeah, K9 Esports in a big world of troubles, but right now for Nebula, the qualification, it's still on the line for International Cup. They cannot afford to be eliminated from the game right here, right now. Nebula, they need a lot of points. Come on. You need to squeeze in a few more. TrueRippers taking that dig against Nebula Esports. It's really getting tough for them to survive this entire wrath of TrueRippers. And now even OG is going to make that push against him. It's Atanki pushing up close and personal, and soon maybe Nebula will be eliminated. But no, instead, the last man just backs away. Nebula, they want to play the survival game. Atanki's on the verge of being eliminated. And the man gets knocked out. Blunderous start for OG, and Atanki's been eliminated from this game. They just survived with a 3-man squad. What just happened to OG? Why was there a separation?
Oh no, even OG is taking some heat here. The race for #1 between OG and K9 continues now. They even the odds. They've got 3 players each, but TrueRippers definitely throwing a wrench into the plans of OG. And even so, down towards the 2 players themselves here is going to be forced to play into his Crater Fields. And guess what? Hiroshima Godlike themselves are going to be coming in from the south side. They do not have any kind of finishes. But Hiroshima Godlike may be able to spoil for Seoul. But the chances for Seoul to get #1 near very almost towards 10% chance just because of how many teams are still alive. And the zone may shift into his La Cabrera as the zone shifts in the middle, probably onto the south side of the city itself. So we are going to be seeing a little bit open fields. But God's Rain now goes in for a grand slam against Aryan. Aryan looking for a chance for top 8. This might be huge, but at the same time, can they defend this?
Slamming their vehicles against Team AX and Cyrax and Devotee up close. What is God's Rain going to do to thread the needle? What is God's Rain going to do to find that first knock? But instead, it's Madkings who do find that first knock. AX, they make the pounce, and Devotee is devouring them. The man's devotion towards the game, it's now paying off as he's going to push once again, but this time, God's Rain, they will make sure that AX, they will meet the end.
That is it for Team Aryan. The race is over. Team Aryan has been eliminated. They will not be part of IC. A very unfortunate ending for them. A very valiant attempt. But that is it for Team Aryan. God's Rain single-handedly dismantling them alongside the third parties. What an unfortunate ending here for Aryan. But the journey continues for the rest, and even 8-Bit looking for a slot with top 8. S-Power has been picked off by TrueRippers. As Samrush runs away to re-engage, but he gets knocked midway. Hydro gets the connection. 8-Bit, they need to save Samrush, but they're taking too much damage. They get the refrags, they get the trades, but 8-Bit now under fire, leaving only 2 players left, Raiden and Aquinox, to try and fight for top 8. This is getting extremely brutal here, Necro.
Yeah, too many desperate names trying to play the survival game. 8-Bit was one of them as well, but 8-Bit, they just lost out in 2. Dropping those 2 bodies, 8-Bit now, that's going to be a major scar on their mind. And now with just these 2 players, 8-Bit, they need to squeeze themselves in the top 8. The cutoff for top 8 currently is 101 points, which means 8-Bit, they need to at least cross 102. But how can they? They need too many points for that. 11 points still needed for 8-Bit.
Yeah, even with the chicken dinner, they need a couple of finish points to actually cross that mark. And even then, Mysterious 4 and FS needs to bow out soon. Orangutan now, they are bearing their fangs. They've lost Ardenki, but guess what? They do have 1 finish point. So that means that is another point advantage for OG over K9, who has absolutely no finishes in this game. But of course, K9, they're coming in from La Cabrera City, so that means they are looking for placement points. But look at this, OG under fire from Cincinnati Kids. OG inside the zone, CK needs to push through. But it seems like they are going to take a little bit of stop here to try and engage against them.
Cincinnati Kids around the close of block for OG, just right in front. And Cincinnati Kids, they probably do want to just break upon them. But OG, they're playing a bit too much on the defensive stance. In my opinion, they should try and stop the blitz of CK just directly collapsing on top of them. Wizgard, the man's cooking up a nade, 2 nades tossed in tandem. Is that really going to find the value? But none of the nades actually do find any sort of value, so that's a little bit problematic. OG constantly tossing the utilities in the hopes of at least finding something, but there we go. The first knock, it's already there on the board. Cincinnati Kids, now they're going to be desperate. You can already see the desperation kick in. Zeref in the back, the Blues on the move. Cincinnati Kids, they need to find a way to at least shut down OG.
Yeah, it's going to be tough as well. But at the same time, all these gunshots has attracted attention. The third party comes in, FS Roman, looking to try and check things out as the counter nades from CK to try and pummel them as well. OG's got a wide spread and a compound, but they have to wrap things out. But it seems like CK, they are going to back out from this fight, knowing that the zone is not in their favor. There's still a lot of space inside towards the western side. But the problem is, FS, my goodness, Wizgard was picked off. Soulmate gets the knock. And they need to go in for the reset here. Aru was able to find the refrag as well. 2 versus 2. This fight getting a little bit too long, and FS is looking to try and pincer onto its OG. The counter nade from Aru to try and stop Roman here. The nades comes in. Aru gets scouted out. OG, it is over. Down towards 1 player left for OG. Can they survive this?
OG cannot afford to lose this. Championship is on the line. That's not towards the global championship. It's on the line, and OG's collapsing. The team on the first, they're getting picked off. And then you can see K9 getting a bit confident as well.
Oh, the nade!
But OG, luckily enough, the nade's not going to penetrate, so it's all good. The nade is still on the outside of the wall. Another nade. If it's tossed right on the mark, then maybe things can be a little bit different. And that's going to find the re-knock. And maybe this will be the go call being made for FS Esports. Another nade tossed through that window. Is that going to be the end? And yes, it will be! OG eliminated! Oh my God, 147 points! Has OG made it?
I don't know. It's got to be close, but OG's race is officially over. The trophy contention point right now is 147, and K9 is 5 points away. They need 5 points and more in order to overtake OG, just because OG has more chicken dinners compared to K9. If it comes down towards a tiebreaker. So 6 points is what K9 needs to get the trophy and will be representing India for the globals here. But meanwhile, from the perspectives of Soul, Joker in a lot of trouble. He gets picked up. Now Legit remains. He is going to go for the save, but Joker is out as well.
Oh my God.
Soul's race for the #1 spot is going to be over. And it's all going to be depending on Legit's hands right now.
I'm pretty sure they've wrecked the elimination feed. I'm pretty sure K9 Esports knows what exactly is going on around the field. They know what they need to do and just play that survival game. Just squeeze in as many points as you can. That's what K9 needs. They need 6 points, and they can do it with ease. They've got 0 elimination points so far. K9 Esports really haven't taken that initiative yet. But all they need to do is play it passive. It's for the first time you will hear me saying this, but K9 now needs to play it passive. Play for that survival. Hero Xtreme Godlike still trying to fight for that top 8, as Soul's now going to make that run away from the spot, and even Soul just want to squeeze in as many points as they can. Soul's already qualified for the top 8, but I don't think they're going to be the champions anymore.
Yeah, it's going to be very, very tough here. Even with the chicken dinner from this game, Legit is pretty much done for. At most, they are going to be able to squeeze in top 2, but even then, top 3 is in the hands of Soul. The race is not over until it's truly over. But of course, there's still 13 teams left alive. And every single team has their own agenda. Of course, the top 3, that's it for them. K9 is going to be looking for 6 points to try and take the trophy. But let's talk about the teams at the bottom here looking for top 8. FS now on 104. Mysterious Four with 104. Nebula only 2 points away from tying with them. And they themselves are looking for the top 8 positions themselves. But let's take a little recap on how things actually happened as well. Cincinnati Kids tried to rotate in, was picked out midway by TrueRippers.
They tried to spoil the game for TrueRippers, and TrueRippers, they've got 123 points so far. And imagine if TrueRippers actually gets a nuclear performance in this game. maybe there's still a possibility for them as well to close on up. There's definitely a big possibility, but they're still pretty far away. For that, TrueRippers needs around 20 elimination points.
Yeah, 20 finishes and the chicken dinner. Seems nearly a little bit impossible here, but look at this. We are going to be seeing a major clash for the top contenders here. TrueRippers might run in with K9. And like we said as well, K9 is looking for 6 points, but considering that they have lost slug right from the get-go, you can see the SOP for K9 Esports is literally, you know what, let's play passive. Just because we cannot take zone, we need every single man now. 3 players is still very doable for the chicken dinner, but they need to survive. And with the zone shifting back into La Cabrera, they are on the edges as well. Can they clean up those fights is going to be the question here. But look at this, Godlike going into his Madkings. Madkings looking for the top 8, and another knock comes through. Hero Xtreme Godlike might be spoiling the games here for Madkings.
Yeah, Madkings getting picked off one after one, and Punk, the man's barely surviving on a sliver of HP, backs away. Wants to patch himself up first, but Apollo, he's definitely going to be the danger man. And Godlike, they've been eliminated from this game. They're not going to be the one to move on to the International Cup as well. Blunders after blunders, so many big names eliminated from this tournament. Cincinnati kids, Godlike, AX will not be seen.
Very unfortunate ending here for Godlike. But the journey continues for the rest to fight for a pot, to be a part of Team India on the line right now. As K9 now finally comes out, Kratos
Nebula.
left all by low. That's going to be a point that they need. Is this going to happen? No, but Kratos goes in for the stab. That's the first knock. Looks for the second. K9, they're fumbling. Ninja Boy, last player left. OG might be able to defend this.
Yeah, they've got too much on the plate. K9, you need to win this. Ninja Boy, be careful of your surrounding. There's a guy right behind you. In that container, Ninja Boy's also getting shot at from the front. This battle, Ninja Boy loses it. K9, they fumble. And OG will be your champions for the Showdown 2025.
It is over. You can see the celebrations coming from OG at this belief. All the hard work, all the dedication, countless battles that they have fought throughout the entire year itself. OG has finally proved that hard work and dedication and loyalty will pay off. Finally representing India on the global stage. OG, after so many years, will be your representatives.
Literally down to the wire. K9 Esports lost just because of that crossfire between Nebula, and both the players were just camping. They were waiting for Nebula Esports to walk into that trap. And to be honest, K9 Esports were the one to instead fall prey to that trap. It was such a blunder. K9 was constantly trying to scout every single angle because they knew there was someone in the close proximity. But K9, they failed to check that one angle where that man was positioned. And for OG, as you mentioned, the loyalty, that's going to pay off. The grind, the dedication, that's going to pay off. So many questions were raised. So many people doubted them. Everyone was thinking that OG will choke once again on the last day. And I'm not going to lie, I was one of them as well. Especially after witnessing those first 4 games. But OG, that chicken dinner in the previous game, that proved out to be the day saver.
Yep, it is truly a day saver, but the journey does not end right here for the showdown itself, because why? We're looking for the remaining members to be part of Team India. And as of yet, TrueRippers goes in for the Gram Slam against 8-Bit. 8-Bit looking for those points. They get the first knock. Equinox looking for those points. And Harsh shuts down Raid, and Equinox cleans them out, and 8-Bit holds on. They get some points, but they need even more if they want to stand a chance for top 8. Third parties are coming in, but no overcommitments yet. The race is not over for the top 8.
That was insane from Equinox, taking down those 2 players with the utility and then pushing up and eliminating that guy right behind the container. Solid stuff from Equinox, once again proven out to be the Superman for the team. Soul eliminated with just 3 points as well for Soul. The race was long gone. Vasista Esports, yeah, a team that's currently at the bottom now, just fighting for the pride. FS Esports, Lovish, even the man's inside of this warehouse. I highly doubt he can make a lot of difference. For FS Esports as well, it was the fight for the top 8, and Lovish, the man, needs to survive for as long as possible. And there we go, that's going to be the free elimination point. Lovish, if you miss this fight up, that's going to hurt you quite a bit. But eventually he does get the confirmation, but Lovish, he jumped, and that exposed him to a lot of threat. And just like that, FS, they've been eliminated, I guess. We've already got our top 8, my friend.
Oh my goodness, but the race is still not over until it's truly over. White Walkers now against victorious Sumus. They need a massive game for either or these teams here. Maybe not for White Walkers, but for victorious Sumus, they're still in the running as well. A chicken dinner and 5 finishes. They should be able to cross the top 8. As you can see, Nebula, with that 3 finishes from K9, they are going to be on full defense. Same can be said for Madkings, 109 points. God's rating is pretty much secured, but it's up to 8-bit and victorious Sumus here to make a little bit of a comeback.
Mysterious 4. 5 finishes on the fray. Madkings in the back. The players are crawling. They've already taken too much damage. There's God's Rain right next to him, and there we go. Even God's Rain now falling apart. That's going to be the first man, Destro, hitting the deck. Mysterious 4 claiming the elimination points. They're going to feel a lot better. Mysterious 4, the players in the Smack Center, we already know it's supposed to be their game. And if anyone tries to charge on, Mysterious 4 will spray him down. Victorious Sumus, these 3 players, even they've got a lot of that pressure, but how are they going to make that push against White Walkers as Flash is holding that perfect third-person perspective, but eventually even he gets shut down. White Walkers, the remaining 2 players, still up top, and Sam, he gets taken down extremely low.
Well, it's going to be tough. Ninja is trying his best here. They have to patch themselves up. White Walkers giving them a very, very tough fight. As victorious Sumus, they need all these points to try and stand a chance for top 8. But it seems like Madkings, they've lost Pro, Shadow OG, pretty much last man standing. Forced to go in for the Solo Warrior. He needs to fight against Hector on the other side here. And Shadow OG actually cleans them up. Nicely done from Madkings. They will hold on for the top 8. But as of yet, like you said, things to be shaken up to try and kick down Nebula here solely depends on 8-bit and victorious Sumus' performance. But even then, the chances are pretty slim. And like you said as well, our top 8, as time goes by, pretty much secured on which 8 teams is going to be representing India.
True that. White Walkers, it's Vegito going for that revival. Flash as well is right there. But Arjun should be back up on his feet soon. It's not a concern. Mysterious 4 still around the block. They've already got 6 finish points. And I guess M4, they've done it. I think so the cutoff is going to be around 107 or 108 points. I don't think it's going to rise more than that. 8-bit is still in contention. You've also got Madkings still alive, White Walkers. I'm not sure if it's still possible for them to qualify, but they need a chicken dinner with all the elimination points claimed.
Oh, Ninja now outside the zone, gonna go for the push as well. He gets taken down. The race for victorious Sumus is over, and White Walker is getting completely pummeled out in the open. And even then, they go down. Mysterious 4 holds on. Ladies and gentlemen, your top 8 pretty much dwindling there. And the only team left that is in contention for the top 8 is going to be 8-bit. Raiden and Equinox, they need all these points. They need this chicken dinner if they want a chance for the top 8. It is tough, but it is about to end right now, officially, for the BMSD 2025 Grand Finals itself. But for all things considered, OG, your champions, waiting to be crowned as the new kings of BGMI.
And also, they will be the Team India. They will be the one to represent India in the Global Championship. And I feel like it's deserved. Mysterious 4, now on the verge of taking down 8-bit. This fight, it's getting a bit too close. The Molotov. 8-bit, can they really stand that fire? Snowjawed, the Blues on the move. Backs against the wall. He's waiting for the flames to extinguish, but I highly doubt that's going to be the case. But it's not going to matter. Still pushes. And 8-bit, they've been eliminated. Even they're not going to move up. Nebula, Mysterious 4, they barely qualify on the edge. As I mentioned, they've done it. Nebula and Mysterious 4, they will be in the top 8, qualifying directly to the International Cup. What a play it's been for all the top 8 teams. And now in the final few moments, Nebula is on the verge of clinching this victory. Mysterious 4, they might just not stand a chance. Just one man in the front, now getting absolutely toyed with as Nebula Esports, they claim that chicken dinner.
What a day it has been, but without further ado, Nebula, they are part of the top 8. But without further ado, OG has finally done it.
Yeah, the champions of BGMI Showdown 2025, the Ape Army. There were struggles on the last day. Even the last match, an early elimination But K9 Esports, that passive approach has just costed them the trophy. And OG, you could see them celebrate as soon as K9 Esports were eliminated from the match right now, shaking hands with their opponents, because they're brothers at the end of the day as well. But the entire crew assemble as the Ape Army moves towards what is rightfully theirs, that trophy, and along with that, a ticket to the Global Championship.
Ladies and gentlemen, a moment that OG and their fans have been waiting for. After so many fingers raised on this lineup, they will be crowned as your champions.
A few months ago, they won another trophy. At that time, they said, we aren't satisfied with this. I hope they are going to be satisfied, and it is the cue. OG!
Ladies and gentlemen, OG eyeing for the internationals, for the globals, for the longest of time, are finally a champion. They'll finally get their shot at the global title themselves here. A lot of haters, a lot of pundits have said that OG should be the ones to represent India. And after so many months, after so many years, they have finally gotten their shot. Ladies and gentlemen, OG has done it. True hard work, true loyalty, and true perseverance. And now they have finally gotten an official trophy. As you can see, celebrations, all those hard work. And even Aru could not believe his eyes as his family is here to support his celebration.
Yeah, they've been there every single tournament that this young man has performed in. And it's that constant support from his family, from his friends, from his comrades around him that have kept him going as well. Questions raised on this entire lineup as to when will their fans, when will everyone who cheers for them in the background get to see them lift the trophy? Well, 2025 is when they broke the curse. 2025 is when the Ape Army is going to hoist that Indian flag on the international stage.
Tears of joy falling out through that man's eyes. Zaru, he knows how much hard work, how much dedication, and of course loyalty shown to this banner. Everyone is extremely happy, and I feel like they're probably the most deserving team to move on to the Global Championship as well. I know they're going to do our nation proud. I know they will be one of the best out there.
Can I cosplay my impression of an Indian parent?
What?
It was almost K9 Esports walking away with that trophy. Had Nebula and TrueRippers just not annihilated them outside of the top 10. OG got 2 eliminations from this game. They were sitting at a 5-point advantage. One fight, and it would all be out the window.
And I guess at the start of the day, we also had a conversation, right? K9 Esports and OG, they're probably the most deserving teams.
Yeah, pretty
and
much.
even Seoul, they were there right around the block, but Seoul was constantly on and off, right? We all know. But K9 Esports and OG, they have been there consistently, just performing in the top 2.
But as you said, I think more than K9 Esports, I would appreciate OG a little bit for what they did today, because on the day where it was all down to either make it or break it, this is a team that instead of playing in hiding, chose to fight every single game. That is why we saw them getting taken out a few moments ago as well. Not just in this Miramar, but the Erangels that were there before this, those early exits were there because of the aggression. And then that second last Miramar of the day where they just completely drop the pace, disappear, get a chicken dinner. And as you said towards the end of the match, that chicken dinner is what kept them in the first position. It is the reason they still have the trophy.
Hey, it was really, really tough here for all things considered. You know, Aru did mention as well, champions don't believe in curses. And guess what? They have actually broke the curses here.
Yeah,
Maisie's curse, out. Maxman's curse, out. And they are finally the champion. I'm very, very happy for this year, for all things considered.
To be honest, I've never really been a guy to believe in superstitions in the first place. I was never really the one to say that, yeah, Maxman's curse is going to hit them or whatever. I know it's just all everything, just air.
It's fun and banter. Fun and banter is what we call it now. But anyways, let's have a look at the overall leaderboard, the scorecard for all of these 16 teams playing the grand finale. And as we keep talking about it, 5 points the difference between OG and K9 Esports. Then you have Seoul finishing 3rd, TrueRippers on the 4th, Nebula Esports 5th, God's Reign on the 6th, Mysterious 4 on the 7th, and by the skin of their teeth, Madkings also survive in the top 8. These 8 names will move forward. And of course, that is going to be Team India in the BMIC.
Now, out of all these 8 teams that has been so consistent throughout the entire year here, Madkings is the all-timer that has participated in all the grand finals. And guess what? they will be part of the IC as well. So technically, the most consistent players out there, Shadow, OG, and Apollo.
But again, some of the favorites are not going to be there. Some of the favorites underperformed. FS, 8-Bit, AX, Victorious Sumus, Godlike, Cincinnati Kids. White Walkers is the only team that I will let go of a little bit because these are still very young players playing at a level like this for probably the first time, and we can let them be a little bit easier on them considering already lack of experience. They still couldn't do well. But I'm going to be harsh on Vasista Esports.
Oh, yeah. I mean,
I kind of agree.
Every single time, just barely qualifying on the edge. And yeah, we all know Sanok was eliminated through the map pool as well a long time ago. And the moment that happened for Vasista Esports, the glimmers of hope just started fading away. In the grand finals, it's like they were not even there. They were just free points on the platter, and everyone was going against them and just grabbing those 4 free elimination points.
But what are your thoughts on a team like Godlike that actually recovered yesterday? They did like 40 points, 48 points if I'm not wrong in the 6 games they played. They were there in the top 8 at the start of the day, but then... ooh, the fall.
I've only got one thing to say. It's time to change your favorite team now, fans.
Oh.
I thought you were going to say it's time to change your players.
You know what? For all things considered, even though we are going to be supporting Godlike and etc. here, they are the fan favorites. We know Jonathan has pretty much won a lot of the voting so far. But I think after this tournament for BMSD, all of us have one thing in common. We have to support all 8 teams that is going to be representing India in general, because IC is going to be very, very crucial here. 4 Japanese teams and 4 Korean teams, the best coming in from a different region, coming in to compete as well, is going to be very, very crucial, because there is going to be, what, 2 slots from there to actually go for the globals? Oh, that's going to be another difficult one.
Exactly, it is going to be a difficult journey. First of all, as you mentioned, the 8 extra variables that you have to deal with. 4 teams from one region, 4 teams from another region. You have to find the tempo of that mix, and of course the tempo of the game is going to be changed because half the lobby is used to be playing a different play style.
Yep.
I'm so hyped. I just can't wait for what's going to be there in the future. I just want to be there. I just want to witness everything in the sidelines.
I still can't process what we just witnessed in this last game, man.
I know, right?
Getting eliminated with just 2 points in the game and then still being able to lift the trophy.
That one game.
Dude, that feels like Aryan all over again from BMPS, but at the same
Pretty
time,
much.
for all things considered, I would say OG's got to thank Nebula, man.
Oh yeah,
they have to thank Nebula.
Both Nebula and TrueRippers actually, because TrueRippers were holding that western hill right across from the compounds where Nebula was, and K9, I think the intention was to go for that high ground, but they couldn't get there. There's already a team there. Second best option, run for cover, but there was a trap.
To be honest, Nebula was just too cheeky. They did him dirty. The way Nebula was playing that angle, it was so brutal. You would not expect someone to literally just hide behind that little concrete piece that's there.
I mean,
and you cannot even blame K9 Esports for that.
Now,
I was saying we can't blame Nebula. We know Adi's favorite dish is tier 1 IGLs and teams.
For all things considered here, let me give you guys a little bit of an alternate universe possibility, right? The one game that OG secured the chicken dinner just now in the matter of Miramar, it was also a fight between him, OG, Madkings, and K9. K9 actually got 3rd place. So technically, if K9 was able to get 2nd place or maybe even the chicken dinner, this match could have swung with K9 winning by 1 or 2 points still.
Yeah, had they won that previous Miramar K9 Esports, I think they would have gotten the trophy, but who cares? What has happened, and OG are the champions of BGMI Showdown 2025. The ticket to Global Championship in their hands. The only thing that left is to make it all official, ladies and gentlemen. For that, we are just going to bid you guys adieu. Super Johnny, IC, and Necro, let's head to the arena.
Thank you so much, casters. And now is the time you all have been waiting for. It is the presentation ceremony. And for the first award, that is for the best clutch, I would like to call on stage Mr. Sachin, Lead Public Relationships, Grafton, India. When all the odds were against his team, one man stood tall and said it, that let me handle it. And the best clutch goes to Snowjord from Mysterious 4. That 1v4 हम सबको याद रहेगा for a long time. इन्होंने लॉबी को सिर्फ सरवाइव नहीं किया, कॉन्कर किया है. And इसलिए, along with that check of 50,000 rupees, you will also get that title of Best Clutch. And now, ladies and gentlemen, the next award is for the best in-game leader, best IGL. Any guesses? You're absolutely right, Hyderabad. It is Aru from Orangutan. ये वो इंसान है जिन्होंने सिर्फ कॉल्स नहीं, इन्होंने अपनी टीम को लीड किया है फ्रॉम द फ्रंट ऑल द 3 days और केओस के बीच अपनी टीम को रखा काम एंड कंपोज्ड द बेस्ट IGL of BGMI Showdown 2025, Aru from Orangutan. And he will be receiving that check of 75,000 rupees. Congratulations, Aru. And now for the next award, that is for the MVP of the Grand Finals. I would like to call on stage Mr. Siddhant, Esports Manager of Krafton India. The final is where the legends are made. And इनके उस क्लच के बाद पूरे एक्सपीरियंस को काफी टाइम तक याद रखा जाएगा. MVP of the Grand Finals from Mysterious 4, it is Nojod. ये वो प्लेयर हैं who delivered when it mattered the most. Dominant, fearless, and absolutely unstoppable. That's Nojod from Mysterious 4. Congratulations, Nojod. And now for the next award, which is for the MVP of the tournament, I would like to call on stage Mr. Balakrishna, Lead Marketing Esports, Krafton India. तीन हफ्तों के इस इंटेंस टूर्नामेंट में this person never stopped. Consistency उनका एक सरनेम बन गया था. So the MVP of the tournament is Ninja Boy from K9. Skills के साथ साथ इन्होंने हमेशा consistency दिखाई. BGMI के इतिहास का शायद ये सबसे मुश्किल लॉबी था, but he was unstoppable and he got the full marks for his gameplay. Congratulations, Ninja Boy. You take home a lot of memories and the check of 2 lakh rupees. And now, ladies and gentlemen, the award is for the fan favorite player. And for this, I would like to call on stage Mr. Karan, Associate Director Esports, Krafton India. Players और teams मैच जीतते हैं. ये वो इंसान है जिन्होंने आपका दिल जीता है. Ladies and gentlemen, fan favorite player of BGMI Showdown 2025, it is Jonathan. Taking home that check of 50,000 rupees and also the title of being the fan favorite player is Jonathan from Godlike. Karan, I'll request you to please be on stage for the next award as well. And ये award कहें या title कहें, it's for the second runner-up, and you know who it is. It is Team Soul. No doubt this team kept all of us on the edge of our seats all the 3 days. दिल और दिमाग से खेलने की वजह से they are here at the podium. That's Team Soul for you. They kept us hooked all the 3 days of the finals. The second runner-up, ladies and gentlemen, Team Soul. You definitely played well, Soul. Thank you so much for all the memories you gave us in the past 3 days. And along with the medals, they'll also be receiving that check of 10 lakh rupees. The second runner-up, ladies and gentlemen, of BGMI Showdown 2025, Team Soul. And now, for the next award, I would like to call on stage Mr. Meebu, Head of Strategy and Esports, Grafton, India. And the award is for the first runner-up. They fought with fire, they gave it their all, and they gave us some unforgettable moments. Ladies and gentlemen, the first runner-up of BGMI Showdown 2025, K9 Esports. It won't be wrong to say that the journey was nothing but short of phenomenal. Along with those medals, they'll also be getting that check of 15 lakh rupees that they will take home. Congratulations, K9 Esports, and thank you so much for giving us those amazing moments. This is just the beginning. Thank you so much, Mr. Meebu. And now, ladies and gentlemen, it is time to crown our champions officially. And for this, I would like to call on stage Mr. Sean, CEO of Grafton, India. They came, they saw, and they conquered. You know who it is. Do I need to tell you who it is? Yes, the champions, ladies and gentlemen, of Grafton India Esports, Battlegrounds Mobile India, Showdown 2025, ORANGUTAN! And with this, they have proved that they are the best in the business right now. Along with the medals, they'll also be getting that check of 30 lakh rupees. मेडल और चेक्स के साथ साथ अब टीम ओरंगुटान को ये जिम्मेदारी भी मिलती है कि वो हमारे देश को ग्लोबली रिप्रेजेंट करें. दिस इज दैट टिकट टू द ग्लोबल स्टेज. ओरंगुटान, make India proud. We are proud of you already. And Aru, I would request you to please come this side. Aru, aa jaiye. And up, this is the moment that you get the trophy from Sean. So, Sean, if you could give Orangutan their trophy, their flex, their pride. Here we go, the champions of BGMI Showdown 2025, ladies and gentlemen, Orangutan! This is your moment. And इसी के साथ we come to an end of Crafton India Esports presents Battlegrounds Mobile India Showdown 2025. We will see you very, very soon with another amazing tournament. You know, the International Cup is just around the corner. So until then, keep loving and keep playing your favorite game, BGMI. Thank you so much and see you soon. Good night.
Yeah. 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 Yeah.
Only matter I'm styling. In the jungle I'm wild. Why they wanna move like that? Why you want gone? Why you want act like that? Why you play hard? Old gang, old man, old school, young jam, all black, MZ, still screaming out that chain gang. The day we hustle, but the night we played. The day we hustle, but the night we played. The day we hustle, but the night we played. The day we hustle, but the night we played. No point falling, just carry this load. I'm kicking back here with the smoke, just carry this load. No point falling, just carry this load. I'm kicking back here with the smoke, just carry this load. Know that they fly, know that they ride or die. I keep boys by my side, CJ Ike, never gotta roll with ice. My name came up a lot, it sounds more when I was not around. Certain people that I know, they ain't no longer about. The day we hustle, but the night we played. The day we hustle, but the night we played. The day we hustle, but the night we played. The day we hustle, but the night we played. No ain't falling. hard. Morgan, Bowman, old school, young jam, all black, MZ, still screaming out that chain gang. The day we hustle, but the night we play. The day we hustle, but the night we play. The day we hustle, but the night we play. The day we hustle, but the night we play. No point falling, just carry this load. I'm kicking back here with the smoke, just carry this load. No point falling, just carry this load. I'm kicking back here with the smoke, just carry this load. Know that they fly, know that they ride or die. I keep boys by my side, CJ Ike, never gotta roll with ice. My name came up a lot of sounds, more when I was not around. Certain people that I know, they ain't no longer about. The day we hustle, but the night we play. The day we hustle, but the night we play. The day we hustle, but the night we play. The day we hustle, but the night we play. No point falling, just carry this load. I'm kicking back here with the smoke, just carry this load. No point falling, just carry this load. I'm kicking back here with the smoke, just carry this load. No point falling, just carry this load. I'm kicking back here with the smoke, just carry this load. No point falling, just carry this load. I'm kicking back here with the smoke, just carry this load. styling. In the jungle, I'm wildin'. Oh, they mad that I'm styling. In the jungle, I'm wildin'. Oh, they mad that I'm styling. In the jungle, I'm wildin'.
Why they wanna move like that? Why you want gone? Why you want act like that? Why you play hard? Old gang, old man, old school, young jam, all black, MZ, still screaming out that chain gang.
The day we hustle, but the night we play. The day we hustle, but the night we play. The day we hustle, but the night we play. The day we hustle, but the night we play. No point falling, just carry this load. I'm kicking back here with the smoke, just carry this load. No point falling, just carry this load. I'm kicking back here with the smoke, just carry this load.
Know that they fly, know that they ride or die. I keep boys by my side, CJ Ike, never gotta roll with ice. My name came up a lot of sounds, more when I was not around. Certain people that I know, they ain't no longer about.
The day we hustle, but the night we play. The day we hustle, but the night we play. The day we hustle, but the night we play. The day we hustle, but the night we play. No point falling, just carry this load. I'm kicking back here with the smoke, just carry this load. No point falling, just carry this load. I'm kicking back here with the smoke, just carry this load. No point falling, just carry this load. I'm kicking back here with the smoke, just carry this load. No point falling, just carry this load. I'm kicking back here with the smoke, just carry this load. Oh, they mad that I'm styling. In the jungle, I'm wild. Oh, they mad that I'm styling. In the jungle, I'm wild. Oh, they mad that I'm styling. In the jungle, I'm wild. Oh, they mad that I'm styling. In the jungle, I'm wild.
Why they wanna move like that? Why you want gone? Why you want act like that? Why you play hard? Old gang, old man, old school, young jam, all black, MZ, still screaming out that chain gang.
The day we hustle, but the night we play. The day we hustle, but the night we play. The day we hustle, but the night we play. The day we hustle, but the night we play. No point falling, just carry this load. I'm kicking back here with the smoke, just carry this load. No point falling, just carry this load. I'm kicking back here with the smoke, just carry this load.
Know that they fly, know that they ride or die. I keep boys by my side, CJ Ike, never gotta roll with ice. My name came up a lot, it sounds more when I was not around. Certain people that I know, they ain't no longer about.
The day we hustle, but the night we play. The day we hustle, but the night we play. The day we hustle, but the night we play. The day we hustle, but the night we play. No point falling, just carry this load. I'm kicking back here with the smoke, just carry this load. No point falling, just carry this load. I'm kicking back here with the smoke, just carry this load. No point falling, just carry this load. I'm kicking back here with the smoke, just carry this load. No point falling, just carry this load. I'm kicking back here with the smoke, just carry this load. jungle, I'm wild. Oh, they mad that I'm styling. Hit the jungle, I'm wild. Oh, they mad that I'm styling. Hit the jungle, I'm wild. Oh, they mad that I'm styling. Hit the jungle, I'm wild.
Why they wanna move like that? Why you want gone? Why you want act like that? Why you play hard? Old gang, old man, old school, young jam, all black, MZ, still screaming out that chain gang.
The day we hustle, but the night we played. The day we hustle, but the night we played. The day we hustle, but the night we played. The day we hustle, but the night we played. No point falling, just carry this load. I'm kicking back here with the smoke, just carry this load. No point falling, just carry this load. I'm kicking back here with the smoke, just carry this load.
Know that they fly, know that they ride or die. I keep boys by my side, CJ Ike, never gotta roll with ice. My name came up a lot, it sounds more when I was not around. Certain people that I know, they ain't no longer about.
The day we hustle, but the night we played. The day we hustle, but the night we played. The day we hustle, but the night we played. The day we hustle, but the night we played. No point falling, just carry this load. I'm kicking back here with the smoke, just carry this load. No point falling, just carry this load. I'm kicking back here with the smoke, just carry this load. No point falling, just carry this load. I'm kicking back here with the smoke, just carry this load. No point falling, just carry this load. I'm kicking back here with the smoke, just carry this load. styling. In the jungle, I'm wild. Oh, they mad that I'm styling. In the jungle, I'm wild. Oh, they mad that I'm styling. In the jungle, I'm wild. Oh, they mad that I'm styling. In the jungle, I'm wild.
Why they wanna move like that? Why you want gone? Why you want act like that? Why you play hard? Old gang, old man, old school, young jam, all black, MZ, still screaming out that chain gang.
The day we hustle, but the night we played. The day we hustle, but the night we played. The day we hustle, but the night we played. The day we hustle, but the night we played. No point falling, just carry this load. I'm kicking back here with the smoke, just carry this load. No point falling, just carry this load. I'm kicking back here with the smoke, just carry this load.
Know that they fly, know that they ride or die. I keep boys by my side, CJ Ike, never gotta roll with ice. My name came up a lot of sounds, more when I was not around. Certain people that I know